Okay, good morning, councillors. Sorry I'm late. This will be another 10 minutes or so, and then we'll all be here. But anyway, we'll get started with our first continuation of yesterday's meeting, and we'll call our first submitters to the table. The Mosgiel Taieri Community Board, we have Mr Andrew Sims and Mr Dean McElwee.
Mr Mayor, I won't be sitting back from this. I sat back during the Mosgiel Taieri Community Board meeting while this was discussed, so I didn't partake in the submission.
Good-o. Okay, so we don't have a timer on the screen for this one because we have your presentation instead, but you have 5 minutes from now. Thank you.
Thank you and good morning, Mayor, councillors and DCC staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak once again on behalf of our community. The Mosgiel Taieri Community Board is to raise what is without question the most pressing issue for our community, transport. Not just transport, but transport right through the very heart of our bustling community. Time and time again at public meetings and engagement events, the people of Mosgiel and the Taieri have told us that transport is their number one concern. And it's not hard to see why. Some are now calling Mosgiel a transit-stressed suburb of Dunedin City. Right now, there are 560 heavy traffic movements on Gordon Road every single day. That's roughly 1 truck per minute during the daylight hours. This is not just a statistic, it's a daily reality for residents, school children and local businesses. The reality is it's simply not sustainable. And it's not just the present we need to worry about. Mosgiel and the Taieri are growing fast. Our population is now around 22,000 and projected to hit 30,000 within the next decade. The growth is welcome as our city expands, but it demands planning and infrastructure to match. On top of this, we understand that the inland port development for North Taieri, which we hope is likely to be fast-tracked, with an announcement expected soon. While we recognise the economic opportunities that it brings, it will almost certainly lead to more freight traffic, putting further strain on our already stretched transport network. We are calling on the Council to take urgent action. We need a comprehensive, future-focused transport plan for Mosgiel and the wider Taieri, one that addresses both current pressures and the reality of what's coming. Our community is speaking very clearly. We are asking you to listen and take action.
Thanks, Dean. Good morning, everybody. Kia ora. The development of shared paths across the Taieri is priority number 2 for the Mosgiel Taieri Community Board. The Taieri Trail and Tunnel Trail, when completed, could bring high-value, low-carbon tourists through to Dunedin for the weekend, rather than sending them straight to Dunedin Airport. Very soon, there will be an off-road trail all the way from Queenstown to Waihola. That trail's been paid for by other people, by other councils, other communities, other groups, and they've got us all the way from Queenstown to Waihola, where currently the trail stops. For a reasonably modest sum of money, exceptional returns could be gained for Dunedin, and this could be a rich source of visitor income as a tourist trail, but not just that, also as a legitimate commuting option for the people of Dunedin, and also a recreational option for the people of Dunedin and the Taieri. So we really ask you to listen to the chorus of support for both of these trails. It's you, Dean.
Thanks, Andrew. Priority 3, flood protection on the Taieri. Flood protection may be listed as priority 3 in our community plan, but for the people of the Taieri, it remains top of mind. The Mosgiel Taieri Community Board continues to advocate strongly for robust and effective flood protection. The October rain event served as a timely reminder of our ongoing vulnerability. While the Taieri came through relatively unscathed, whether due to good luck or good management, we cannot afford to become complacent. Significant upgrades to Mosgiel's stormwater infrastructure, made possible by the dedicated efforts of Dunedin City Council, have already made a significant difference. The long overdue program of pump upgrades and pipe improvements is welcome, and it's vital that these upgrades continue as subdivision consents increase rapidly across our board area. We also welcome the more proactive and coordinated approach to flood protection from the Otago Regional Council, the formation of the Lower Taieri Liaison Group, bringing together representatives from ORC, the Community Board, Dunedin Airport and knowledgeable locals has greatly boosted community confidence. In partnership with DCC staff, we are now undertaking a comprehensive review of our emergency management planning and response. A key outcome of this process is the renaming and re-imaging of our emergency management groups as community resilience groups, a name that better reflects their vital role in preparedness as well as response. Flooding still remains the greatest civil risk facing the Taieri. It must continue to be treated as a high priority issue by both DCC and ORC with strong engagement and support from our communities. With the ongoing commitment of council, staff and dedicated volunteers, we are hopefully building a more resilient future for the Taieri.
Thanks, Dean. Priority 4 for the Mosgiel Taieri Community Board is pedestrian and road safety across the Taieri. Community boards need greater ability to fast-track road safety improvements when immediate and serious risks are identified. I've changed my tack on the next issue. Community boards need more influence, not more money. So we don't need more funding, we just need you people to listen a little bit more to us. If the DCC wants good people to stand and remain on community boards, then the DCC needs to be much more responsive to the concerns raised by community boards. The DCC could derive far greater value from community boards than is currently being achieved. And in my experience, most community boards, chairs, deputy chairs want to do a lot more and have more influence within their local community.
Thanks, Andrew. Lastly but not least, we sincerely thank the Dunedin City Council and staff for your continued efforts on behalf of our hapori. Te Puna o Whakaehu, our new aquatic centre, continues exceeding expectations with higher patronage than predicted. Our community greatly values this facility and the dedicated staff who go the extra mile to make it a success. The new BMX pump track has been a fantastic addition, welcomed by all ages and adding real vibrancy to our community. We look forward to the upcoming Mosgiel Park Destination Playground and Skatepark and await the outcome of the Mosgiel Recreational Management Plan, which our community has submitted to. The Outram Glen upgrade, including the new barbecue, which is on our photo there, is absolutely amazing, a space sure to bring people together this summer from all over the city. We also extend our sincere thanks to the Parks and Recreation team for supporting the Mosgiel Taieri Community Board in the planning and development of a shared pathway at the Outram Historical Park. Nahi meni nui. Thank you.
Very good. We have questions. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Dean and Andrew, for a very detailed submission. My question is around priority 4 and pedestrian road safety, which I'm sure we all don't agree is a great idea. My question is, in terms of the list you have here, is that list in order of priority? And if not, is there any way of you talked among yourselves about which ones are priority? Because it's a large list, but it'd be good in some way to distill it in terms of its importance. And but don't tell me everything's important, because I know that.
Thanks, Stephen. That's a great question. The list was produced to give you an idea of the number of things that we've asked for over the last couple of years. Some of them relatively modest and relatively easily addressed that haven't been addressed. So that was the intention of the list, to say, hey, there's a lot of stuff on here that would be dealt with in 15 minutes that hasn't been done.
Can I ask a related follow-up question? Hence your point around, I guess, delegating a bit more decision-making power to community boards, and I ask that as a former community board chair who agrees with those sentiments.
I think that, and I'll give you an example from the list. The community have identified a real problem with giveaway signs on Gordon Road. So visitors to the Taieri come up Gordon Road, they go into the country, they head up towards the hills, and they believe because they're on the Gordon Road they've got priority, and they drive straight through the intersections that have got of School Road and Waiaronga Road. That's been identified by the community, fed through to the community boards. Community board have fed it through to transport. Deputy mayor's involved in the conversation as well, but the signs haven't been changed. And what we need is, you know, there's a real risk there. Somebody's going to get killed. We need to be able to put that forward and in 3 months' time have the signs changed, not in 3 years' time after somebody's been cleaned up. And that's what we're really looking for. And I think I hear the same thing from other community boards on completely other issues as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Morena, Mr Sims, Mr McElvey. You mentioned community, what's the word, management, emergency management. What have we called them now? Resilience, community resilience. So with winter approaching, have you been doing some practice or training exercises with your different community groups? And are there, you know, if you lived in Outram, for example, would the people in Outram know that they would go to the Outram Hall or the school? Do you have those things in place?
Thanks, Mandy. We do have regular meetings with the Taieri Response Group, which will be aptly name changed. So we have those meetings every 6 weeks. We've got a fantastic group there with involving local emergency services, local farmers, etc. We have a satellite group in Outram, very basic and simple. We have a text group on key people in local areas where the hotspots are. So we make contact with those groups, they get in touch with their locals in their own area, and they have their own designated meeting places. So we look after ourselves, I guess, would be fair to say, but we could always look at improving on that, absolutely.
Are there any further questions? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I was just wanting to dig down a little bit more into the responsiveness to community boards, and how would you see that working? Do you have like an action list on your agendas that comes back to? I'm well, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not a community board member, so there seems to be perhaps a little breakdown between what councillors know of what goes on in the community boards, and I hear the frustration from many community boards about the actions or the messages not getting through. So how do you think that could work better?
So thanks for the question, Sophie. It's a great question. The action list that community boards previously had were removed for whatever reason, and that has denuded the community boards of their ability to actually have a forward work plan. And to try and, continuously advocate for those things that are on there. So that is a raw subject if you talk to most community board chairs.
Thank you. We appear to have exhausted questions. Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you.
Next we have Mr Barry Williams from the Strath Taieri Community Board.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to push some of our views. Most of my community board, there might be the odd bit of twist of my own, but just bear in mind. Okay, I hope everyone's read the submission. It's a lot of brief areas on it, and I'll just go through. I'd sooner have the questions. Infrastructure and road safety, which is with our schools. We've got 2 schools on Highway 87, the livestream one and Strath Taieri, that concerned probably about the speeding. I realise that's an NZTA problem, but just a bit of support. The grants review, we strongly urge the council to maintain or increase the grants budget to allow the local community boards, and I'm talking for the whole lot, I think, that can then distribute it to different parts of their community, rather than some of the far-flung ideas how you've got to apply for it. Playground upgrade, we're in at the moment we've got a very nice playground, but it's due for a bit of an upgrade, and I think it's in the schedule. And there's talk also of having a pump track or a bike track, skate park somewhere in the vicinity, so we'll get more to it. The railway is probably one of the big ones, infrastructure. worried about heritage and that, but I think if you look around, there's heritage on the Pukerangi, Sutton and Middlemarch railway stations and yards, and I've just hoped that the new rail group can find time to come up to Middlemarch and have a look at some of their assets or liabilities, whatever they want to call it, and perhaps tidy things up a wee bit. But it's in a half by no man's land. We had Rebecca zoomed at the last meeting, but she was very limited what she knew about what was up there. So we just want it maintained. Obviously, we want the train through to Middlemarch. We've mooted it many years ago to fly them into Dunedin, train them through to Middlemarch and cycle trail around Queenstown, then Te Anau and back to Dunedin and fly out, but that's fell apart, so hopefully it can be resurrected. So that's on the rail. Climate change, well, we're not going to help much of that, whatever we do. Swimming pool upgrade. We're a small community, got a very nice pool run by the locals, but we'd just like to see the grants maintained or increased for there. I think with you've got the Mosgiel pool, Moana pool and a few others, but the educations have cut them out, and I think it's the number of drownings a year. I think it's very important that all our kids have the opportunity to swim and learn to swim properly. We've got a pretty classy old pool, but it's pretty good. This talk in the long term, perhaps the upgrade of the hall. It's been mainly done by locals have redeveloped it and certain assistance from the council. And there's a percentage comes from them to run the public toilets, which we're very appreciative of. But I'm having a little problem at the moment. We put a caravan dump site in 2011, I think, from memory, and council don't appear to have it on their asset register, which is pretty frustrating when you get the odd blockage and no one seems to want to take ownership. So we'll work through that the next community board meeting again. We're having a bit of a hassle up there, and I think it covers a bit what Andrew and Dean said, that it'd be beneficial to council to save money if they relied on some local knowledge. We've had a lot of people at home, about a dozen people have had home to take their stormwater out of the sewage. Now, 20, 30 years ago, they were asked to put the stormwater in to keep it flushed. So now you've got to take it out and they'll send a truck up at a huge cost, no doubt, to flush the sewers out, which pretty frustrating. And I think at the moment they're photographing the sewers. And that'll be the third time, I think, in 5 years. So I just like to see where we'd like to save some costs. The sewage system was built for 400 houses, and we haven't got anywhere near that at the moment, so the capacity's there. And I do realise some of it will be consent for the regional council, so I do realise some will be out of your hands, the council hands. But another one that we think would be a huge saving of money is if we could do some of the grass cutting and weed spraying that hasn't been done. There's about 3 contractors come up and empty the rubbish bins at home, which is absolutely ridiculous. The cost of mileage in particular, we all know what it costs. So we'd like to have some of that in-house, and I'm sure we would have a better quality at a cheaper price. You've got the cemetery, we've got the war memorial, we've got the showground or the sports field, and often there's different contractors do each, which they will probably pass each other on the road. Taieri River, we've got a pretty classy river that we send the surplus down to the Taieri when we don't need it. Probably not always wanted, but we're just conscious of the fact that we'd like to see it maintained, the quality of the water at home, what comes to home and what we send away, and perhaps the flows lifted a bit so that it's better for the fish life and recreational stuff. It's a great fishing river and popular, some swim in it, but not that I would, but a few do. Barbecues and stuff. And what else we got? Well, we've got a fair bit. Heritage Action Plan, which basically covering the railway and Salt Lake, of course, and through the inside of people years ago, they did the rail trail from Middlemarch to Clyde. So yeah, it's just nice to see that still maintained. Okay, questions?
Yes. Do we have any questions? Councillor O'Malley.
Barry, thanks. It's been raised by a number of community boards about locals doing especially green, like maintenance of green stuff on the roadside. So do you want us to bring that into the deliberations when we get to the deliberations to say actually we want to consider council to actually think about changing those contracts?
Personally, I'd like to see that happen.
Your microphone. Sorry, you have to repress it.
So you got to, every time someone turns it off, it turns yours off.
Like, we could save a lot of money, and we're generally a drought area, so some years they're running up there to cut grass when it's not there to cut. And the weed spraying has been shocking this last year. A few years ago they had 4 times a year they're going to spray, which was ridiculous the other way. This time, and I am aware quite a bit of it is transit, or NZTA, the highway, but we had gorse and broom in the rural areas under control. It's taken off again. And I'm aware that we don't want the rates to go up, and I know if you keep wanting things, the rates will go up. So I feel sorry for your council as well. People want things, but they ain't prepared to pay. So I think if we could do that, which we had a few years ago, the lawn mowing was done locally, and it was done when it was needed, and it wasn't done when it got too long and then it made a shocking mess. And likewise, the trees need pruned. Just for the beautification of the area, they've just become out of control. Thank you, Jim.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm just wondering about your concerns around development contributions and the suggestion that they could increase obviously in the LTP. What sort of concerns do you have around that in your area?
Well, we've been on 10 grand for quite a number of years as a discretionary fund for the community. I would like to see it increased, and we could perhaps take more on our own shoulders to do some of the jobs that perhaps are being done by council. Fortunately, lately we've had Task Force Green Up, which has been good, doing a bit of the tidying up that should have been done, but we'll do it anyway. So that's really where it hasn't been increased for a long, long time.
Thank you. Councillor Vandervis.
You've said that the stormwater has at some stage been asked to actually go into the sewers and then be taken out again. Can you can you understand why it is that we'd want to put stormwater into the sewers, given that surcharging at flood times and heavy rain events of the sewers is a real problem?
Lee, in the early days that Taieri County, then Silver Peaks, asked the people at the top end of any lines to put this stormwater in, because previously every Friday the 1,000 gallons would go around at the top ends every week, but each place got it once a month to flush the sewers. And the logical thing I would have thought, because we're not in a huge rainfall area and you don't put a lot of water down a 2-inch pipe, but it's enough to help flush it because it is reasonably flat, and that's the reason. But sadly or unfortunately, conveniently, whatever you want to say about it, but they can't find the records, but they don't want to listen to local knowledge, and sadly we're all getting older and that local knowledge will be gone in a few years. So we're just trying to cut the cost, because I wouldn't know what the cost is to bring that big jetting truck up when there's a problem, or even when there's not a problem, to flush it.
So you're saying that by allowing stormwater into the head of these lines, you wouldn't need the jetting truck?
I'm not saying you wouldn't need it, but I don't think you would need it as much. I think there'll be enough to keep it flushed, which it has done for 10 or 15 years.
Thank you for the solution.
Thank you. We'll have a very quick question from Councillor Witherall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Quick answer.
You touched based on you can't beat local knowledge, and I'm a great believer in that. How do you suggest your community board would manage taking over some of the issues you've raised today locally?
I don't think there'd be any problem at all. There's a few things with insurance and other things that would have to be looked at, but whether it be the contract that's got it and it be sublet to a local group, I think there's ways around it that would save an incredible amount of money. Like, pretty frustrating when you come down the road in the morning and there's a truck with a cage on going up to empty 2 or 3 rubbish bins, and we all know that could be a fortnight or a week or a fortnight, there's nothing in them, but then there could be overfill overnight. So it would just keep things tidier. So I don't think there's a problem at all, Brent.
Great. Mr. Williams, thank you very much for your submission.
Very good, thank you. Just don't listen, just do something, eh?
Next we have Brent Caldwell and the Dunedin Repertory Society. So we have a few involved. Two.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora, everybody. Thanks very much for this opportunity to come and make a submission on behalf of the Dunedin Repertory Society. Just like to acknowledge my tautoko friend here, Laurie Forbes from the New Athenaeum Theatre. The Dunedin Repertory Society's submission relates to the lack of capital expenditure budget for the performing arts venues in the draft plan. We have 4 main points we need you to action: to reinstate the capital expenditure for the performing arts venues from the previous long-term plans, to ensure the Playhouse Theatre is the first venue to be developed as part of a collaborative long-term plan for the city's performing arts venues, that the DCC have an open conversation to enable investment in the refurbishment of the Playhouse Theatre as capital expenditure, and to understand that it is now or never for the Playhouse. So with regards to capital expenditure budget, when receiving our previous submissions, the Council has had lots of talk about how important it is for the city's vision, and on the 30th of January, the Council reaffirmed its commitment to support the performing arts community and directed staff to work with our group on solutions. For 7 years, the Council and performing arts community have been discussing the question of which venues could or should be refurbished or built. And here we are, 7 years later on, no further forward, and dismayed to see the capital budget for this kaupapa has disappeared from the draft 9-year plan. We need the Council to reinstate at least $17.1 million of capital expenditure budget. The time is now. The Playhouse should be the first venue developed. Dunedin Repertory has worked constructively with the Council, other venue owners and advocates over the past 3 years. Most recently, in December 2024, you tasked us with solving a Council-perceived problem of a lack of agreement amongst stakeholders. You gave us 12 business days over the Christmas holiday period to come up with a solution because councillors didn't want to, and I quote, do a King Solomon of cutting the baby in half. We did this, and we provided a statement of intent to the General Manager of Arts and Culture ahead of the January meeting, outlining the solution that was to be included in the briefing to the Council. This saw the Playhouse Theatre supported to be the first project, being the smallest, the cheapest, and the easiest and fastest project to deliver, as well as having had the most public consultation to date and enjoying strong public support, as evidenced by the 3 Dunedin Theatre Network Stage 1, 2, 3 reports that you have received. The remaining reinstated capital expenditure budget should be put towards the sequenced package of venues proposed by us earlier this year. This would give the Council and the city a network of venues of different sizes, styles and purposes to support a wide range of creative and literary endeavours. We are open to a conversation that would enable investment in the refurbishment of the Playhouse to be capital expenditure. In response to the DTN third report on December the 10th at this very room, the Chief Executive said that capital support could be carefully crafted and that there were ways and ways of doing this. We are open to a conversation about that ownership model, and at no point have we ruled out a change in ownership of the Playhouse. We need the Council to discuss these options with us that would allow the Council's cornerstone funding investment to be CapEx, as well as still enabling the Repertory Society to fundraise from other sources. It's now or never for the Playhouse. 3 years and 3 reports ago, since we first presented the idea of cornerstone funding to the Council. At that time, we drew attention to the Playhouse's deteriorating condition. That condition has continued to worsen since then. We're beyond band-aids and require surgery. We're no longer in a position to wait a further 2 years for the next long-term plan, which would mean that would see us having waited a decade since this kōrero started. If no capital expenditure is allocated to performing arts venues in the 2025-2034 plan, we will have to concentrate our limited resources on repairing and improving the Playhouse for whatever time it is safe to continue operating. We anticipate that will be 2 more years. Dunedin needs a vision for the future of performing arts that requires a brave council whose actions will speak louder than their words in press and in meetings. You challenged us to come up with a plan. We did.
Brent.
Yep, I've got 3 more things. Your community is bringing solutions to you. We challenge you. Do your sums, do your bit, do the right thing. If you walk away from your promises to provide performing arts venue funding, you will save, but we will pay. Thank you.
We have quite a few questions. Firstly, Councillor Vandervis, followed by Councillors O'Malley, Houlihan, Mayhem and Gary. So I'll ask you to be concise with questions and answers if you want to get through them.
You've said several times it's now or never for the Playhouse. What kind of surgery is urgently needed? Does it need a new roof? I've looked through your submission and can't see specifically what is particularly urgent with the Playhouse.
Thanks for that question, Councillor Vandervis. Yes, we need a new roof. Yes, we need buildings constructed out the back. We need weather tightening. We need all sorts of things done. As I say to you, a Band-Aid isn't going to do it. We repair the roof, then there's another problem. And it just doesn't seem a sensible use of funds to keep patching because, like the philosopher's boat, if you keep replacing different parts, do you still have the same thing? It's far better and far better for the city's future to do it in one go.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Can you resolve the issue that we had yesterday, that people come and say that the idea is you should invest in the Mayfair? Then we had other people saying the Mayfair is a dump and it should be torn down and you need to build a new theatre, and now you're coming in saying building the Playhouse. Can you tell me how that has given us a singular response that we can respond to?
We live in a democracy. That was a really big sigh, and I've got a sigh that's just the same as that. You asked us to go away and come up with a plan. We did do that. I'm sure if I did a search through council papers, I wouldn't find consensus and agreement 100% on all things. What we represent is a majority view of people who are saying, okay, we can't all have what we want. What can we agree to? You gave us the Christmas holiday break to go away and do that. We did it, and still we're back here. Yes, of course, some people won't get what they want, but this is what this draft plan is about. What we're challenging you to do is to say, okay, there is a really strong group of people who want this to happen. We can't please all the people all the time, And if we keep using that as the reason not to go forward, nothing will occur in this city.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Laurie, are you able to talk about the Athenaeum and if you're going to put a black box in there and what you'd need to proceed with that? What sort of funds do you need to proceed with that?
No, not at this point. I'd rather not.
We're actually speaking to the Playhouse's submission, so we'd like to keep the focus on that if that's possible. Laurie would enjoy the opportunity to speak to councillors if you do find a window.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
I'm just wondering what's the first step we can do to help you. So you want cornerstone funding, CAPEX funded. You'd like a letter of support from council around some more funding for the Playhouse. What else?
Well, you give us all that, we're not going to ask for much more. What we need is commitment by the council to say, here is a parcel of money which you can use as a bargaining chip to go and speak to larger funders. We're not asking you for the full amount. In fact, none of the groups who are here are asking you for a full amount. They're just asking you, as the city's leaders, to commit yourself to providing for the health and well-being of your citizens through the performing arts. And I'm sure none of you would doubt how important that is. Massey University has said what the economic benefits for those of you who are bean counters. But for creatives and artists, we know the importance of that. Therefore, to go to the lotteries and say, we'd love to build a new performing arts centre, we'd love to refurbish the Playhouse Theatre, but sadly our council don't believe they're good ideas, we're not going to get funded. So you're basically cutting us off at the knees. The $17.1 million, which was a figure that appeared and is based on no real project other than the long-term plan, which was the cheapest of the two that were given for the public to comment on last time, was a line in your budget. Now it's magically disappeared.
All right, thank you. I think that's all we have time for. We'll never get through another question. Thank you. Thank you very much for your
Kia ora
submission.
tātou. Thanks, everybody.
Next, we have the Children's Theatre. Right. Okay, councillors. Please, you have 5 minutes from now. Morena.
Thank you. I'm Rowan, and with me today are 4 other actors from the Playhouse Children's Theatre: Arabella, Charlie, Eva, and Ted. We are here as a part of the future of the city's performing arts, and for the next 50 years, and we only have 5 minutes. So I'm taking a minute to tell you about the Children's Theatre and why the council needs to put money for theatres back in the budget. The Children's Theatre has been entertaining children and families for 50 years. Every term we rehearse a different production. We do 15 performances over 9 days in the school holidays. In 2024 alone, we staged 3 school holiday seasons, bringing joy to nearly 4,000 young people and their families. That's almost 250,000 people over the Children's Theatre's 50 years. We are such an institution, it's easy to assume that we can go on forever. We can't. We are on life support. We need your help.
Take a minute to think about how important the Children's Theatre is to the kids. We all love being in the Children's Theatre because it has taught us valuable lessons in learning new skills, making new friends, and building our confidence. For me, the Children's Theatre was the start of a long journey in drama. It inspired me to take part in bigger shows, start to do short films and screen acting. It built my confidence up to a new level, and I can see this happening in front of my eyes with many, many young kids who take part in our shows. The Children's Theatre inspires confidence in young kids to start building their future in the way that they want. Learning skills not just in acting, but in socialising, dancing, singing, operating tech, teamwork, patience and professionalism. The Children's Theatre at Playhouse is theatre for kids, by kids. When the kids in this upcoming show were asked what they loved about the Playhouse community, they said things like bringing joy to other people, being able to become someone else through a role, building confidence and having fun and making friends. In short, theatre is an outlet for young kids to express themselves and grow up with a strong community.
Take a minute to think about the children who come to see the show. As much as the Children's Theatre is about us, it's also about the kids and their family that love coming to the Playhouse every season to see the shows that we've crafted. They love laughing at our jokes, clapping along with our songs, and helping find the bad guy. And I've seen firsthand the absolute joy that spreads across the faces of many kids at the end of the show when we invite all the children up on stage to come and meet the characters. The Playhouse is one of the only places children can see live performance in the city, and it's cheaper than the movies. In fact, school holiday visitors come to Otipoti just to see the Children's Theatre. We're proud builders of the City of Literature. Our ongoing relationship with the University Bookshop has seen classics like Wind in the Willows fly off shelves and bring timeless stories to new generations of readers. Yes, the Playhouse provides entertainment, but it also provides and enhances community in Dunedin.
We all love our children's theatre, and to keep it going, we need your help. The Playhouse will be 150 years old next year. That's really old. It's cold and drafty, and it often leaks backstage. There are lots of stairs. They are very wonky. This makes it difficult for people in crutches or in wheelchairs to come and see the plays, or be in them. Things are always breaking, and we know we have to be very careful at the theatre. We also need a new, safe and warm backstage area. The Playhouse doesn't have enough money to do this by ourselves, so our committee is in need of your assistance.
Think for a minute. The council's job is to make sure we have a great city to live in. The Children's Theatre makes people happy. It gives us opportunities to watch, act, and make new friends. We don't have to be stars to get a chance to act on stage. It makes our city a better place to be. You tell people we are a creative and literary city. But for how long? In 62 years I'll be as old as you, Mr. Mayor. I hope I'll be able to take my grandkids to the Children's Theatre. I just hope I can share the happiness it's brought to me with them. But I can't do that if it's not there. We are disappointed you took the money out of the budget and we need you to put it back in. This fairy story can have a happy ending. But which side of the story will the council be on?
Thank you. Well, we'll have some questions now. Councillor Mayhem to start.
Oh, I feel a little bit emotional. I'm all for a happy ending. Thank you for bringing joy. Rowan, Arabella, Charlie, Ava and Ted, you've spoken very eloquently. I just want to make it very clear to everybody here that it wasn't us that took that money out of the budget. And I'll speak for myself and say that I will do everything that I can to make sure that money goes back in for you. So my question is, did you know? We didn't decide that about the budget lines.
Yes, we did. That's right. So, look, I think it's probably a moot question, really, for you to answer the intricacies of council. I think we could leave that one. Yes. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Every school holidays when my kids were little, I took them to the shows at the Playhouse. And the magic of theatre is fantastic. And the kids, well, mostly loved it. Sometimes they cried when it was dark. But anyway, but thank you for putting on those shows. And thank you for coming today. We've heard you. And I'm very, very aware of the Playhouse and what it does for children's theatre. My question is, one of the concerns, one of the problems you have is that the building you're in is very old. If we looked at a different building, yet a new building, could you still do your plays in a new building instead of the old building?
Look, I think we're here to represent the Children's Theatre primarily. So I think in theory, yes, we could go in a new living building, but we're here because we think we just want, as Brent has talked about as well in the last submission, we want cornerstone funding. So we want just a little bit of money to help us renovate the building that we've got, as opposed to I think it was $17 million that was originally proposed to make a new centre. So we represent wanting that cornerstone funding to help us at the Playhouse.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Kia ora, thank you for your presentation. My question is around a comment you made. Council's job is to make this a great city to live in, you said, Ted. And one of you talked about us promoting arts, the city as arts and culture. And we say that $5.49 out of $100 we spend is on arts and culture, which seems a very small amount of money. If we were to find a way to not put the $17.1 million back in, but provide that cornerstone funding of 3.35, I think it was, that was asked, to get things started and to show good faith, would that be in the right direction?
Definitely. We just need to show people that the council supports us, and if we show we've got money from the council and that you will support us, we can go out and get other funding and fundraise for the Children's Theatre.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Benson-Pope. Sorry, it's answered. Councillor Fisok.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. Tēnā koutou. I just want to offer our endorsement and tautoko for you. I had the privilege of going to the Playhouse for the first time in my life, and I'm 60-something, with Councillor Gary during the school holidays, and we visited and were shown the place and how dilapidated it is. But also we were there at the time of a show during the school holidays, and the show made fun of the councillors for the dots on the street post COVID. So, and it was really, really good. That's the creativity and the challenges to that of society around you. But I just wanted to ask about the commitment that you have every year or in preparation for your shows, please. How much time and how big is your team? Because seeing the show, you know, everyone's doing the technicals and the performance and the writing.
Yes, we have, every year we have 3 different directors, one for each term, and then just all of the casting is children, all of the tech is children. That's, yes.
Fantastic. Look, thank you very much for your submission. Okay, come back. I didn't have those skills at age 8, I could tell you. My goodness. Hey, I can do the numbers. So we have Stage South.
Kia ora.
Thank you. We have the time up, 5 minutes from now. Thank you.
Thank you for hearing the submission from Stage South. My name is Karen Elliott.
And I'm Rosella. Hello.
Last year we were told that you required the theatre community to work together on a proposal to further live theatre infrastructure in our city, based around the $17.1 million allocated. The Stage South Trust Board committed to doing this. In January, after months of collaboration with the Dunedin Theatre Network and the Regent Theatre Trust, we delivered on our commitment to you, presenting our proposal in a statement of intent. At the same time, we discovered that your $17.1 million commitment to the performing arts community had been abandoned. Stage South has been engaged with Council since 2018 on the investigation and building of a performing arts venue. It is devastating to the whole performing arts community that the allocated budget has been removed. we request respectfully that Council reinstates the $17.1 million for a performing arts venue in the 9-year plan.
And it's not working. And we also recommend the following urgent actions. Firstly, reallocation of 5% of the proposed $2 million event attraction budget and the yearly increase for the stadium. We propose 5% of that be reallocated to support the continued operational funding for events in the interim theatre space of Te Whare Orokatia. And a further 5% reallocation from that proposed budget to playhouse infrastructure would offer the theatre a lifeline to continue moving forward with their plans. And we also would like confirmation that the Professional Theatre Fund will remain as it is currently.
We also request that the DCC create and adopt an Ōtepoti Theatre Action Plan as has been implemented with our colleagues in the music scene. This should include the following mid-term actions as recommended in our Statement of Intent. Support for the playhouse renovations and refurbishment. Support for the Athenaeum development to improve the 90-seat fringe theatre and create a significant new music venue. Support for the new build Performing Arts Centre to benefit Dunedin's entire community, offering the theatre and general arts ecology a vibrant, sustainable place to thrive. If a memorandum of understanding for a new build is not secured within 18 months, consideration could be given to new infrastructure for the Regent Theatre, enabling a 300 to 350 seat stage on stage.
We're not talking today about the new build plans, which Stage South has put forward on behalf of the community for the new build Performing Arts Centre, because we've already presented that to you 3 times. You've seen the plans, the costings, you know that it was paid for by the community, so we won't bother with that. But as much as we would like our own professional theatre space, we also recognise, and the community recognises, that it's appropriate in our small city to look at a performing arts community venue that is for a wider range of people, that can maximise efficiencies and also create more of a community hub across the board, not just for the professional practitioners but for everybody. And this venue, as it has been planned and put forward to you, is a community amenity with multiple income streams, which would be accessible. And I also want to add off script, that it's not intended to be owned by Stage South. From all of the group that we have been working with, we're the only group that isn't directly connected to a venue and advocating for their venue. Our remit is the sustainability of professional theatre in the South. And then finally, we also have submitted that the 231 Stewart Street should be sold. The old Fortune Theatre building, it means a lot to a lot of people, but it has the problems of an old infrastructure, and we recognise that. So we are recommending that that should be sold, and that the profits, importantly, from that sale should be ring-fenced for further theatre performance infrastructure. And we propose that because that is a Heritage Grade 1 building that is looking to be sold, it's appropriate that that funding should be ring-fenced to sort of further the future of another Heritage Grade 1 building, which is the Athenaeum. So it would seem to be a viable, exciting option for that money to go towards the future for the Athenaeum to provide for the performing arts in our community. And we also submit that if the Sammy's building is not going to be developed into a music venue or a hub, I mean, we're not sure what's happening with that, but if it does end up getting sold, then that the cash inflow from that should be possibly directed into the proposed music venue for the Athenaeum basement. So basically kind of cashing in some of the old assets to ensure that the ones that you want to keep are going to be sustainable.
Thank you.
So we have six councillors with questions, so we'll need to be concise with the questions and the answers if we're to get through them. We have Councillor Walker, followed by Councillors Houlihan, Van der Vis, Gary, Gilbert and O'Malley. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Karen and Rosella, never easy following kids, eh? Excellent submission that echoes much of what's been fed back to us. 2-part question. You, like many of others, have mentioned the Mayfair and why it should not now be included, so a little bit of commentary on that. And also, as we move through this process, in terms of the 17.1 million that we have taken out, is there a sense now, because of our dilly-dallying, that 17.1 in itself has become very watered down?
In terms of the Mayfair, just like we would love to have the fortune. We can't, and there's a new reality, especially since COVID, on how things work, and we recognise that. I think our remit, our feeling with our statement of intent, etc., is that we must work together now. We're not, unfortunately, Christchurch. We're not going to get a court theatre. What we need is a theatre that everybody can use, a theatre that's accessible, that's 21st century, that is multiple streams of income that we can all use. It will have to be worked very carefully between all of us, but we can do that because we understand that we have to. So that's our feeling. What was the other one? 17.1 billion. Look, that's what you had in the budget. That's what we worked to. That's where we went, because originally, of course, the 17.1 was for one venue. So that's when we worked together and worked out how much we would actually need in order to get, if this is cornerstone funding only, that we could then apply for other funding.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you for your time and coming in to do your submission. Because we initially had the 17.1 million in there in our budgets and it was labelled for professional theatre, do you feel like some speakers have said they feel betrayed that that's disappeared? Do you feel like we've handled that well, and what do you think we could do better?
No, you haven't handled it well. I mean, that's how we feel. Like, I guess one of the things was that we were working so diligently, and Stage South itself has worked now, as I said, since 2018. We worked with you guys and in Creative New Zealand on the Charcoal Blue report, and then it was just like gone. And we heard that a lot of people didn't like it. Well, that's not our problem. We worked on that for nothing. And then we continued working on it, and when we were able to work with the Dunedin Theatre Network and the Regent, we then worked again to provide you guys with exactly what you asked for. So we do feel betrayed a little bit, because it seemed to us that at the same time that as we were working, the money was gone and we didn't even know. So, and I mean, now that's all we're asking for. We're not asking you to actually build the whole thing. We're just going, just give us some money so that we can get other money. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vandervis.
Of the Mayfair, you say it is inherently unworkable for modern theatre with its strong colonial flavour and lack of community space actively excludes Maori and Pacifica performance. And then you go on to say that the Mayfair Trust, who have been doing an enormous range of things there for many years, doesn't have the organisational expertise to develop their venue in a way that allows a sound professional theatre business plan. What would it take for the Mayfair Trust to get this organisational expertise that you say is lacking?
It's a great question. It's complicated, but in simple forms, I assume, obviously you've probably read that thing in the ODT, and when we were meeting without DCC representatives, which there have been, I don't know, but like a lot of meetings with all the Dunedin Theatre Network, the Regent, us, the Playhouse and Athenaeum, the Mayfair didn't come to a single one of those meetings. They only came to meetings when there was a DCC representative. They did not send apologies and they didn't ask for notes. They didn't engage at all. The only time they have come to the table is when Jeanette was at the table to kind of advocate for getting the money for their venue. So one of the things that I would have liked to have seen and would need to see is just coming to the table and talking to the professional practitioners about what it is that they need from a venue. And we were waiting for quite a long time to get back the Dunedin Theatre Network plans from all of the, they took their money and they came back with the plans for the new build. And there was a long time where I sat in a room with Jeanette from the DCC and she looked at us and said, well, if the Mayfair can come up with a plan inside there that will work for everything that your community has said they need, a flexible, modern 21st century space and all the other stuff that people have said they need, would you be happy with that? And I was like, hell yeah, I don't care where it is. I've got no problem with the Mayfair. It's a beautiful old building, but it's inherently limited in its heritage envelope, you know. And we were waiting to see what those plans would be, and when they came back, it was just what they already have, but fixed. And what they already have is really limited for modern work. It just is. And if you want to invest in 19th century theatre infrastructure, then you need to change your strategy, because your strategy is about having a 21st century forward-looking city. If you want to follow Oamaru and put all your eggs in a heritage basket and do like heritage theatre that is like musicals and vaudeville and those sorts of things, that could actually work as a tourism strategy, but that's not the strategy you have. You've tasked us with working with your Aratoi strategy, and that's what we're trying to do. And I don't think that the Mayfair has any real interest in, you know, they love their building as it is, and that's what they want. And that's understandable, but it's not workable.
Thank you for your submission. That's very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have the Regent Theatre.
Mr. Mayor, I'll sit around the table because I sat back on the discussions on this.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Sarah Anderson. I am the Director of the Regent Theatre, and I'm here today to talk to you about the creative vision of our Stage on a Stage project. An initiative that not only honours Dunedin's vibrant cultural history, but also lays the foundation for a more inclusive, accessible and dynamic future for the performing arts in our city. The Regent Theatre Trust of Otago, as proud kaitiaki of one of New Zealand's most iconic performing arts venues, welcome this chance to contribute to the draft 9-year plan and to speak directly in support of a project that we believe is pivotal to the future of our city's cultural landscape, the Stage on a Stage initiative. The Regent Theatre has served as a cornerstone of Dunedin's cultural life for nearly a century. The Stage on a Stage project is a practical and visionary step forward, a reimagining of sorts. It's a smart, scalable solution, a new 300 to 350 seat venue housed within our existing footprint, using modular and raked seating to create a flexible space for small to medium sized performances, supported by our established infrastructure and amenities. This project enhances the functionality of a heritage space, increasing its use and relevance without compromising its historic value. This is not just about seating, rises and lighting though, it's about opportunity. It's about enabling our artists and audiences to connect and experience the performing arts to the same extent that is available in other main centres, even within the current compromised fiscal landscape. In fact, it is a creative solution to that very thing. It is about drawing audiences back into our city centre and ensuring our arts infrastructure supports rather than constrains the incredible creative energy we know exists in Ōtepoti. It is a very Dunedin solution. This project meets an immediate and urgent need for a flexible mid-size venue that can appropriately fill the growing gap between the city's large-scale and small-scale theatre options. It builds on strong existing partnerships and aligns with the Council's strategic goals of supporting a creative and vibrant city, stimulating economic activity, promoting environmental sustainability, and improving community wellbeing. Our budget is responsible, accessible and targeted. We are seeking 1.4 million in CapEx funding from Council, a sum that will unlock the full 1.7 million required, thanks to an initial $50,000 commitment from our own fundraising towards the project's ongoing OPEX needs, which will be further developed via a planned national campaign led by our patron Jennifer Wood-Leland. In conclusion, Stage on a Stage is ready to go. It's supported, it's needed, it's an accessible solution, and it's aligned with the very values and objectives this 9-year plan aspires to achieve, and it is a prudent investment in an existing civic asset. I urge Council to seize this opportunity to invest meaningfully in the future of the performing arts in Dunedin through allocating the requested funding to support the delivery of the Regent Stage on a Stage project as soon as possible, and demonstrate its commitment to a thriving, inclusive and future-facing creative cultural life here in Dunedin. We welcome any opportunity to answer questions or provide further detail on this exciting initiative, one stage at a time. Coupled with this, the Regent Theatre would also like to reconfirm its support for the following. We join our partners across the city in strongly urging Council to reinstate the $17.1 million capital expenditure budget for performing arts venues that was previously included in the long-term planning but is now omitted in the current draft. We advocate for ongoing and increased support to ensure that the Playhouse Theatre can continue delivering its invaluable work. We strongly support the recommendation of the city's performing arts group comprised of the Regent Theatre, Stage South, the Playhouse Theatre and Athenaeum that Council partner with the sector to create and adopt an Ōtepoti Theatre action plan. We support the sale of 231 Stewart Street and recommendation that the proceeds be allocated towards meeting the goals of the Ōtepoti Theatre action plan. Ngā mihi nui.
Okay, we have some questions. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. Just some clarification over the budget. In your submission, you say the total capex is 1.6, and in that you requested 1.3, and then today you've requested 1.4. So I'm just trying to get a handle on actually what's the number.
It's 1.7. I'm very sorry about that. There was a typo on my part. If you added up the capital expenditure points in the original document, it was, yeah.
So it's 1.7 you're asking from Council? No, 1.4.
Sorry, 1.4.
Okay, Councillor Mayhem.
Morena, thank you for your presentation and the very high calibre of letters of support. I met with you and went over some of the stage on a stage designs, and if I remember rightly, there's a need to borrow a little bit of car park space from the next door, is that right?
Yes, so the issue over time has been storage of equipment for the theatre because we use every millimetre of the current envelope. With the construction of the parking building behind the theatre, which backs onto our stage house and our loading dock runs through, there was an opportunity to look at repurposing a small portion of that car parking building. I think it's approximately 4 or 5 parks that run along the back of the theatre stage house currently. So there's an opportunity without much work needed to be able to create a storage unit that would be accessible through our loading dock and that driveway that runs through the car park building currently. I think that's included in the budget there as well. I've spoken to Anna Nielsen about the practicalities of achieving that as well. Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Ackland.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This stage on a stage project, I assume it's sort of a similar sort of thing to when you had events at the Regent whereby you've had tables and chairs, etc. on the stage and you've put another stage in and it's been sort of like a gala dinner type of thing. Is this a similar sort of thing whereby instead of the tables and chairs, it's using that space as a blank canvas and putting in everything temporary? So the stage, the seating and so on, that everything is going in to use that main stage space as this project?
In a sense, I guess. So the footprint of the venue effectively becomes, the stage becomes the footprint of the venue. So we would erect rate seating, which is constructed through using risers and I guess scaffolding equipment, similar to the setup in the Q Theatre currently in its loft. I think those are the images that are within the submission that I've given you. And the footprint of the stage itself available for performance and the staging needs would be dependent on the size of the audience and the configuration of the particular production. So the venue would be the footprint of the stage and the setup would be dependent on the production that was utilising it. So we would make full use of our existing infrastructure with the lines and the counterweights and the lighting, but the additional seating and risers would be removable.
just a quick follow-up to that. So there's a lot of work to set it up like that, and obviously the theatre can't be used at all when you're using it like this. How does the costing work when it comes to, even if I'm sure you'd know the costings, to the extent of, how much per person it's going to be? Because to me it seems like it's, for only a maximum of 350 people when you can normally hold 1,600, 1,700. To do all that work to set it up, how's that going to work price-wise or costing-wise for the user?
Obviously, we won't be looking at a return similar to what we would obviously achieve within a 1,600 seat capacity. The idea of doing this isn't so much about making profit, it's about making a sustainable offering to within our ecosystem. So the OPEX budget that we've set, which is initially the contribution from fundraising of $50,000, is enough to be able to offset the crew and the labour needs to be able to flip the theatre from effectively a 1,600 seat theatre to a 300 seat theatre, and provide it as an opportunity that isn't dependent on the same, funding matrix as our large auditorium. The OPEX fundraising project that Jennifer Ward-Leland is kindly agreed to be the patron of will generate the funds to be able to ensure that the smaller seating capacity is accessible on a price point for our community groups, as well as larger commercial touring companies that put on mid-sized theatre works. Yeah.
Right. Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you.
Now next we have Deb Fraser. Yes, there we go. Deb Fraser from Community Mirror Services.
Morena.
Hello.
Kia ora koutou, ko Deb Fraser, Komini Takawinga, Kaitiaki Whakaata Tohu Tohu and co-chair for the Youth Hub Initiative. Thank you for your time this morning. I'm here representing a number of organisations. We've got about 15 leads within community organisations and interested parties to the Youth Hub Initiative. We're saying if not now, then when? It's about time that we actually put some dedicated resources into developing a youth hub. And it's not about replacing what youth services we have already, it's about bringing them together and having more of a collaboration or more of a space that provides what's required for young people in the modern world that we live in. So we know that young people to thrive need purpose and belonging. And the Youth Hub is about, one, having access to health and wellbeing services, but social service providers, government departments, I suppose recreational activities, and engaging in interests that they particularly are keen on. We want to ensure that young people keep engaged. We know that education is a significant issue at the moment for young people in terms of if they don't remain engaged in education, they are less likely to be productive members of our society. So we want to ensure that we have access to engaging them in education through that initiative. And I suppose what our view is that actually, as a council, we haven't committed to building on what is required for young people, and there has been no serious investment into providing. I think 36% of our population is under 25 in Dunedin, and we haven't really put into our young people the investment that's needed from a city perspective. This isn't about the DCC doing the work, it's about enabling the community to provide this, but putting some investment in place. And we do think that there has been an overestimated cost of refurbishing the playgrounds that could be recommitted to assisting with establishing a youth hub. We are one of the few cities and towns that has such a site for young people, and so we are really quite lacking and behind in terms of what's required in terms of youth services. So I've outlined what we think is important in this. We're asking for some dedicated resource for the development of the youth hub. We want this in the long-term plan because we know this is going to take a long term to get up and running. We want to see a commitment to include locating of council-owned land or suitable council-owned property to develop a dedicated hub. And it is to ensure that it's accessible, so it does have to be in a site that's appropriate for young people. It has to be welcoming, it has to be fit for purpose. Within the we've drawn from this, and why I say if not now then when, is because we've talked about this for years, and we've had a lot of reports that indicate that this is what has been identified as needed, as well as young people identifying it themselves. And I guess the Youth Action Committee and the council has actually outlined this as being a priority for them as well. So it is a partnership amongst all of the key stakeholders that are involved. We want to ensure that the council is committing to youth wellbeing and that it does take into consideration what that means from a future planning process and decision. And I think the other bit we wanted just to ensure that, that there is, I suppose, enabling that project to go ahead, that the council has a number of levers to assist with being able to provide us with being able to go on and establish this. We know there's a significant fundraising commitment that we need to undertake. Yep.
Thank you. We have questions. Firstly, Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Deb. Reading, excellent submission, by the way. Reading it, what came through for me was there was lots of requests, which suggests there's lots of gaps currently. So my question is that unique to Ōtepoti, or is that a national problem? And if not, what are the examples we should aspire to elsewhere?
Yeah, it's been a national issue. I mean, I think there have been a number of youth one-stop shops developed. Even Invercargill has its own youth one-stop shop. But Ōtautahi, Christchurch, has recently opened, under Dr Sue Bagshaw's watch, a youth hub that took probably 15 years to get established. So I think the earthquake situation enabled them to actually make the changes that were needed to make. But there are youth hubs and one-stop shops across the country, and we are falling behind. Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Ms Fraser, for your pragmatic approach. I just wanted to understand, because a number of us were up at the Southern Youth Development Hub, and I'm assuming because that's not centrally located, that wouldn't work as a place. But how does this differ from the likes of yours? We've got some of these slightly partly appropriate solutions. How does it fit with that?
Yeah, so as we said, it's not replacing any of the organisations, but it's about establishing a collaborative approach. So it's about bringing in Southern Youth Development, say, into that hub. They might have one or two workers based there at a certain time to further the aspirations of their own trust. So your Otago Youth Wellness, the primary health services, say Ministry of Education, right through to Adventure Development, all want to see, actually, because when we work together, we get much better results and we can provide much more seamless services rather than bits or parts of the puzzle. And actually, bringing the resources together makes so much more sense too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Kia ora, Debs. Thanks for coming to speak to us. In your 30 years of experience, has Ōtepoti ever done this well? Was there a moment in time where we really were uplifting our rangataki?
I think as a community, we've really aspired to try and meet the needs of young people, but from a city council perspective, I think it's been lacking, particularly in this area. And I think the development of the Youth Action Committee, the Youth Committee has, because I was there at the beginning of that, the very beginnings of that back in 1995, and it's great to see some of the attempts that have been made under that. However, as far as enabling us to provide what's needed, I don't think so. And I think we've all worked incredibly hard to try and provide what's needed to young people, but never quite have the resourcing to get to the level that's required.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Just looking at the Young Person Strategy Implementation Plan from 2007, is it time to, other groups have come and asked us for an action plan, is it time to actually create a youth action plan to put some of what you've suggested in it and fund that as well? So there's two questions in there, I'm sneaking one in at the end. Is it time to have an action plan, and exactly how much money are you asking for? Oh, you need to push the button.
Microphone.
Sorry, to answer your first question, I think action plans give us a steer on where we're going, and we can, as a community, align to what it is the council's action plan is, and obviously would have input into that. But it gives a strong signal that the council is committed to improving the community in whatever way it needs to for young people, and there's a strong commitment there, and to get results. The second part of your question was how much money. I think we've put in for $30,000 per year to help with lead the development, like 10 hours a week for the development of that initiative. And then we've said, actually, we want you to free up some land and or building and, give us a long-term lease. And I suppose the other thing is, if it is that we are going to be doing a purpose-built build, then there would be a request for significant capital for that build. Yep.
Great. Thank you very much, and thank you for your submission.
Cool. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, councillors, we've got 3 minutes for a cup of tea. Before the next submitter, who's here, Mr. Matthew Jinks, at 10:30. So, 3 minutes. All in favour, say aye. Aye. Against? Let's go. Then please be back in 3 minutes. and it'll be clear.
Kia ora koutou. My name is Matthew Jenks. I've been a resident of Dunedin of Otepoti for 18 years. And I work at the hospital. I'm passionate about the role transport can play in improving our lives, and I would like to focus on this aspect of the 9-year plan. Firstly, I want to say a big thank you for having me, give me some time to speak today. So there's lots of great stuff. I've read through the plan. There's lots of great stuff in the preamble about walking, safety, cycling, climate change and mode shift. But when you read through the plan, there's almost no substance about how to deliver on these issues. We need to challenge car dependency in our city. The best cities in the world are doing this. They're going down this route, and we should too. It will result in a city that is less congested, easier to get around, a city with clean air, active citizens and safer streets. It will be a city that is vibrant and livable. Not only this, but it will be better for those of us who drive cars. The solution is to deliver better options for walking, cycling and public transport in the 9-year plan. What I think should happen is we need to finish the work already started on a strategic cycle network so we know what we need and where we need it. And we need to make this affordable, and we can do this by implementing it at the same time as road renewals, leveraging off the $380 million that we're allocating for road renewals. We also need to deliver on 3 key projects. These are to link the harbour to the city with a bridge for people who walk and cycle from the harbour path to Queen's Garden. This will not only improve a key commuter route and provide a crucial link over a railway and 2 state highways for people who want to walk and bike. It will also facilitate the development of the harbour as a key destination for the city. We need to finish the Albany Street Connection project from West Harbour Path to the university, city and hospital. Again, a key link to those key destinations for people in the West Harbour. From year 1, we need to fund the Dunedin Tunnels Trail project. This has massive tourism potential when it links up to the Central Otago trails, and it will also provide a key commuter route for those who live out Mosgiel Way. We need to collaborate with the ORC to improve our public transport as well, in particular the Princess Street Bus Priority Project and the Mosgiel Park and Ride. We need to fund the Zero Carbon Plan, included in which are many of the transport actions outlined. As well as leveraging off the road renewals budget, we can make this affordable by reallocating existing space from cars, employing tried and tested techniques such as road diets, removing free car storage, otherwise known as on-street parking, and strategic use of bollards and one-waying. We need to charge tourists for entry to our museums. We need to incrementally increase car parking charges. We need to reallocate the budget for grass verge maintenance, consider increasing landfill charges, and we also need to charge developers for the externalities of suburban sprawl through the Development Contributions Policy Plan. I believe we can have one of the world's great small cities, but only if we are brave and challenge the status quo of car dependency and provide safe, sustainable, healthy, and importantly, equitable transport options for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. We have some questions. Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks for your submission. The bridge over the railway line, the original one was proposed, architectural bridge, quite expensive and quite extensive. Would you want that, or are you looking for, rather than nothing, something which was a utilitarian and did the job? I mean, wouldn't be ugly.
I think I would be happy with something that did the job. I mean, the beauty is in the city and the harbour, really. If we had a bridge that was fit for purpose, linking up the city to the harbour, and the beauty is in the harbour itself.
Thank you. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Further to that, thanks for re-enlivening the issue that we've not been funding around a bridge of some kind. You identify the blockage provided by the highway as well. So in your view, irrespective of design issues, we should confront the issue with a bridge that goes all the way both across the railway line and the Highway South into Queen's Gardens?
I haven't looked at detailed design options for that, but as my wife and I both commute to work via the Portsmouth Drive, and when you get to the Harbour Arterial bypass, it is very difficult to cross. And when then you have to negotiate two state highways, two one-ways, part of State Highway 1 to get to the hospital. So it is really problematic, and the key reason we have continuing low numbers of people cycling is those key connections. You can have a nice path for a significant portion of your journey, but then you get to a hazardous crossing like that, and you are stuck, and that puts off people going. You can build a beautiful road and have a river running through the middle of it. What, are you going to expect people to push their cars across the river or drive their cars across the river? No, you have to put a bridge over it. We need to have connections over those bits of our city that are really hard and unsafe to traverse, and that will be up for the engineers to look at exactly what is the best way to do that.
Thank you, Councillor Mayhem.
Kia ora, Mr. Jenks. Thank you for your submission. Love the idea of a bridge. If we couldn't afford a bridge straight away, do you think in your commute, riding along Portsmouth Drive, would you ride all the way to the stadium and get off there and ride up Albany Street and back to the hospital if the Albany Street connection existed?
That's a good question, and what you'll find in cycling and any commute really is this thing called desire lines. People will follow their desire lines. They will go the most efficient way, and sometimes that might not be the safest way, but they'll use the most efficient way. So that is quite a big detour to get all the way up there, a significant detour, and I think that would put the majority of people off that. So no, I do think you need both the Albany Street connection and a bridge. Also, it will open up the harbour as a destination, so not just for commuters, but as a destination for people from the city to the harbour.
Thank you, Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Thankfully, one of my questions has been asked and answered, but another one is, on your commute along Portsmouth Drive, I don't know if you do go past, but if you do go past the Shaw Street crossing there, it has been raised that that is quite an unsafe crossing, and you take life in hands when you're crossing it as a cyclist or a pedestrian crossing over Portsmouth Drive to get to the cycle lane. Would you consider either a change there, or would you prefer to continue down on the left a little bit as if you're going towards Edgar Centre on the Edgar Centre side and cross over later? Which of those two?
That's a really good question. I'm glad you raised that, because that is a key part of the connection that is extremely difficult to get across, particularly at rush hour, and puts off the vast majority, except for extremely confident cyclists. A couple of things. The Edgar Centre is very popular for students coming from a number of the schools in the south of the city. So if there was an option that was safe for them to get up that side of Portsmouth Drive to the Edgar Centre and then have a crossing across. In particular, again, it's all about the connections. So the last bit, that crossing of the road, I can't remember the name of it, to get to the Edgar Centre would need to be improved, perhaps with a level crossing, curb build-outs and a centre island. We would see a whole lot of kids heading from those schools on bike to the Edgar Centre. So I think that's one option that's really worth exploring, but equally a crossing further down at Portobello Road by Shaw Street would be another good option.
Great. Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you very much.
So next we have Kate Wilson via Zoom. I hope. We're there? Yes, we are.
Kia ora. Is it all good to go?
Yes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking on two matters today. One on private, it's on the Middlemarch development contributions for wastewater. And I'll do that one first. I'd like to acknowledge the ODT who highlighted this as an issue. If it hadn't been for them, no one would have known that there was a 408% increase in the development contributions for the wastewater proposed, because no staff member and no councillor had bothered to tell the Strath Taieri Community Board or any members of the Community Board that it was in the plan. And until I made some inquiries having read that, it wasn't even obvious in the website. I've sent a link, and the GSOs have sent it around to you all. There's a link on the Middlemarch, on the DCC wastewater Middlemarch that date suggests that it's updated in March 2025, but the details in there, and you need to push one of the plus signs to get it, talks about August 2021 and going for a new consent. It has been torturous over 3 weeks trying to connect with DCC staff to see why this was being generated. Some of us have understood that there were capacity for another 200 houses to be connected to the wastewater system, and yet it's only being given to 24 equivalent household units, or it's that's what's driving it. The response I got from the Three Waters when I finally got through to the right people was that the ORC was requiring an upgrade, the system wasn't working now, and that it was for 24 houses instead of 200, which we understood was the capacity still to be filled. I can assure you I'm in a privileged position, and probably was rather harsh on our council staff when I asked them why we were requiring the DCC to do that. I've been told that there hasn't been any communication between the DCC and the ORC on this upgrade for some years, and that it is, as we know, a rather fluid position, Three Waters, and that isn't the case. I also asked, I'd just like to acknowledge there are other opportunities that would come had there been a consultation with the community. It's odd that, and I know you've talked about the camper van discharge point that's on Browns Road, that is a DCC asset, and I was involved in council when that happened. That is a free service that we give to people, yet we're looking at a 408% increase to houses for a similar discharge, and we've got a huge extent of septic tanks that need to be cleaned out regularly, 3 to 5 years, that has to be carted all the way down to Dunedin at present, which could have been built into the system had there been a discussion with the local community, or could still be built into in the same way Steads are done, which is the stock truck effluent disposal fields. There are opportunities to reduce your carbon footprint, and yet we haven't had that opportunity as a discussion as a community. I just think that this could be done better, and I really don't think you're in a position to commit to this. I'd also like to say that it is really uncertain when and whose discretion the charges are set at. Is it at the time of subdivision, at the time of connection, or at the time of title? It's really unclear who has that discretion in the policy, and I think there needs some clarity about that if you're going to be doing this.
Thank you. You happy to have some questions?
I'm delighted if anyone wants to. I mean, I haven't gone into my submission about what it would do to the rural residential and the lack of protected waterways, water bore system. But yeah, happy to take any questions.
Councillor Houlihan has one.
Thank you. Hi, Kate. Thanks for submitting. Kia ora. Yeah, at the time I opposed the DCs increasing and raised some of these issues that you're talking about now. But do you think rather than just have it in the LTP, we should have done more than that, like gone to each community board or gone further? What do you think we should have done?
Look, my understanding from talking to staff is that that's exactly what they did in Wakawiti. There's been really constructive conversations with the community about what the problem is and why they're doing it. Look, I don't even understand the problem. There may be some consent issues, but I've also privileged to sit on a group that's looking at what are the real issues in the Taieri River as a whole. And I can tell you that when I raised, was it the only issue at the Sutton monitoring site is E. coli. It is definitely not coming from the DCC wastewater service. And so I'm not quite sure what problem you're trying to fix. The lack of data available to me to even approach this is because I can't find it on the website. I couldn't get it from the staff. I'm sorry, it is totally undercooked. You need to come out and talk to the community, talk about the opportunities, and actually, but first, identify the issue, the problem, and come up with a myriad of solutions.
Yeah.
Right, thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thanks, Kate. Just quickly, two questions. One is, from what you said, are there houses within the Middlemarch Township that have septic tanks that are not hooked up to the wastewater system?
No, they can't. They can't in the reticulated service. You can't have a septic tank. But what you're going to do is move the development. This is such a high. I mean, this is the cost of a section in Middlemarch. It will make people move to the rural residential zone, which is this huge capacity, put in a septic tank that's not a reticulated area, and that will put at risk, much greater risk, the bore water network that every house in Middlemarch uses. And that's the quandary. You're increasing the risk of a water supply issue because we don't have reticulated water in the Middlemarch community.
So when you spoke earlier, if I may, Mr. Mayor, you said that if there'd been some consultation, then you could connect in some of those on septic tanks. So I thought there must have been some in the township.
Oh, no, sorry, apologies. People like us in rural zones do have septic tanks which need to be cleaned out and serviced. At the moment, to do that, I have to pay for it to be transported all the way down and connected up to Tahuna. If this had been a discussion in the community, one of the solutions may have been that you get a connection in here. I pay instead of to Tahuna for this service, which would reduce your, it would take some of that capacity, and we would be paying for that as rural landowners, but it means that our septic tank clearing isn't carted all the way down to Dunedin. It's much lower carbon emissions on that, and that's what I was trying to articulate. You know, and a truck coming up and being able to do that instead of having to take it all the way to Dunedin is far more efficient and effective. We can't do that at the moment.
Right, thank you. We appear to have exhausted questions.
Can I just ask one more question, Kate? How many new, say in the last 3 years, how many new houses or subdivisions has there been in Middlemarch?
There's been quite a few subdivisions. I'm not quite sure if they're all through with titles. And I'm talking probably about 10 sections. I know 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, I think. Okay. And new houses in the last 5 years, 8.
Great, thank you, Kate.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Ulan.
Thank you. Kate, just to clarify again, that increase in DC that's proposed, just to clarify what you said before, are you saying that that increase at the moment that's proposed would be putting about the cost of a whole section on a development per house?
Yeah, I think if you look at the QVs of sections, so I don't even know if QV is the term anymore, in Middlemarch, they vary between $40,000 and $50,000 per section.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we've covered the questions on that area, and now you're going to move into your Rail Trail Trust submission.
Changing hats, I'm now speaking as the chair of Otago Central Rail Trail Trust. Look, we've always wanted there to be a much better connection between Middlemarch and Dunedin, but it has to be intuitive, affordable, and safe for our cyclists. We know that between 12 and 16,000 people do the rail trail every year. At one point in the heyday, where there was a very good connection, 8,000 of those people were making it to the CBD. That isn't happening now. It isn't a good connection. But people are extending their holidays. New Zealand cycle trails are absolutely adamant that the government wants them to double the economic benefits. That's taking it from $1 billion to $2 billion. One of those ways is extending the rides. You have got one amazing asset that people in Sydney have been reading about around the harbour, but it's disconnected to every other New Zealand cycle trail. One of the ways, and I'm totally, and the Otago Central Rail Trail are very supportive of the Dunedin Tunnels project, and I am a trustee of that as well. But one of the ways is to get the train connection from Pukerangi to Dunedin to be a better connection to the Otago Central Rail Trail. Otherwise, we will be losing out. Some of you will know this book. I hope you've all read it. It's about the history of Dunedin, in part. The Otago Central Railway, it's called Over the Garden Wall. many years ago in Vincent Pike, when he came up with that term, it was about getting the garden was the central otago. At the moment, the wall is the Pukerangi Hill. Riding from Middlemarch to Pukerangi is not an easy thing for the general rider because of one hill. My suggestion is, or the Trust's suggestion is, that we need to make that connectivity better. And I've sent some photos through to you. There's a huge amount of land in the railway corridor. I've walked it thanks to getting access rights from Dunedin Railways. They know what I'm doing. It would cost in the vicinity of 20,000 per kilometre to put a trail in. It's very doable. One of the adjoining landowners is happy to have a discussion where it is too narrow to get to have, and there's only one other landowner affected, where there are some pinch points. That would make a much better connection and support the Dunedin Railways with a very solid number of people being able to do it. How you do it is whether you direct them or whether you fund them to do it. I'm not sure. I've given you a photo of the Repertory building. It's exciting. It's a really sad case. The heritage assets on the Dunedin Railways are not being maintained, and they need to be invested in. That's a really good job to do with the community. And I have to say, as I walked it, again, I've sent you photos, the gorse and broom, your responsibilities as a good neighbour, and there are no other gorse and broom in that area, is to get in control of that. Make sure your investments, when you're saying that it's only going to cost, or only if that's what you want to say, $2 million a year, is invested not just in rails, but in actually maintaining the assets that you've got, both heritage and land. And that's that gorse and broom would be certainly well looked after if you put a track in there.
Fantastic. Questions, Councillor Houlihan?
How easy has it been to communicate with Kiwi Rail, and have they charged you to do that by any chance?
So it's not Kiwi Rail, it's Dunedin Rail.
Dunedin Rail. Oh, for us. Right.
Yes,
okay. So you haven't...
That line is NZR leased to the DCC. It is
I know
no
that.
Kiwi Rail.
But you haven't had any Kiwi Rail dealings?
I do in my other life as a Regional Land Transport Committee member, but that's a totally different life.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. And Kate, you say it would cost roughly 20,000 per kilometre. I think that's what you just said.
Look, I'm working that on numbers that I'm privileged to know about Dunedin Tunnels Trails Trust. It's a very similar environment.
Excellent. So that's where you're getting that information from in terms of the work that's been previously done. So we know that 20K is roughly accurate.
Yep. Yes, there's one pinch point on. I think it'd be possibly cheaper. Some of it's hard rock and it wouldn't need any surface work.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
My question was Councillor Gilbert, so I thought 20K was rather steep unless you were gold plating the path. So you're not talking about a Heartland gravel track, or I mean, that's per kilometre. I thought the average was 2,000 or 3,000.
Look, there's some fencing work that would be required, and some. I'd rather be honest. There's also one bridge at Sutton that would need some side rails on it, or an alternative boardwalk. I haven't been able to. I actually did do some drone footage that I would have shared, but I've got some technical issues in my ability to download video, so I can't share it. And but I think dealing with you all is probably better that you direct Dunedin Railways to work with us to do that connection as a community, rather than us engineering the answers around this table.
Yep. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thanks, Kate. So according to the map that you supplied, so that distance is about 13.4K. So we're talking less than 300 grand.
Oh, no. Sorry. That's the route right from Sutton. Sorry, the bit is the black line on the second map, and I think it's just under 5Ks.
Oh, okay, under 5Ks. And all that land is owned by Dunedin Railway, all the land?
It's leased from New Zealand Railways.
Yes, under the lease agreement. Yeah.
But because there's a couple of gullies, there's a couple, I think it's 5 actually, 3 for one lender, two for another, that there'd possibly be better to go off track and round a gully rather than having to do what could be an expensive bridge work otherwise.
So you'd need easement from the landowners on those couple of gullies.
Yeah, and one was very clear when I first raised it. Sounded like a brilliant idea.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks, and kia ora, Kate. Surprised to see you in a car and not on a bike.
I'm about to go to a greenhouse gas meeting. That's why I've had to drive.
Yeah, whatever. Okay, your submission talks about easy connections that support the train service, and you allude to having simple, I think you said simple good policy around bikes on trains and one-way ticketing. Can you speak a wee bit to that, please?
Yes. So in the bad old days of just before the rundown of the hibernation, Dunedin. So there you have to have no, I'm not going to go there. You need to have a wagon to take bikes, or something attaching to the back of a carriage to take bikes. That's the first thing. And seriously, I think sometimes we over amp our expectations. I've been down the Wanganui River, and if anyone's where they put them on, and we've all seen the port ones, you can do that relatively simply. But you need capacity there. If you look at the Dunedin Railways, the one-way tickets are significantly greater than 50% of a two-way ticket. And if you're looking at trying to develop this as a two-way rather than just a one-way business, because getting people riding up as well as people riding down, I think there is room to move there. Some people will think that that's a fair pay, and compare it to people having to do the Clutha River at the Roxburgh Gorge at the moment. It is on the high end. Having said that, if anyone wanted to ride that route, they'd also understand how hard that ride would be otherwise.
Cool, thank you.
Great. Thank you. And thank you for your submission, Ms. Wilson.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Mr. Colin Brown of the Taieri Trails Group.
Councillors, running
Brown.
to time?
Yes.
Great.
You had 5 minutes. Where you go?
Okay, so first of all, just very brief comment around the Three Waters part of my submission, which I'm putting, that's me individually, just commenting that my preference would be around the idea of a separate entity. Having listened to Alan Sutherland being interviewed by Catherine Ryan on radio a couple of years ago, we need to have those water assets in long-term, long-thinking management, would be my view. But I'm not going to die in a ditch about that, so park that to one side. Let's move on to cycle trails. So you heard from Jeff Gabbaty's last week around some of the numbers being generated elsewhere in New Zealand from cycle trails, cycle tourism. And Kate's just mentioned there, the desire to shift from $1 billion to $2 billion worth of revenue being generated from cycle tourism and cycle activities. So you already intuitively know that it is a case of if you build it, they will come. Because we've seen that happening elsewhere. We're seeing it happening in Lawrence right now. We're seeing it happening in Milton. We're seeing it happening through the whole of Central Otago. We're seeing how in Queenstown Lakes, cycling is second only now to skiing in terms of contribution to GDP. So we know intuitively that cycling generates increased business activity and revenue. And one of the nice things about building a cycle trail is it's a permanent asset that generates revenue. You spend the money once, and after that there is a return to ratepayers from the activity being generated. But we already know that. Intuitively, we're seeing that elsewhere. So I just want to say that one of the other things, or one of the other comments I want to make is that councils don't build cycle trails, if you look through the rest of New Zealand. Community trusts build cycleways, because you get people like myself and others that put an awful lot of work into voluntary work into making it happen. You get goodwill donations from local local businesses around donating metal a lot cheaper. You get volunteer inputs, and that's why cycleways right around New Zealand are successfully being built by trusts, because they actually can leverage what money they get. They can leverage grants, they can leverage intake. The other nice thing about when you actually build, say, a block of cycleway or something like that, it might take 18 months to build. But from a funding point of view, particularly if you're a council, that's spread over 3 years, because you can do it over 3 revenue years. And so I know, and it comes up time and time again, the concern about trying to keep rates under control and capital investment and that trade-off. And you're the guys that are having to make that juggle. But I want to live in a town, in a city, in a location where in future that ratepayer base is stronger and more financial and financially viable and stable and profitable, because the city invested wisely in the past in assets that actually generate revenue for the ratepayers in future. So I want to conclude by saying that I think that the Dunedin Tracks and Trails Trust that are asking for some money to fund an economic analysis, I don't think that's needed for you guys. Maybe it's needed for your staff, because they've got to put all the detail in behind the actual numbers that go to justify what you do in your 9-year plan and in your annual plan. So yes, the analysis to generate that. But I'm going to suggest that if this council was bold enough to put $2 million a year to the trust and let them leverage that, in 5 or 6 years' time, this city would be humming and starting to look like Rotorua and Queenstown and other places in terms of people coming here to go cycling and enjoying what we've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks, Colin, and thanks for your continued passion. If I'm allowed, I've got 2 questions. You mentioned Queenstown, which I certainly visited recently and cycle lots in. In terms of connecting to the wider Otago region, particularly its massively increasing amount of cycle trails, do you think at the moment Dunedin is fulfilling its part of the bargain in connecting to those incredible money-making assets?
No.
And if I'm allowed, my second question, in your submission, obviously you focus on the Mosgiel to Outram Trail, and you allude to the 8 landowners, and I know in the past, I don't want to get into the politics of it, there were some issues, and now you seem to have got those people on site, so can you just unpick that a wee bit?
New route.
Yeah, there were a small group of people that, for a whole host of reasons, created a little bit of strife. Not at the Mosgiel to Outram part of it, but it was more around the connection across the Taieri Plains, which would be stage 3. First stage, let's get Mosgiel to Outram built. Let's connect that to the Tunnels Trail. Let's get Waihola to Waipori finished, and then we can actually connect. Then we'll have people coming here, and then being not only, completing right through, because they can. They won't hop on a van at Waihola and go back to Queenstown or Wanaka or Alexandria, wherever they're based from.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you. I wanted to know if this would surprise you, and it's in support of the comments you've made around, I think you said, build it and they'll come, and you talk about the increased business. Would it surprise you to know that this morning, when I called into the Duck at Macandrew Bay for my coffee, had a conversation with the owner who was too busy to put in a submission, and the port-to-port owner who was too busy to put in a submission, talked about the flourishing of their businesses because of people using, and in the Te Awa Otako case, it's a shared path, it's an add-on to a road safety project, but their businesses are flourishing. Would it surprise you to know that?
No, I've been there and I've seen it. And wouldn't it be nice if there were 3 other businesses in the same location equally flourishing, because there was 3 times as many people on that cycle path, because it's a continuation of when they started their journey in Queenstown a week earlier.
Very good. I think, any further questions? I think we've covered it. Well done. Thank you. And next we have Jen Rogers from the Valley Project. And welcome. You just press the button on the microphone. You have 5 minutes.
Kia ora koutou, Mr Mayor and councillors. Thanks for having me here today. I am Jen Rogers from the Valley Project, which is a place-based community group in North East Valley. And I'm here primarily today to talk to the grants review part of the 9-year plan. And first off, just want to say that we would really like to see the continuation of the Place-Based Community Fund for us, and I'll go into some detail about why that's really important in a moment. Would also like to see the continuation of the increases, the annual increases to that fund as well, not just for us, but also for the place-based groups that exist at the moment and for future groups as well. And I'd also like to say that I will be supporting the submissions, do support the submissions of the other place-based groups, and will be up here with Kirsten later on in support of that as well. But place-based groups like the Valley Project are an essential part of the on-the-ground work that support community building in Otipoti. It's all about empowering potential and possibility in local action. And it's about supporting Otipoti's social wellbeing strategy and Te Aotearoa strategy. And the delivery of our initiatives and events and services in our geographic area contribute to positive change that support these council strategies as well. In terms of social wellbeing, our initiatives foster a sense of belonging and support networks within the community, and these are crucial for mental and emotional health of the people in our area. We also create spaces where residents can come together, share experiences and build lasting relationships. We empower residents with skills and knowledge that help them enhance their ability to cope with economic challenges and build self-sufficiency. Our initiatives also include education and action for sustainable futures with local schools and community, do waste reduction actions, projects, and we support people with access to local health kai. This all contributes to a more environmentally conscious community and gives people opportunities to be connected with Papa Tuanuku and being active players and looking after her. We build strong networks and communication channels to enhance the community's ability to respond to emergencies, natural disasters and other crises. We do get the place-based grants funding annually at the moment, and this is really vital for our community development projects. To have this operational funding, which is for people instead of projects, is super, super helpful in terms of keeping the continuity of having people on the ground. We need someone to be able to coordinate and facilitate and hold space for the magic of the community to happen. We do have a lot of volunteers, but we do really need some people on the ground being paid to sort of support this. The community does see us as a vital sort of support network and link. We are present and proactive, and we can be consistent. We can show up for people. Okay. Okay, cool. We've got a growing sector of the community that rely on us for weekly and daily access to free kai. People come into our events and initiatives because they meet their needs, and they have been involved in developing these initiatives, and they want to contribute to the collective sense of community and environmental wellbeing. People use our spaces and our services because they are financially accessible for them. Cuts to funding mean that we will need to cut staff roles, and this will impact on those particular individuals and their families, and it will also impact on community members who will see less availability of our centre hours, less events and initiatives, and less capacity to meet the community needs. When you reduce capacity, it can take a while for these impacts to be seen, and even longer for these issues to be addressed if and when funding restarts. Kia ora.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you just talk a little bit about do you believe that community groups like yourself fill in a lot of those grassroots things, activities and services in our community that council just can't get to?
Thank you. Yes, I think the short answer is yes. There is a lot of work to be done in the space of community building and social wellbeing. There are things that the council can do and is doing, and there's things that place-based groups can do because they have those connections with the people. So I think it's very important to work in a partnership, work together, and there might be some initiatives that we do together, and there might be some things that we do that are separate, but they work towards the same outcomes and the same indicators.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Now you see why I was waving. Kia ora, Jen, and thanks for your mahi over at Valley Project. You said in your submission that place-based funding is more than just dollars. It's a commitment to well-being, resilience of the community, etc., etc. In the context of that, how disappointing and what effect has the pausing of the $30,000 annual increases to that fund had on you and other place-based groups throughout the city?
Yeah, we really rely on funding from a variety of different sources, including the Dunedin City Council. In terms of the operational funding, which allows us to pay for staff and overheads like electricity and things like that, heating. There is not very many opportunities for that. There's probably, say 3 that we can access across the country, which includes the Dunedin City Council one. So any cuts are significant, stressful for people who work there, and stressful for community members who are already facing quite a lot of other stress to do with cost of living and other bits and pieces in their lives, and so it does filter down, I think it's stressful. It means we can't plan as many services or events. Just sort of that unknown is quite stressful too.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Asked and answered.
Councillor Barker.
Kia ora. As a member of the Grant Subcommittee, we have a lot more groups applying to the pool for place-based funding. Some of them are also within community board areas, and I just wonder, have the place-based groups got together and had an overall strategy about where the place-based groups are so that they are serving, I guess, the communities of most need? Is there an overall strategy for that? Just so they're not competing with each other, which is sort of what happens.
Thanks. I'm not sure if the place-based groups could compete with each other because they are for a geographical area. But to answer the question about the strategy, no, we don't have an overall strategy. I guess I presume that new place-based groups pop up because there isn't one in that area, and that community is rallying and going, hey, we've got some resourcing and we've got some ideas and we've got some people that want to kind of lead this and jump on this now. I understand that, there's lots of different other interest groups as well that also need funding. Yep. I'm not sure if that answered your question.
No. No, that's it.
Yeah, I'll just follow that out. It's just that there's a pool and there's more groups coming in, so that means that possibly groups are getting less money. So I just wonder, overall, there's been talk of maybe having 3-year contracts, or how do we treat place-based groups equally, I guess. It's probably a really big conundrum, which is probably why we're having a grants review.
I think with that if there is an annual increase, that would potentially help that problem, to allow things that cost more money over time, but also for more groups to be involved. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. And thank you for your submission.
You're welcome.
Next, we have Mr. Michael Waddell. Sorry, but yep. So you just you've got it.
Kia ora. Look, thank you for having the opportunity to speak today. Really, I'm speaking about the 9-year plan, obviously, and my main point really is I'm concerned about the $95 million that we are looking at allocating to build a new landfill. So I just sort of wonder why we're doing that when we already have actually access to a range of landfills. Not necessarily maybe within the region, but we do have them within Otago and Southland. So I'm here to actually wonder why we aren't actually considering that. $95 million is a lot of money. But if we were talking about technology or state of the art, handling, etc., I would say let's actually do that. But we're not. We're actually simply digging another hole. A hole that actually creates issues over a flight path, maximum 20 birds. Are we going to have to put up a net? Are we going to employ a shooter? What is it we're actually going to do? And it has a lot of community issues. And then what about the costing of the carbon emissions? For the first 6 years, you're actually going to be paying around about $4.6 million because of the gas containment capture that we actually have to have. So it's really, really important that we look at that. Where are we funding this from when maybe we just don't need to do this? And also I do acknowledge the sensitivity, the cultural sensitivity. But if you really, really take a very pure view, the reality is a lot of the products aren't even coming from the region of Otago. You look at your oil, you look at your batteries, you look at a whole range of actually products. They come into Otago, we then use them, and then we're going to throw them, we're going to bury them. There's a lot of places around the world that we look at this and say, well, how do we actually send them back? What do we do? How do we process them? I just think we've got to rethink, not do the same old, same old. And if we are saying no, we must retain our waste, are we then going to not allow others from out of region to actually use this landfill? And if we are, then how are we actually going to control, or how are we going to limit it? We have a waste minimisation strategy. So let's say we're putting 60,000 tonnes of waste into this new landfill. What happens if we reduce that by 30%? The cost per tonne is then surely going to increase. So something in my view, as a total layman, not knowing a hell of a lot about waste, but just sort of trying to think, well, what's going on here? So there just seems to be a reluctance to look outside our own region, and I think that's poor. And I would really, really want to encourage you to actually rethink, look at other opportunities. Where's the commercial model? Where is it? Where's the transparency that's actually been here? So, as a ratepayer, I'm not interested in subsidising this thing. We have to get rid of our waste, I acknowledge that, but we have alternatives. The time has come to look beyond our own region. The South Island's small, Otago Southland is even smaller. That we really do need to start to think about this. So I just really want to say, $95 million could well be spent in other ways. And we've heard reasons for it. Where is the community grants? Where's the cycle tracks, for instance? What else did I say here? Where's the wildlife hospital? Maybe it's there to actually repair the birds that actually shot because of out on the Taieri Plains there, or because of Smooth Hill. I mean, I just really think we need to stop and rethink. So in a nutshell, I'm just asking, stop, rethink. Have we really done the homework? Have we looked at a full commercial model? What did that tell us? And then what are the cost structures to that? We can control that. I mean, a decent contract we can control. So that is my story today. Thank you.
Thank you. We have questions. Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks for your presentation. I don't know if you're aware that a Class A landfill of the type that's been built at Smooth Hill does not have any birds at all, and I've been to visit the Cape Valley site to demonstrate that. There will be no birds at that landfill. Are you aware of that?
Microphone.
I've heard the contrary to that. So
I'm sure you have, but has that person gone and seen the exact same landfill that's being built, which has been in operation now for 15 years at Cape Valley and Christchurch, and has no seagulls at all? I've been there and seen it.
Sorry, microphone. According to viewers at home, and without the microphone.
Yes, no, I understand. According to my source that actually does build landfills, that's not what I have heard. But anyway, has Smooth Hill actually been developed?
The identical.
We'll just leave the question.
Yeah,
I mean,
the other question then I just have is,
yes.
We did cost out the costing of sending it to AB Lime, and it was not cost effective. Are you aware that that happened? That we have actually done almost everything that you said, why don't you do? It's already been done.
Well, it would be good then to be able to have that as a transparency. But I'm not that convinced that I think now it is probably cost effective. But let's have a look at the actual data. That would be really cool.
Thank you. Councillor Vandervis.
You've said that we should stop Smooth Hill. Have you considered, and what would your view be on delaying Smooth Hill and just seeing what sending our waste that isn't locally dealt with, and most of our waste is locally dealt with anyway, like 80% of the commercial stuff, it's all dealt with here. Just seeing what it would be like to, for a couple of years, to send it to AB Lime and look at the economics of it. Do you see a pause as an alternative to your proposal to just stop it?
100%.
100%. That would be, to me, the very first thing to do. Pause it. What are the opportunities? What are the options? Cost it out and go from there. I mean, we don't have to actually dig a new hole.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, just a question around the sense that comes to the submission that somehow this hasn't been thought about. Are you aware that the designations around the building of Smooth Hill go back to the late 80s, early 90s? This is not something that's just...
I'm not aware of that, but just because it happened then and may have thought it was a good idea in there, is it still a good idea? It is now 2025. The world has changed. You know, the technology has changed.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. Mike, you talked about the emissions coming from the Smooth Hill. Are you aware that after a couple of years they were about to start collecting gas, and a new modern landfill doesn't emit nearly as much as like of Green Island because there won't be the food waste? Are you aware of how the new modern landfills operate?
Yes, I am, but of course that is going to happen over a period of 6 years. So the gas capture, it'll take approximately 6 years to get down to a really, I suppose, a good level where the levies will be very low or even nil.
Yep. So, Councillor Walker. Yeah, Councillor Ulan.
Thank you. Could I ask who your sources are?
My sources are Dave Hannon, who's built a very large, non-consented, I might say, and it's a sad reflection when people are starting to laugh around the table. Where is the respect? where actually is the respect? I find that actually pretty appalling, that is done. So I've talked to him, I've actually talked to AB Lime, I've talked to a range of other people just to try. I mean, I know nothing actually other than what I've written here effectively about landfill. So it's just a case of trying to do my homework and find out. And then for people to start actually sort of laughing with a body language like that, that's not acceptable.
I think, Councillor O'Malley, very briefly, we've got 20 seconds.
You do understand that both the people you speak to have a fiduciary interest in making the contract go to them. Well,
they might, but okay, so what was put out to tender?
Yes, it has been out to tender. AB Lime has been talked to.
Yep. However, look, we don't. Thank you for coming and making a submission. The point of hearing these submissions is not to have a debate here. Anyway, but thank you very much for your time and bringing your submission to the table. Thank you. Now, next, we're scheduled for Kirsten Gibson. Is she here? I don't see. Oh, great. Thank you. Hello, so this is a place-based groups joined up submission. Yes, Ms. Gibson, take it away. You have 5 minutes from now.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity again. I was here last week. If you were here last week, I'm Kirsten from the South Dunedin Community Network. Thank you for the opportunity today to speak to the group submission that was made on behalf of the following place-based groups on the 30th of April. The South Dunedin Community Network, Taieri Network, Greater Green Island Community Network, the Valley Project, Progress of Wakawaiti Area, Arai Te Uru Marae, Brockville Community Connect and the Caversham Community Group. Our submission spoke to some key points about the value of what our place-based groups do in the Dunedin area. Place-based groups in Dunedin are not merely service providers. We are catalysts for long-term community-led transformation. Our groups serve as vital connectors between local communities and the Dunedin City Council's broader goals, ensuring that city strategies are grounded in the real-life experiences and needs of residents. The place-based groups seek increased and sustained funding to continue and expand our impact, contributing significantly to a more connected, inclusive and resilient Dunedin. So I'm going to speak to 5 key functions of our place-based groups. 1 is driving transformation through collaboration. In community-led change, place-based groups enable grassroots solutions that are tailored to the specific needs of our local communities. Our groups operate from the ground up. They empower residents to take part in shaping their neighbourhoods and building resilience and social cohesion. We also have collaborative impact. Funding place-based groups generates a multiplying effect by encouraging cooperation among different communities and DCC departments. This in turn creates stronger networks that amplify the effectiveness of social initiatives. Number 2, achieving long-term sustainable impact. One of the ways we do this is through building resilience. Place-based groups take a proactive and preventive approach to community development. Rather than offering temporary solutions, we aim to focus on enduring outcomes that support social well-being and reduce future service needs. We also do this through social cohesion. Our groups play a foundational role in the social fabric of Dunedin, fostering inclusion and mental well-being by offering safe spaces, emotional support and consistent presence. This is especially vital for vulnerable and marginalised groups. Number 3. We deliver on citywide priorities. One way we do this is through the alignment with the DCC goals. The work of our place-based groups directly supports DCC strategic objectives, including social inclusion, community participation, and the development of vibrant neighbourhoods. Our efforts ensure equal access to services and help realise the vision of a connected and thriving city. Another way we deliver on citywide priorities is through the efficient use of resources. Investing in place-based groups delivers broad returns, maximising impact of every dollar through collaborative action and community empowerment. It strengthens communities, not just through programs, but structurally as well. The 4th way, a strategic response to growing community needs. So we do this through meeting growing demand. As more communities seek support, there is pressing need for proportional increases in place-based funding. Without it, the capacity to address emerging issues will be significantly constrained and threaten the sustainability of our current efforts. We also offer seeding future growth through place-based funding. It acts as a crucial starter fund for community initiatives. Early support enables groups to launch impactful programs and confidently seek further funding to scale the impact. And the final area is strategic investment for Dunedin's future. So one way through that is multi-level benefits. Supporting our place-based groups is not just about maintaining existing services. It's about enabling long-term transformation. Our groups drive community-led development that align with Dunedin's future vision of equity, participation and resilience. And we also support the role of the DCC Community Partnership Team, which is essential in facilitating effective collaboration between the Council and place-based groups. Continued support for this team would enhance mutual understanding and resource alignment. Overall, the place-based groups are a smart, strategic investment for Dunedin's future. Our groups deliver high-impact, community-led solutions that align with citywide goals and contribute to sustainable, inclusive development. To maintain and grow this impact, place-based groups are advocating for the continuation of funding with an annual increase of $30,000 to the fund. This funding ensures that Dunedin remains a city driven by local leadership, community cohesion and shared prosperity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have questions. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to all of you for coming today, and you, Kirsten, for your continued work. In your submission, and you talked a wee bit to it as well, you stated that, and I'll quote it, you said, "We enable grassroots solutions that address local needs, foster resilience, and create social cohesion." I'd be interested if you could just give all of us here some examples.
Kia ora. Teresa, do you have one? Kia ora. Over the last few years, I've heard the Ellington community talk about getting connected to town supply water, and I just wasn't sure if that was the majority of the community or just one or two people. So I held a community hui with the manager from the DCC Three Waters, and it was purely information and just a chat about what was involved, if they did want to get connected, the processes to go through. And just to get a bit of a feel to see if it was just one or two loud people talking that they wanted that, or if it was the majority. So that was one example of grassroots. It turns out that the people that were there, the majority, weren't keen to connect, so I'm not taking that any further, but I have said to them, if, as individuals, if they want to, they can do that through the 9-year plan. Thank you.
Kia ora, Teresa. I'd also say in the South Dunedin Community Network, I've spoken to in these forums before about this, but we offer rooms, very accessible rooms, physically accessible and financially accessible to just a myriad of groups that access it, so such as smoking cessation, adult education, and these are all grassroots organisations that are offering these. Many cultural groups use our rooms, particularly from the Pacific community. We have MS support groups. Jen, do you want to add a couple in from the Valley Project?
We have 3 more questions.
Okay.
So you can if you want, but you won't get the other questions, is all. You'll run out of time. Okay. Councillor Gary.
Thank you. Place-based groups are 101 community development in my view, and a conduit for council and the community. My question to you is, what message did it give the community, your communities, when council paused that $30,000 increase that had already been committed to, and particularly in these extremely challenging times? Don't care who answers.
We did actually speak about this together recently. So it offers, I guess the signal is disheartening, and disheartening because it's not currently valuing the work that we do, and it's effectively a cut. As well as I mentioned, like new groups being able to come in, so it's discouraging to that. We want more place-based groups, but knowing that the funding isn't growing, having more place-based groups will mean effectively our funding is cut, so it becomes harder. So, yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Kia ora everyone, thank you so much for coming to see us today. I know from experience that funding applications is the lion's share sometimes of work that voluntary organisations do. I wondered if we allocated a 3-year funding cycle for place-based groups, that you'd only need to apply once and you'd know for the next 3 years that money was secured. Would that be a useful thing from the grants group?
I think having some continuity in funding is useful. There is other funders that give multi-year funding, and that is quite useful. I guess the other part of the question in terms of new place-based groups, I guess as long as there was still some ability for them to jump in, partway through the cycle, then that would be really good. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor, tēnā koutou. What would your response be to people who think that there is no point in having place-based groups working in the same area that community boards serve in?
My response would be to show them examples of where we've helped at that grassroots level. The need is very, the community really needs it, and it's helping from sharing information, sharing resources, knowledge, building up resilience through training and workshops, providing events, connecting people. At Taieri, we've got a Taieri resource group meeting once a month, and all the organisations, which are mainly Dunedin based, that provide services and programs on the Taieri come and we connect. It's a little bit like AA. We go around the room and share what we do, what our strengths are, what we need, for example, volunteers, etc. And we learn about those other organisations, and then we can refer people that we're talking to on the street. Have you heard of such and such? They can help you in this area. So that's that.
Thank you very much for your submission. Thank you. And next, we have Raewyn Podovsky. Been waiting patiently. Yes, so you have 5 minutes to speak and then 5 minutes for questions, and just push the button when you want to. Yes, that's.
Pull it towards me.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
You might need to bring it even closer.
The lady put her handbag down. So I didn't provide you with anything written. And I guess what I want to talk about is more of more biking, more tracks, but also the experience of waiting for years and years and years. There was a time when I was on the community board in Chalmers and I thought I might die before that trail was finished. And so I consider that we've been very lucky, actually, that the particular government that was there got stuck into it in those 6 years. And honestly, it has been life-changing for lots of people, and I think there's probably more people walking than biking. So the reason why I'm here is because I have in the background been looking forward to going to the Tunnels Trust someday, and I feel that they're in the same situation that we have been in for years. It's like central government's offering this and then it's pulled out. So I just wanted to, I'm not here to say, can you please fund it? What I'm wanting to do is just try and figure out whether, because, you know, there, as people were saying before, there are other sources of funding. The other thing is that I have been in the last 5 years around the South Island quite a lot with my e-bike, and I also, first of all, went the other day, you had the Cycle Journeys guy here, and that was my first big trip away. I got the plane to Hokitika and they were great, you know. But all of those trails in other places are mostly gravel, you know, and I kind of think that it's not impossible to do. And Colin Brown was here. I know that he's been working on getting the link done. The ORC, I think, have said that they can use, the cycle tracks can go on their flood banks. And I just really want to try and do what I can to get that link. The Chain Hill Tunnel had an open day, and if you look at the website of you possibly have done, the open day that they had, there were all these people going through the tunnel, and the Chain Hills Tunnel to me looks like it's much more prepared for biking than the Caversham Tunnel. And I think if it was me, I'd be looking at linking that other end first. I just want to know from you councillors whether, if other funders came in to help them out, whether you would stand in the way if they weren't tar seal. You know, I just from watching the video of was it Friday? One of the questions I perceived that maybe as councillors you're expecting it to be tar sealed, and I just think that it would be a good idea to let organisations do their own funding, and I mean, at the end of the day, it's like a house. You need a permit to build it, but I look at the trails between Chain Hill and Green Island, and honestly I haven't walked it, but it would just be so lovely for those communities there to have what we have around the harbour. You know, I get on my bike at lunchtime and bike to Maya on my way to Port Chalmers. And there's a seat that you sit there, and the people have got smiles on their faces. You chat to the people that are walking their dogs, and it is trails are so good for the well-being of the community. They really are. I've probably said enough.
Well, you're perfectly timed. So we'll take some questions now, firstly from Councillor Walker, followed by Councillors Mayhem, Gary and O'Malley.
Kia ora, Raywin. Your enthusiasm is as infectious as ever, and don't underestimate your amazing part in getting that trail out to Kupatai Port Chalmers over the years. The West Harbour being the small place it is, rumours abound in our small community that you, Raywin Podolsky, have started, look at that smile, started a regular donation to the Tunnels Trails Trust. Yeah.
I'm on a one-woman campaign.
What do you hope to achieve by that?
Well, recently my mortgage of 50, I've had a mortgage for 50 years and recently it's been paid off and many hundreds of dollars have been going out fortnightly. And when I saw what happened to the Tunnels Trail Trust, I thought, $25 a month is $300 a year. And if I can find 9 more people to do the same, that's $3,000 a year. Another 99 people, that's $30,000 a year. And I honestly, there must be people like me who are in that position. I mean, it's only a coffee a week when you look at it. So that's my goal. And I haven't actually asked him. I did put a post up on cycling in Dunedin on the weekend. I've been too frightened to ask him whether he's had anybody yet.
All right. Councillor Mayhem, have you covered?
Amazing. I didn't know about that, Ms Podolsky. You're incredible. Did you know that the Auditor General will not allow us to put things in the plan unless there's funding there? So that's why the Chain Hills has been removed. So do you think one of the things with the trust, they've asked us for a letter of support from the council and also some cornerstone funding of $50,000 per year for them to do their consents and, you know, should there...
Yep, Councillor, you've lost your microphone. Sorry. Anyway.
That'll allow them to get consents and have things in place for a shovel-ready project. Do you think that would be enough for us to...
Well, older people will remember that I used to be a trustee on the Community Trust. The current chairperson is a cycling guy. He also used to be a bank manager that I used to deal with years ago when I was an accountant and he was a banker. And the last time I met him, he said to me that the reason why he had gone for it, because I said it was such a good job. And I'm thinking myself in the last few days that I'll talk to Jared and get his permission and just have a wee chat to him and just put my feelers out there.
All right, thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you. You talk about power of community, and I wanted to ask you, just to clarify, is it a case of council get out of the road in this particular case?
No, I'm not going to be that.
Microphone.
Microphone. Sorry.
I think I heard it was going to cost $1 million to get the Caversham end, the tunnel. You know, there's things in the way and things like that. So it's kind of like I'm just trying to find what is the best way to look at it, and maybe not start at the town end, but look at the other end, because you've got Colin Brown and people and Kate Wilson, you know. I just wanted to clarify, you know.
Yes.
I'm not on the trust, so I also need to get their permission. I need to move.
Councillor O'Malley's got a very quick question.
We aren't starting at the Caversham Tunnel end. The only thing that's happening at the moment is I've got in the Infrastructure Committee a standing order to make the people who've got the the sewer, the electricity and the gas in there to get their things out, so when we get there. But it is starting at the other end.
So there we
Oh,
go.
well, that's good, because I heard that the sewer and there's a Spark have got a cable in there, and that they're both buried. And when you have a look at the website of the trust, there was some photos in the middle of the tunnel, and it looks pretty.
They are, and they do have to come out before we get there, but anticipating it's going to take a couple of years to get there, it's better to start the process of getting them out now. Yeah, that's all. Well, all we're doing is trying to get them out now so that by the time we get there, they're already out, so we don't.
Okay.
Yep.
That's good.
Great. So, look, thank you very much for your submission, Ms. Swiatkowski. Kia ora. Yes, and kia ora, Mr. Griffin. You're next. Up next. You're fine. So, as a private citizen, you've come with a submission for us. Please take it away.
Tēnā koutou katoa. My name's Ian Griffin. I live in Portobello, and I'm a scientist and a passionate advocate for dark skies, and someone who thinks that the Otago Peninsula is one of the most extraordinary places in Aotearoa, maybe even in the universe. I've come here to support full funding for the final stages of the Te Awa Otaku Peninsula Connection Project, and also to politely push back on some of the arguments I heard in this chamber yesterday. Some have inferred that the Peninsula Connection should not be completed and that further investment is wasteful. It's also been claimed that the project is too expensive, especially since some statistics seem to suggest that the pathway hasn't increased cycling. Let me be clear, the argument is wrong, and frankly it's like saying libraries are a waste of money because not every ratepayer uses them every day. First, this isn't just a cycleway, it's a shared pathway. That means walkers, families with prams, tamariki on scooters, tourists strolling to see albatrosses, and yes, cyclists too. It's about access, equity and safety for everyone, not just those on bikes. Second, the claim that this doesn't meet Waka Kotahi's funding priorities misses the point. This project does meet Dunedin's priorities for community safety, climate resilience, environmental care, and pretty importantly, economic development. The fact that Waka Kotahi doesn't fund it makes it even more urgent that this council steps up to the plate and actually delivers probably the one world-class project you have a chance to deliver in this investment cycle. Now, on the 100 million price tag discussed yesterday, let's not pretend that's what's being asked for to complete it. That investment has already been made, and I'd argue its benefits are already becoming obvious. What we're talking about now is a relatively small additional investment to complete a transformational world-class piece of infrastructure. Let's keep the maths honest. And while there may be relatively few people living on the peninsula, the economic return to the city of the natural wonders housed there are enormous. Now, I live just a few metres from the path and I walk it every evening with my dog. I'm not a cyclist. The change it's made to our community is absolutely remarkable. The road is safer. 10 years ago, when I arrived in Portobello, I walked around with my dog and it was bloody dangerous. There was no safe way to walk around those paths. Now I can do it with freedom. So the change it's made is remarkable. The road is safer. There's more foot traffic to local businesses and people feel connected in a way that they didn't before. Now the peninsula is a taonga, and completing this path will enhance the value significantly of the entire peninsula. Calling its completion excessive is like saying museums like the one I work at should close because they don't generate enough income to cover their costs. Much as I gasp every time I step into the planetarium at Tuhura, my heart sings every time I walk along the shared pathway on a starry night like last night. These experiences have incalculable well-being benefits to our kids, to our ratepayers, and to those who visit our small slice of paradise. Now, in passing, I note that when our side of the peninsula pathway was developed a while back, the lighting was not overzealous. You can still see the stars when you walk between Portobello and Broad Bay. I would argue that when you redevelop this part of the peninsula, you must not make the same mistake as was made when you developed the port side of the cycleway. I have a serious concern. As an astronomer and advocate for dark skies, I was dismayed at the poor quality lighting installed on the city side of the harbour. That lighting's too bright, poorly shielded, and frankly a disservice to both our skies, our seabirds, and the natural beauty of our nocturnal harbour. Some of the boardwalks resemble the landing lights at Heathrow Airport when viewed from across the other side of the harbour. Please don't make this mistake again. The Peninsula is blessed with some of the most beautiful night skies in the country, with good design, warm colour temperatures, downward-facing fixtures, and only lighting what is truly needed, we can keep people safe and protect our natural environment. This isn't a trivial detail, it's about doing infrastructure well, in a way that respects people, place and planet. In closing, I commend the council staff for their work in getting the project thus far. I support full funding of the final stages in years 2, 3 and 4, and I urge you not to let short-term thinking derail something that will serve Dunedin for generations. Let's finish what we started, and let's finish the Peninsula pathway wisely and leave a world-class legacy for those who come after us. Our children, our grandchildren will thank us all for it. Thank you.
Thank you. We have questions. Firstly, Councillor Vandervis.
Do you accept the DCC data that shows that cycleway use has not increased over the last 4 years, despite over $100 million already disproportionately spent on the Peninsula connection, at the expense of many other areas that have NZTA safety priority, and that this last end bit of the peninsula unlikely to be used does not meet NZTA priority spending?
Sorry, microphone. You have to
I accept the data, but I would also argue that NZTA priorities are not relevant. As I said here, the relevant is the priorities of this council. The relevance is the priorities of this council and the legacy that you want to leave. To be honest, a bunch of pen pushers at Wakakutahi don't know the peninsula, they don't know the people, and they don't know the needs of this city. So I would argue that of all the people, in this room who live on the peninsula, we can all see the benefits of this incredible world-class piece of infrastructure that we are creating. So I accept the data. I would challenge the fact that my subjective observation is I know for a fact that walking around the peninsula at night, there are a lot more people walking dogs than there were 10 years ago when I started, but that's a subjective observation based on a sample of one. So to answer your question, yep, I accept the data, but I also don't believe the Wakatutaki argument is relevant to this conversation.
Thank you. So, thank you, Councillor Walker.
Thank you. And the previous councillors, you know that data has already been debunked, so don't accept it.
Point of order.
Look,
staff have debunked it. They talked to that during council.
Look, I don't think we need to have a debate here about the data and
I agree.
What is right, what is wrong, because from my recollection, the data was across the whole of the city. So we'll just leave it as be. Councillor,
can I have a ruling on the point of order, please?
Yes, a ruling on the point of order. Councillor, please withdraw the remark. We don't need to be triggering a personalised debate around the table here to.
I won't withdraw a remark that is factually correct. So I refuse to withdraw it. Well, I'm not withdrawing it.
Look, well, Councillor, you're just triggering a problem. Councillor, you either withdraw the remark or you leave.
I can't withdraw a fact.
Well, that's arguable. So you'll have to leave. Sorry.
Fine.
See you later.
Democracy at work, eh? Gosh.
Anyway, Councillor Weatherall, you've got a question.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin, for presenting today. I'd like to see you with another hat on. It's good. In your role with the museum, I consider you an expert when it comes to funding. And I just want to ask you a question whether you have any opinion on the fact that the council is really going to, this continuation of the Peninsula connection is going to have to be 100% funded from the ratepayers and the Dunedin City Council to finish this. And if it's prudent to actually finish it in such a time that it's going to put ratepayers under a lot of pressure in regards to their rate bills having to fund this.
Yep, I pay rates on 2 houses in Dunedin, so I feel the pain. The way I look at this is we have a once-in-a-generation chance to complete a piece of infrastructure that we do not know what the uses will be in the future. It's already opened up more socialisation, more links between the community. Kids can walk to school in a more safe way. Yep, and as I said in my presentation, the number of people living on the peninsula as a proportion of the ratepayers of Dunedin is relatively small. But the future of tourism, the future of economic generation in this area is not going to be about cruise ships. It's going to be about people coming to this area to stay, to spend time, and having access to infrastructure like this. We around this table don't know the potential benefits to it. So to answer your question directly, yes, as a ratepayer, I'm happy to pay extra rates to support infrastructure like this. I do believe it's the right thing to do. It's in line with the strategic direction of this city. I mean, many years ago we decided on a stadium. Whether that was right or wrong, I don't know. But this place is famous for its beautiful nature. It's famous for its flora and fauna. And this drives access to it. And who knows what the potential benefits of it will be in years to come. So it's one of those things. As I said in my presentation, I think my observation is there's one world-class project that you collectively as councillors have an opportunity to fund, and I believe this is it. And I think every ratepayer, I would argue, would probably agree with me.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. I think we've had the question answered. Councillor O'Malley.
I think you more or less answered, but I just want to confirm from another direction. My experience in transport is there are certain things that will never ever meet the Guakatahi Coast, and that's one of them, versus, say, the chain hills tunnels where the government position changes from year to year, so that therefore you can come in and out, but that will never come in again. So you're saying in that situation, if I'm getting you correctly, when you know that you're never going to ever get it, then you might as well, then you have to make a decision, will you ever build it or not? And you're saying we should go ahead and build it because of what it will leave us intergenerationally.
Absolutely, yes. And as I say, I say this not as a cyclist, but as someone who absolutely appreciates the beauty of the Otago Peninsula. There are things we can do we haven't even thought of. We've now got an arena, which is the actual harbour, and we've got a walkway around the harbour. You know, what can we do there? Let's think creatively. So to my mind, yes, it's an extra amount of money, and yes, we're going through an incredibly hard time because the government is cutting back in all areas of where we live. But this to me is, again, I keep coming back to it. I've looked at all of the projects, and the reason I've come here as a private citizen today is I think of all of the projects that you guys have a chance to fund, this is the one that is world class. This is the one that potentially can change things for the better. And seeing it finished, I think, is a legacy for everybody. And you, in my view, it would be something. It would be a great shame if you didn't see it through.
Great, Mr. Griffin. Thank you very much for your submission. Next, we have the Dunedin Tunnels Trail Trust, Mr. Brent Irving. Welcome. And you see the timer on the screen behind me. You have 5 minutes for submission and 5 minutes for questions.
Well, good afternoon, and thanks for giving us the opportunity to speak today. My name's Brent Irving, the Chairman of the Dunedin Tunnels Trails Trust, and I'm here with Gerard Hyland as a support. As we mark the 20th anniversary of the inception of the Trust, we reflect on the journey we have undertaken, dedicating to opening up a commuter trail from the Taieri to Dunedin City, in collaboration with the DCC, ORC and NZTA and other partners. Within the past week, the DCC and Trust celebrate a milestone with the acceptance of a tender and soon the commencement of the first stage of the Gladstone Road through the Wingatui Tunnel, spanning some 1,500 metres. In the past 20 years, New Zealand has seen establishment of national cycleway networks generating an impressive $1 billion annually, with the projections to double this figure. This success story was highlighted to you guys last week by Jeff Gabbity's last week, underscoring the potential economic and social benefits of such projects. The fact is that we will soon have a tourist trail from Queenstown to Waihola. This is powerful. Do we want to bring these people through to Dunedin, or do we want them to get straight on a plane at the airport? Many businesses, community groups and ratepayers in the Greater Dunedin understand the reason behind the NZTA and DCC withdrawing significant funding from their forward planning and budgets. However, given the DCC and NZTA are no longer the primary funders, to ensure continued momentum, it is clear that changes are necessary. It's time for the DCC to agree to empower and support the community, including the Trust, to look at delivering the project differently. The Trust is collaborating with Great Rides and other groups to seek MBIE funding for the New Zealand Cycle Trail extension between Wingatui and Green Island to link up the trails at either end. Ideas around, for example, public-private partnerships are also being discussed. Our community has the right people, the necessary skills, the capital and the vision to open this trail from suburb to suburb, eventually connecting the entire route, provided there is a clear plan and timeframes which we can finally deliver an outcome. The Taieri Trail and Tunnel Trail only need to be up to the same standard as the rest of the trail from Queenstown. As a community project supported by both councils, the trail will cost much less than the NZTA projections. Our plan requires the support from the councillors and the DCC staff to adopt the necessary changes. We want the DCC to undertake to retain the Tunnels project and work programme with existing funding and provide a further maintenance fund to deliver stage 1 by June 27. Prioritise landowner consents to allow for a trail development to be completed by September 2025. Prioritise making the Caversham Tunnel available for trail development, including directing Aurora and gas companies to make up the pipework to safe use for the trail. Improve the water wastewater services in Caversham Tunnel to be implemented in the first 2 years of the 9-year plan, allowing the Dunedin Tunnels Trust to allow fundraising and funding to get the development on stage 2. Despite a long-term planned partnership, it's disappointing that we've been no clearer on the Caversham Tunnel situation and the Three Waters timeframes, clearly a vital part of completing this trail route. The Trust's view, these are the undertakings and the minimum that we would clearly welcome additional contributions from the DCC. The Trust proposal in consultation with our community is similar to many other successful trails throughout New Zealand, which we have completed and are now generating revenue and enjoyment for commuters. For a relatively modest amount on Dunedin's behalf, we have a world-class shared pathway from Queenstown to Dunedin and cash in on all the investment made by the other trails that currently lead to Waihola. The return on investment is significant, as we have shown by the NZTA cost-benefit analysis you previously received. In conclusion, we urge the DCC to leverage its strengths, adopt our recommendations and maximise the tens of thousands of ratepayers' dollars already spent on this project and allow the wider community to do what they're good at and get the trail completed. Dunedin can gain a fantastic commuter asset. This trail has a potential to assist in meeting the city's carbon reduction and traffic congestion goals, and whilst making Dunedin a cycling hub for Greater Otago, benefiting from the associated business growth currently being seen across many other parts of New Zealand. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks for your presentation. I actually just took that initiative about 3 or 4 months ago on the Caversham Tunnel, and it's now part of the Infrastructure Committee's initiative, and we'll hopefully be able to sort that out. One question I have to ask you though is when you get to, if you're on the Kaikoura Valley Road end of the Caversham Tunnel, you're about 4 metres or 5 metres below road grade. There's been no talk about whether there be a grade separated a cycle path going under a Kaikoura Valley Road or not. What's your opinion on that?
I believe the council own the property beside the tunnel, the tunnel portal on the northern side, and there would be a short zigzag up that piece. That was procured a number of years ago when we were first looking to proceed with the Caversham Tunnel. So to get from the tunnel ground level up to the road level is, I'd say in the wider scheme of things, relatively trivial, and the land is available now.
It wasn't my question. My question is, do you want to go under Kaikoura Valley Road because you're already below it on both sides?
Ideally, yes. Unfortunately, the way the infrastructure is there, there's just no way of shifting those pipes without rebuilding the whole wastewater system and water system through there. So it really is impractical unless you do a second tunnel right beside it.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. Brent, in your submission, what you said this morning, you talked about retaining the tunnels project in the work programme with existing funding to deliver stage 1 by June 2027. Now, my understanding, there's money in this current year budget, which finishes in June 25, but then there's nothing in the budget until year 9 of the long-term plan. So I just want a bit of clarification over what you meant by that, please.
Well, our understanding has been that the funding that's left over from the first stage that we've just had the tenders close on will carry over for us to allow continued development of the trail down towards Green Island, Fairfield and Abbotsford.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Kia ora. Just wanting some clarification on costs, because we had $22.4 million in the budget, and that was predicated, I guess, on having NZTA 50% funding. So what is the number that you would like to see back in the budget?
Well, at this stage, we've had some indicative quotes through to Green Island for another $4.5 million to get it done. We're at the stage where if the money's left over from the current round, we had 1.8 million plus the stage that we're starting. If the council could see fit to come up with some additional funding, that would be great. But to be fair, at this stage, we just want an answer one way or the other. And if there's no more funding above the money that's left, we're going to go out and raise it and get on with the job. And essentially, we're at the stage where we're needing as a community to take some control over this project so we can actually get it done. The problem I have is if we go back to the council and get more funding, say in 2 or 3 years, that's another 2 or 3 years we've lost. We actually just need to get on with the job, use the funding we've got, go out and raise some, and then if we can get the stage done to Green Island and Abbotsford Fairfield, and then prove to the city and the council that we're going to make this thing happen, we will probably be back and say, well, hey guys, this is the money we need, this is the projections we need. So some of the money we've used, we're looking at now, is getting actual projections away from the NZTA model that was quite expensive, because we think it's far too expensive and we can get a really good track in for far less cost at the moment.
Great, thank you. No,
just guess I didn't quite get my question answered, which was how much, it's a budgetary thing, how much money should we put in the budget?
Well, at the moment there's 1.8 million sitting there, and if there was the budget allowed for another $4 million, we would get well through to Green Island, Abbotsford and Fairfield.
Great. Councillor Gary.
Thank you so much for your mahi, and I wanted to ask you, just to be really clear, the freedom that not having to build it to Whakatahi standards, there's a freedom in that and a considerable cost saving, and is that where you want us to get out of the road rather than hang on for government funding that might or might not come in the future? Would that be a fair summation?
Absolutely. Perfect summation. To give you an example, the Clutha Gold built a 65-kilometre trail for $11 million with 2 tunnels, 33 easements. We don't need a Rolls Royce, we just need a really good trail.
Great. Thank you very much for your submission. Now, we have a submitter, Robin Vintner, but we don't. We have. She's early. Yeah, I mean, we're early. We've got some free time. So, well, she's due to speak at 12:25, so we've got 10 minutes. So I move we adjourn for 10 minutes. Seconded, all in favour, say aye. Carried. Okay, so we have Ms. Vinter here with her presentation, her submission. Please, you have 5 minutes. The clock's on the wall behind me. You're starting from now. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to express my views about the 9-year plan. Firstly, I would like to commend you on the presentation on pages 8 and 9. It was helpful to see at a glance what you wanted us to know. The first financial update showing the next 3 years of 10% plus rises is not something I believe is sustainable. I met a lady just yesterday who was signing up to Ratepayer, so I asked her what she thought of this plan. And most people I speak to don't bother following it because they don't feel that they feel that the consultation process is really just a tick box exercise. So when I told her the rate figures for the first 3 years, she was horrified and commented that she wouldn't be able to live in her home anymore, and I can relate to that. Someone I know worked out that for him on the super, his rates are 21% of his income. I decided to check mine out, and they're just over 17%, whereas he had worked out that the CEO of the DCC is a mere 2.3%. So we can see how easy it is for her to defend the decisions she makes that cause our rates to continue to rise faster.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Point of order, that is exceedingly disrespectful to our staff and inappropriate.
Yeah, look, it's over the top. Thank you, Ms. Vinter. Please withdraw that.
Land tax in New Zealand was abolished by the Land Tax Abolition Act.
Sorry.
No. Land tax in New Zealand was abolished by the Land Tax. Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, could you just withdraw your earlier remark? Thank you. Withdraw the earlier remark. Thank you.
Thank you. Land tax in New Zealand was abolished by the Land Tax Abolition Act in 1990. This abolition took effect from 31st of March 1992. Rates is another word for tax. So if there should be no such thing as a land tax, then why are our taxes or rates based on the valuation of our property? I agree that we all need to pay for services, and I'll be very grateful to be paying a couple of grand less than I am so that I pay the same for those services as everyone else. Staying with debt, which I'm struggling to stay out of, I see that the DCC's proposed borrowing during this plan is within the debt limit. I'm afraid I don't feel any satisfaction with that comment, as I see the LGFA raising the debt cap and the DCC rates demands going up by at least 10%, which means there's more room for more debt to be taken on without any chance of it being paid back anytime soon. Looking on page 22, I see that the city properties are the third highest users of the available funds. Last year, a group of us asked via Lagoma what properties were on the books and which ones were not income producing. We were told there wasn't a list. If this is true, I'm astounded, and if not, what is being hidden? Like most other councils around the country, there's going to have to be a lot of work done to restore the trust that appears to be there when I was a child. Although it may not save the millions that other cuts might, selling off liabilities makes prudent sense when in these difficult financial times. Another area of pruning is the staff numbers that have escalated in the past 3 to 5 years. The CEO might roll her eyes and snort, but we ratepayers cannot continue to...
Sorry, look. Well, she has. No, sorry, look.
Well, she has done that to me in the past,
look,
so, yeah.
We're not going to have that kind of, disrespectful commentary. And so you may have other such paragraphs or, phrases in your speech. So just, strike them out as you're reading it through, please.
Okay, I retract that then.
Thank you.
Of the what's in category, I would like to have seen more information, especially financials around the Smooth Hill landfill suggestion. Like the Aurora proposal, we're only being fed what you want us to see or know. How can we as ratepayers...
Sorry, look,
well, the information isn't there.
It's a constant array of casting of aspersions, and ascribing thoughts and ideas to members of staff and characterising what you've decided are their actions. And all of that is disrespectful and is not appropriate. You just stick with the whatever you perceive to be facts in terms of the topic, and without casting aspersions on the people.
I see those both tied together. That when I was reading through your 9-year proposal to do with Smooth Hill, I didn't see I only saw the one lot of figures. So the figures that you presented, but not against the alternatives. So it makes it hard for me to make an informed decision.
Well, there was no decision required in the 9-year plan about Smooth Hill. It's just simply a statement of the amount of expense.
Yes, I understand. So I'm just saying.
So there's no need to have alternate figures. If you want to find alternate figures, you can go back to council minutes and look at meetings. So,
as a health professional, I understand the importance of offering the disability bathroom service, but I have trouble understanding how on earth it costs that much. I also feel that while the NZTA are not subsidising the Peninsula connection, that we should be acknowledging that lead and put off our commitment until we can get a subsidy. I know there is a separate consultation document surrounding the water, and I know that submissions are more than about infrastructure, but surprise, surprise, I think that fluoride should be immediately stopped. I'd like to finish off by saying that I fully endorse any council that sees the light and parts company with the LGNZ, and doing that will save the ratepayer money and allow any council to make fully independent and uninfluenced decisions. I do not see the point in paying someone to tell me what to do, especially when they're not necessarily working with the ratepayers' interests at heart.
Once again, you know, characterising various actions, it's going to be it is a problem, and it's not appropriate to bring submissions, you know, with that characterisation.
Okay.
So I say it to you now because it will influence future submissions that you may want to make, because you know you do have opinions that you'd like to share. You need to do them in a factual manner without casting aspersions and putting your characterisation of the attitudes of, you know, people who are making decisions. It's not appropriate. Do we have some questions? Councillor Vandervis.
Thank you for coming today. If you did want to be critical of staff, what forum or what method do you think is available to you to do that?
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. You say in your submission, Peninsula Connection should be siloed until central government can help. Are you aware that it will never and has never met the Whakatahi funding because it doesn't take into account economic benefit in terms of tourism numbers? Are you aware of that?
No, and I didn't actually say central, I just said more funding.
Oh, no, it says central government in your written.
Sorry. Sorry, microphone.
Sorry. I'm just reading up.
Yeah.
So, okay, any further questions? Councillor Mayhem.
You do know we're elected to represent all of the ratepayers. So I just had a question that you mentioned properties that we should dispose of. So you said yes to the Fortune Theatre and that we've got a number of other buildings. It's not the only building that should be sold. Do you have some suggestions? In your application, you've said that the Fortune Theatre is not the only building that needs to be sold to bring funds into balance for the poor ratepayers.
Microphone, you have to push the button.
I don't know all of them, so I'm not able to say all of them, but there are ones like the one in South Dunedin that was owned by, not owned, by using by Veggie Boys, and we owned that and that's sitting empty. So that sort of property that, and Sammy's is not earning and just disintegrating, and yeah.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for your submission. Right, so I move that we adjourn for lunch until 1:30. Second, Councillor Mayhem, all in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Did you talk? Thank you. Right.
I just said that. Did you let you know that you are able to return to the meeting?
We shall begin. And first up, we have Paul and Pat Richardson. Yes? Kia ora. You have 5 minutes to speak, and there's a counter on the screen behind me, and then 5 minutes for questions. So the next 5 minutes are all yours.
So Paul and I are here today as representatives of a group of concerned citizens in the Mornington area, where a dangerous intersection has caused injuries and the loss of 2 lives because drivers failed to stop at the stop sign, which is clearly visible to them. Recently we met with Janine Benson and Ian Martin at the site, and we were encouraged to make a submission to the DCC to secure funding for speed cushions and speed bumps eventually. Some of the incidents over the years have been included in our written submission. There are countless others involving people who are not known to us. 2 people died in separate crashes, a motorcyclist and an 8-year-old boy. The incidents at Crash Corner, as it's known to school children, have had major impacts on those involved. Life doesn't just go on after an accident at Crash Corner. The emotional toll never goes away, and it has far-reaching consequences for all involved. With this in mind, we'd like to focus today on the fallout, which has affected people known to us. First, the death of the 8-year-old boy. He was an only child and had just lost his mother to cancer. He was on the passenger side of the car driven by his father, and his body took the full impact of the car, which failed to stop. His 16-year-old neighbour had taken him under his wing after his mother died, a kind, gentle presence at a time when grief was profound. The impact on his young friend's death was traumatising. I knew this boy well as his 5th form dean at the time, and I saw the depth of the devastation that he had to work through. The boy's father had to rebuild his life alone, without his wife and son. Last year, a neighbour's car was hit on the driver's side by a driver who failed to stop. And I'll summarise Katie's statement about the impact of her accident on her life and family. 12 months since the accident, I've been finally told that I can return to full exercise. The greatest impact has been on my children aged 10, 8 and 5. My 10-year-old daughter was being driven home from swimming and passed by the crash site, seeing that the front of the car was squashed. She hoped that the person driving survived. When she arrived home, she learned that the driver was her mum. My sister died 2 years ago, and she knew the devastation of that. My father was in shock. I later became anxious about driving, and this created fear in my children. I attended counselling for post-traumatic stress disorder and for managing the impact of the crash on my kids. During my rehab, I had persistent concussion symptoms which lasted for months. I couldn't even get my children to school when my husband travelled for work. I get so sad when I think of the impact that one night has had on my family, and it's not just us. There are many other people out there who we don't even know about. Paul was involved in an accident in January when a driver failed to stop, sending his car on a 270-degree trajectory. The car is a write-off, and Paul's injuries require ongoing physiotherapy. Vanya and David Hammond's house overlooks Crash Corner. They shared their file of documented incidents and calls for action when we met with Janine and Ian in the Hammonds' dining room. In the hour that we sat at the meeting, we observed 2 vehicles drive through the intersection without stopping. One vehicle just missed becoming another statistic. David told us that their fence has been damaged repeatedly by cars crashing into it. He said that the number of times that he's had to rebuild his fence is now in the double figures. At the meeting with Janine and Ian, we were encouraged to seek an immediate speed cushion at the intersection. We also discussed more permanent speed bumps, which led us to the topic of budgets, with funding for transport being heavily slashed in recent times. So our submissions are: 1, we submit a proposal for an immediate speed cushion at the Glen Road, Glen Park Avenue intersection and for future work. And 2, we submit an urgent request for funding to allow transport to implement changes which will make Dunedin roads safer. We appreciate the opportunity to speak to you, Mr Mayor, and to councillors, and to Janine and Ian. And we thank Councillor Barker for pointing us in the right direction to have our concerns aired. Thank you very much.
We have some questions. Firstly, Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you. I'm in the process of looking at the intersection on the maps, but can you tell us what action? I mean, obviously there's an enforcement issue, and there's the question of any previous complaints or attention being drawn to the intersection to us. So have the police been involved in any way about enforcement at the stop sign?
My understanding is that the police are called out to serious crashes which require hospitalisation, so they are aware of it. They attended Paul's crash in January, and the actions taken by council so far have been to put a very large stop sign right where drivers should stop, but they completely ignore it. They just plough straight through. Yeah.
These roading improvements are often affected, sadly, as a result of history that you're telling us, you know, and the spot map of injury, accidents and so on is what drives improvements. We'll be asking Ms Benson in due course about that. But have you previously come to council to ask for more than just the stop sign issue?
I haven't personally, but the Hammonds, Vanya and Dave, they have, and Katie, the young mother that I talked about here, she contacted council after her accident and received a reply that council were happy with the changes that had been made. And that was last year, yeah.
Okay. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, and thank you for sharing those stories that remind us that stats are about people. I'm not familiar with speed cushions, but you probably are. But did we get any idea of the cost that was involved? Did you get a sense of that at all?
No, I didn't. I believe that the speed cushions are a cheaper alternative to the speed bumps, and that they could probably be sourced fairly quickly and installed at the intersection, and then perhaps down the track, the big concrete bumps, I think, would be a permanent way to go. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
Oh, I was just looking up speed cushions. I'm looking at Argyle and Glen Road. So do you think it's, or can you tell me, is it traffic coming down Argyle into Glen Road that is not stopping? I assume it's not uphill traffic that's crashing.
Sorry.
Yeah, the intersection is the one at the very top of Glen Road, coming from the bottom of Glen Road up, and Glen Park Avenue comes down, and then the intersection is right there. That's where the stop sign is, at the top of Glen Road. So Argyle Street isn't involved at all. Dave and Vanya live on that corner of Argyle Street and Glen Park Avenue. Yeah. So the stop sign is at the top of Glen Road as you come up the hill from the Glen, up at the top. Yeah.
So if I could just ask again, is it cars coming down Glen Park that crash, or is it going up Glen Road failing to stop? I don't know.
In my situation, the car was coming up from the Glen heading upwards and didn't stop. I was coming down the hill with the right of way. Yep.
To me, it doesn't seem like there's any line of sight barriers or anything there, so it is purely people failing to stop at the stop sign.
That's exactly right.
Built up, for example, on the other side, I think it's Billington.
Sorry, microphone.
Sorry, on one side it's Billington's vacant sections is really open, so there is a line of sight diagonally, but on that left-hand side there's housing and retaining walls, I think, right up to the footpath, so there's no line of sight diagonally on that left-hand side for that driver coming up.
It's a tricky one. Councillor Wiley.
I actually went through that intersection about 2.5 hours ago. So, I actually came down Glen Park and did the right turn. And yeah, there is a visibility issue there that I can agree with. But Glen Road is notoriously on both ends bad, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, just last week, I think there was an article in the ODT from a man who lives on Glen Road near the bottom, and he said it's like a racing track. Yeah. So
It's a tricky intersection because there's a change between the right of way, because Glen Road has right of way most of the time until you get to Glen Park, and you could have it either way. So I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Councillor Vandevers, you've got a question?
Yeah, just briefly, in your experience, is most of the traffic that goes through the intersection on Glen Park, or is most of it going from Glen Road to Argyle?
Glen Road to Argyle. So they don't stop at the stop sign, and they just pick up speed and go racing up Argyle Street. Yeah.
Yeah, the reason I was asking was that if most of the traffic is actually going up Glen Road and up Argyle, it might be worth considering having the stop sign the other way so that people coming down Glen Park, which isn't used that much, that if they stopped,
yes,
it might be better, and also there'd be a better sight line from Glen Park looking to the right.
Yes, Councillor, thank you.
Sorry.
I think we're not here to redesign the intersection, but we have heard your submission, and thank you very much for bringing it, because as you've just heard, it does open a few question marks in people's minds, and I'm reasonably familiar with that intersection as well, and so there'll be discussions, I'm sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much.
And next up, we have Mr. Mark Wolfe.
What I want to talk to you all about is the flooding in South Dunedin. That's one of my topics that I'm interested in. I've already talked to the Mayor once before about this. The way I see it, that pumping station down in Portobello Road was made for residential water, not industrial, and I think that there needs to be a pumping station. I've read your plan, a pumping station in Orari Street or somewhere there for Alan Dippy and all these other big buildings that have got a lot of water coming off their roofs. Because what I find myself is that you're flooding out that pumping station by pouring all that in there when it should be split up. Also, Forbury Road, you've got a lot of water coming down off Corstorphine. I've been down there, pulled mud tanks and done all that type of stuff. I've heard complaints from a lot of people about it. I think really if you've got Forbury Park now, maybe you could put a pumping station in there and maybe get rid of the water, not send it through the sewage works or any of the other places, but send it back out to sea or somewhere else. So it's not banking up that pumping station. I put all the grating in with another bloke in 2015. I saw what was going on. I've done Mount Grand, I've done all these other places. I was the one who told you about the clay pipes through the main street of town, the last meeting, because I'd seen them through Spider Keen and everybody else. I'm very passionate about infrastructure here in Dunedin and the fact that we need to spend some money. We're not as bad as Wellington, I understand that, but at the same time, there are a lot of problems that could be sorted. I went to one meeting and they were talking they were going to fix the leaking pipes in 2035 in Bayview Road and Macandrew Road, and I thought, what a load of crap. I said to them at the time, you could put nylon linings in like we did in Green Island. I did that when I worked for Hire Quip, and and we put nylon linings in the sewage pipes that go down by Otago scrap metal, and we pulled the linings through and they protect the pipes. So that would be a quick fix than digging up roads left, right and centre. If you've got leaking pipes on joins and bits and pieces, nylon linings being pulled through there and sealed up would solve a lot of that problem. Nylon takes a long time to break down with water. Steel deteriorates a lot faster.
So I'll just ask you a first question. Are you aware that of this $30 million scheduled right very early in the 9-year plan? It says stormwater projects, but I just thought I'd give you a very brief rundown on them.
Yep.
One of them is to put a pump station going out to Orari Street that would deal with Hillside Road, and the other one would be changing the line, the pipe that goes down Fulbury Road, by quadrupling the size of it, quadrupling the volume of water through it, so from 1 metre to 2 metres. And the other is to divert the water at the end of Bayview Road with its own line direct to the pumping station. Sorry, push again.
Also, you've got a lot of houses that are being knocked down in South Dunedin. They're putting in units, and they're putting in 4 or 5 units where one house was, and you've got to think about all the sewage and all the systems that are getting loaded up, like in Rowe Street, etc., because of all this. Okay, so we've got to start thinking a lot smarter, a lot faster, because it's not going to go away just because we say it's going to go away. It's got to have a helping hand.
Yeah, I'll just let you know about those 3 projects which are funded and scheduled early. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Kia ora. Currently we're engaging around the South Dunedin Futures, and there's a bunch of workshops and drop-in sessions. Have you been able to engage with the South Dunedin Future team and give them your feedback and ideas through this process?
And I've tried to talk to what the heck's his name? You've got him as he's in the council there. I've got his card. I can't remember his last name, but anyway, I've talked at Bathgate School, and then all that stopped. I had meetings. I talked to Sandy Graham. I talked to Jules. I talked to you. I think I've talked to quite a few people. It's one of those things that you need to get the right people on the right jobs, people that have been to the coalface. I'm sorry, but that's how I see it. I did Mount Grand, I did the Southern Reservoir, I did all the pipe work, I even welded all the pipes in Green Island for Delta when Tony McGregor was off crook, because I had pipe tickets. So I kind of got the run of where things go. I understand. I've done the clarifiers out of the Green Island tip, Green Island Sewage Works, we've done them. Done 2 of them. I understand I've read your thing, Jules, about the sewage coming back from Mosgiel. The Mosgiel one, yes, I've worked on that. That is really a total train wreck. That one it's not worth wasting money on. I see they want to bring it back to Green Island, so you might have to put another clarifier in, you might have to do a few other bits and pieces. I don't know. That's just one of those things, but
it's all right.
You've got to get on top of things.
Yes. Councillor Gary.
Kia ora, thank you for presenting. I heard you say a number of times you've done this and that. Just wanted to understand your professional expertise, because you've obviously got some experience there. Can you just tell us what it is you do when you say you...
I'm a fitter welder by trade, so I did Mount Grand. I also did the Green Island Sewage Works in 1990, and last time I was here I talked to you about stopping the water coming through the Kaikoura stream through the Caversham Tunnel because it was pushing the lids off Surrey Street. You have listened to what I said, and there's a byproduct valve out at the Green Island Sewage Works, and there's a pipeline goes out on the right hand side of Blackhead. Most of us know it's there. Use it.
Well, sorry, I cut you off, didn't mean to. So expertise in pipes and fittering and welding.
I've done methane plants in Australia, all types of things. I've lived over there too.
Great, thank you. Were there any further questions? No, I think we've covered it. Thank you, Mr. Wolf.
No worries.
That's good.
Thank you.
Now, next we have Ms. Larvin. Do we have a Ms. Larvin? Ms. G. Larvin, yes. Sorry, you have to push the button again, yes. Every time you want to speak, you need to push it. But it's good now. But after a councillor asks you a question, then you'll have to push it again to restart your microphone. But you're all set now, you've got 5 minutes.
Off you go.
Off you go, okay. Well, there are several things. I thought, I'm seriously worried about the increases that you need to make, because I don't think pensions are going up a great deal in the next 10 years, nor do I think wages are going to be going up if we have doctors going on strike. So, you know, I have some concerns about how you're going to get the money that you're looking for. I think charging for museums and art galleries is really a sad thing to do. I think our culture should be on show for everybody, and I think it's going to be very hard to maintain who's an overseas international tourist and who's actually a resident of Dunedin. And I don't know what kind of identification you'd have to carry to prove when you want to take yourself and your grandkids to the museum. How are you going to prove who you are? I just don't like the whole idea. I also don't like the idea of going back to buses that have different zones. I had a really wretched time last time we had that system in. It just didn't work for me. The stops I went to, like Glenfalloch Gardens, you had to go into another zone. You had to either get off the stop before, which was a substantial walk for me, or else you had to front up with more money to the driver immediately, or they wouldn't let you go past the stop. I don't know who picked the stops, but I also used to try and go to the Shetland Street Marae for some of their functions, and I had to get off on just past Highgate, up there on the Upper Stewart Street. They wouldn't let me go any further without paying an additional fee. So almost all the things that I wanted to go to involved a walk, because of the zone stop, and the drivers were so busy, you know, making sure that you paid for the extra zones. The other thing I want to talk about is water. Well, in 3 you said high quality can be achieved. Well, you know, it can be, but I don't know if it ever has. I had a really bad experience when the Waikouaiti, well, not a bad experience, but a difficult experience, when the Waikouaiti problem was going on. I live in Waitati and spent a lot of time in Karatani. I called the DCC, asked to speak to whoever was in charge of water. At that time, this was a few years ago, the Waikouaiti problems we had. I was given somebody who claimed that they knew all about it, and he assured me that even if you spend a lot of time in Karatani, you don't have to worry. The water here is all city water. It all comes from the city. It's all fluoridated. It's all this and that, and it was fine. And then a week later, I go to the marae because there's a talk about the water, and there's a truck outside the marae passing out water. There was no water from the city going to Karatani. Apparently, it had stopped at Seacliff, and the council was totally unaware of this until I pointed it out to them, and they checked their records and found out that the water going to, I don't think it's a high quality, the way they look after water. I also don't quite understand why everybody was so against Three Waters, which was supposed to be such a wonderful asset. If you're going to start parcelling it up and finding ways for the council not to run it out, you know, and the whole thing with the CCO is you get more people involved, and how do you know that the future, you may not all be here for the next 9 years. How do you know that that you'll be able to maintain the 50% shareholder in the thing? as far as, having a say over our water. I also have serious concerns about the lack of proper sewage systems for a lot of Otago residents. I bought an old house with an old sewage system, and my only sensible, I thought, way of dealing with it was to install a very expensive filtration system, which doesn't work. I have to call out somebody almost every month. I believe it's something to do with my water table, which they should have known about before they installed it. I've spent a third of my property now covering it with sandbags, and also the ditches in front of my house for rainwater just pile up and up. They haven't been maintained. Once they were cleared in 8 years that I've lived there. So the ditches are supposed to sort of shuttle water down towards the bay, but they simply don't work because they're all cluttered up. Waste of time. Okay.
We have some questions. Firstly from Councillor Mayhem.
Kia ora, Giselle. Do you need a ride home?
That's not my question. But,
if you want to wait till the end of the meeting. Did you know that the gallery would be based on an honesty box? So there would be no identification. It would just expect that international tourists would put some money in the honesty box.
Didn't know that, and that does sound like a good idea.
Great, thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Mayhem.
Have you ever observed the ditch outside your house being empty of water? So do you think that the ditch is so deep that it's
Sorry.
or water never dissipates along the main street?
So microphone, you have to push the microphone. Please push the microphone
Push
button.
the button, Giselle.
Sorry. Yeah. I don't think it's deep enough. There's always water and scrub in it and plants and things. But it doesn't, it's too high, it's not too low, because it doesn't go under, it's supposed to funnel under the road and into the bay, which it doesn't do, never has. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mayhem.
And have you observed rats swimming in the said ditch?
No, but I've observed them around my property, that's for sure. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor, tēnā koe. I just wanted to clarify your comments on the CCO option. So you do understand that we're going for the in-house? That's our preference?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
I'm glad of that, yeah. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much for your submission. Okay, now, next up, we have Mr Elliot Weir. So, Mr Weir, thank you. Please proceed.
Kia ora. Thank you, Mayor Radich. Kia ora, everyone. I'll try and be brief. So first of all, great to see that DCC submitted on our regional public transport plan. You will have seen ORC's submission on your 9-year plan as well, which I'm in full support of. I really do think it's good for us to be up in each other's business like this, and if we can meet up more and collaborate more, I think we have a better chance of getting the best possible outcomes for our city. I'm just here as a resident today though, and I think the point that I want to drive home is that when I think of prudent financial stewardship, I don't think of cuts, I think of kaitiaki. I think of planning infrastructure in a dense, efficient manner that results in a much lower roading and Three Waters cost per person than we see in most of our suburbs, for example. And most of all, I think of biting the bullet now to invest and build for the future, so that Dunedin's a place that people actually want to move to grow up in, to live, to stay here after their studies, and to invest in. And so we don't put future generations in an even worse position. Don't want to take up too much more of your time, so I'll take the actual points of my submission as read. So just here to answer any questions that you might have. Kia ora.
We have some. Councillor O'Malley, firstly.
Kia ora, Elliot. Grass verge maintenance. You seem to imply that that's mostly urban lawns. I guess coming from attached to a community board, most of that is safety work around rural roads and vision lines. Now, you're not against that, I take it.
No, absolutely not. And I think I made the point in my thing that obviously there's considerations that we need to be had for those safety points, but where you've made cuts in the past for those more aesthetic reasons, and even biodiversity has been able to come through, I think that could be maintained if that's saving you even a bit of money. Good.
Thank you. Councillor Eklund.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Elliot, you talk about doing the spending now to save the money in the future, but we've had a number of people come to us in the last day or so, and I'm sure there'll be more coming for the weeks out, saying the rates increase is far too high. So two things. One, what do you say to people if you're going to throw the rates up even more when they say they can't afford to pay them and they have to get out of their house and so on and so forth? And how high would you go with the rates increase?
I think it can be a bit reductive to sort of focus on what that number's going to be, and I understand that is a focus, but I think that those costs are going to be there regardless of whether the DCC pays for them or whether the most vulnerable in our communities end up paying for them down the line. And so when I say bite the bullet, I do understand that these increases do hurt and people can struggle. But when I talk about planning for the future, most of the costs of the budget are Three Waters and roading and stuff that can be a lot more efficient if we plan a much more dense city.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thanks. And it's along the similar lines because it's the crux of your submission, Elliot, and also your opening commentary, which was excellent, but then you stopped at the good bit, I think. You're talking about looking through a long-term lens, and you juxtapose that with the nervousness around increasing rates, as alluded to by the previous questioner. Where is that sweet point in terms of the long-term, but also being future-focused in looking at modern tech savvy stuff and modern infrastructure, active transport, etc.
Yeah, I mean that's the the ultimate balancing act that you all have to manage, I guess, and there are certainly savings and efficiencies to be looked into with tech and stuff, and I'm sure there are other areas that can be cut down, but ultimately these things cost money, and that's just that's just the nature of it.
Thank you, Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Elliot. I take it from your submission you are all for increasing the debt burden now to attract more people wanting to live in Dunedin and spread the debt burden over several years to come. Would you agree that there are a lot more people living in Auckland and acknowledge that the rates that they are paying are a lot higher than ours?
Those two things are true, yes.
So your comment that, your statement that you think that if more people lived here, that would spread the debt burden and it would be cheaper to live here, that's not true, is it?
Oh,
I don't think it's quite what I said, but I do think that restructuring the city in a way that concentrates, for example, housing in the city centre where people want to live in a more dense manner absolutely will result in more efficiencies for the council and over time lower rates. I'm not saying the absolute rates will be lower, but that will be spread much more fairly.
Thank you. Can we have a very quick question from Councillor Gary?
Oh, yes. So I took your comments as meaning you want us to make mock Puna decisions. Your particular generation is not well represented around this table. What do you hear from your peers? Are they consistent with what you're telling us?
Yeah, this is what I hear from people my age. Ultimately, we don't own houses, and so a lot of us aren't directly paying rates, but we still see our rates come through in rent and stuff. But ultimately, we're worried about what Dunedin, what the country will look like in 20, 30, 40, 50 years down the line. And we're okay with paying a bit more now to secure that future.
Thank you. And thank you very much for your submission, Mr. Weir. Next up, we have Neil Johnson.
Good afternoon.
We have the timer behind. You have 5 minutes. Yes, start now, thanks.
Thank you. You have hopefully read my written submission on South Dunedin flood issues this time around. I just want to speak very briefly, in fact, to that submission. The three main points that I raised and hope came through is that, one, catchment change is the dominant cause of South Dunedin's flooding, and this issue has been persistently underreported by council. The only figure that gets produced was first produced back in at least 2010 or earlier, and still being quoted impossibly incorrectly as recently as January of this year, that impermeability has increased from 45% to 60% approximately. That's an increase of a third. That's miles wrong, and demonstrably so. So that's in my report. Secondly, there's been a lot of self-congratulation, if you like, and optimism placed on the fact that there was a belief that the new screens on the Portobello Road pumping station have assisted the drainage via pumping from South Dunedin. That is simply not true. It's a fact, and the data shows, and it's all DCC data, that the peak output in 2024 was exactly the same as it was in 2015, and it was exactly the same as it was in 1968. On to the third point, there's been another claim, I think it's mythical, that flooding in 2024 was less than it was in 2015 because of works that council had done. I think you'll find my report demonstrates that the better situation in 2024 was solely down to rainfall distribution. DCC is not the only council in the country that's struggled to maintain infrastructure over the last 30 or even 50 years, and finance is obviously an issue, and infrastructure tends to be invisible and not particularly sexy. At a 2016 meeting of the Infrastructure Services Committee, the then Chief Executive Sue Bidrose informed councillors that they had a financial choice between upgrading South Dunedin's infrastructure or spending the money on new and innovative things. clearly they chose new and innovative things, and South Dunedin has lost out. A colleague of mine described that policy as one of wet and forget. In 2015, Opus, the council's consultants, produced a report with recommendations for options to solve the South Dunedin problem. Their prime recommendation was that an east to west pipeline should be installed across the centre of the suburb with a pumping station at the coast. For some reason, that report never saw the light of day, or certainly not as far as I'm aware. As long as I'm aware, I believe that report needs to be resurrected and its recommendations taken seriously. I believe an urgent change of direction and emphasis is needed from the council. I believe there should be a program called South Dunedin Now rather than South Dunedin Futures. Both have their place, but I believe South Dunedin Now is far the more urgent. And if it's not, we're going to continue to get good people going to continue to be flooded through delayed and non-existent council inaction over the past 10 years. And that is at no fault of those people in South Dunedin. Thank you.
Thank you. I just asked the first question, are you aware that early in the 9-year plan, we've got a flood mitigation program for the three roads in South Dunedin, Forbury Road, which is quadrupling of the size of that pipe, Bayview Road, which is the addition of a new pipe from Bays Junction to the pumping station, and Hillside Road, which is the installation of a pumping station to put it into the Wilkie Road aqueduct and exit at Orari Street. So the 3 into 1 will be changed into one of the 3 pipes.
Yes, I am. Do you want me to comment on them?
Sure.
Okay. Given, I believe that those options are far inferior to what the engineering professionals proposed back in 2015, back in 2017. If that pipe option was installed, there would be no need for 2 of those 3 options, the 2 down at the harbour side. Collecting more stormwater off the Sinclair catchment makes sense in any circumstance. How much actual stormwater escapes from that system, I know it looks a lot, how much it is in respect of the overall stormwater flood situation is, I suspect it's moderately small, and I suspect but don't know, but I suspect that doubling or quadrupling that pipeline would be cracking a walnut with a sledgehammer. But it is desirable that we would call it foreign water from Sinclair should be properly intercepted. Yeah. But that's 1 out of 3.
Yes.
1 out of 3 is not bad.
Well, I don't know if you're aware, but the OBIS report of 2011, which is a precursor to 15 and 17, suggested Hillside Road is worth 10% to catchment-wide improvement of flood mitigation, and the Bayview Road initiative is worth 13% catchment-wide. That was their conclusion. Anyway, Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks, Mr. President.
Oh, look, it's...
You got to hit your mic then, yeah.
You could refer to the report. I'm sure you've got a copy of the report, 2011.
Right.
Councillor O'Malley.
You mentioned that report in 2015, and I wasn't on the council at that point, but I think around 2017 or 2018, the Three Waters Department actually came forward with that proposal at the time that they was going to put an interceptor pipe that was going to run down the centre and head effectively towards Forbury Park for a pumping station somewhere in that area. And then it's been abandoned again since. Well, I mean, we're not doing it now, so I presume it was put forward, then it doesn't happen. So South Dunedin Future is supposed to be coming forward. You talked about South Dunedin Now, and I think it's a relevant point. I agree with you. So are you wanting effectively while we're doing the long-term planning over here, an activity to deal with the acute issues that we have right in front of us right now. And I guess like the Forbury Interceptor, some of those things, Forbury Road Interceptor, some of those things are probably going to get built regardless of your model. So should we be going after those things that we would say, regardless of what we do, we're going to build them, start building them now, even if they're not going to be the answer, they'll always be part of the solution.
Well, as I understand it, the answers through, if they are answers through South Dunedin Futures, are decades away in many cases. I don't think you can look the residents of South Dunedin in the eye and tell them, we're not going to do this, we're not going to do that, because a climate change initiative says it might not be the right thing decades in the future. I mean, I think that's bordering on criminal, personally.
Are there any further questions? Councillor O'Malley.
So basically, that comes around to partly a stranded asset question. People are worried that we'd end up with a stranded asset. And I guess my feedback has been, and I think it sounds like it's yours, if you worry too much about worrying about the stranded assets, you're doing nothing about what's happening at the moment, and that itself could cause more damage than anything you've left behind by accidentally building something you didn't use in 20 years' time.
Well, yeah, 100%. And I seriously doubt that the assets, the flood control options that you put in now, I would seriously doubt that any of those are going to be compromised by decisions, 50 years down the track or 30 years down the track. And the other issue in terms of urgency is it's not just flood water and flood damage. It's people's mindset. It's their quality of life, and in some cases it's their public health. There are some areas up towards Carisham where the stormwater isn't just full of cigarette butts and a bit of motor oil. It's got excrement in it, and it's just carrying on. It just isn't an acceptable approach.
Thank you. That's all we have time for. Thank you very much for your submission, Mr. Johnston. Now, next we have Neil Haraway.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for hearing me. With the local body elections this year, I think it's time for a last quarter pep talk. Slightly hyperbolic, probably slightly chaotic, like my submission. Not just to councillors, but senior staff and to all of Dunedin. Probably also slightly metaphorical. So what's working and not working in the game so far for Dunedin? Now, I know you were picked from different teams, but I know you all played a great zone defence on the hospital issue. I know you've been grinding out the inch-by-inch plays on Three Waters, George Street and other roading, and South Dunedin's future. The harbour bike path was a good score, and so are direct flights with Queensland. But where's a start to the fantastic harbourside vision? Why is Mosgiel still sprawling over Grade A soil? Why are historic buildings still suffering demolition through neglect? Why is Oamaru's Victorian precinct and events going strong while Dunedin stagnates? Why is the destination management plan still languishing? Team, you seem slow. You seem stifled. Your team spirit is lacking. So where's our winning game plan? I think we can get Dunedin ahead on the scoreboard without spending huge dollars. We need a joint vision of what Dunedin can be. We need the will to work together. We need a spark to ignite our energy. We need to make some bold moves, some enterprising plays. We need to shape a united team from the strongest and brightest players in the city, DCC and ORC, and Kaitahu and University, the Polytech, Business South, Startup Dunedin, IT whizzes, farmers, engineers, tourism talents, loggers and lawyers, carriers and accountants, hoteliers, gold miners and all. You can be the captains and bring the city together. DCC can't do everything. Perhaps you could lead us into the Catalyst project I describe in my submission. That could fire up some of the many green growths ideas I'm sure Dunedin has the ability to succeed with. Now, I know there's a zillion ideas thrown into my submission. I know that ideas are easy, execution is hard. But vision, will, energy and boldness can make it happen. I know that. I envisaged and started making wildlife documentaries in the mid-70s. With strong-willed leaders, an energetic team making bold moves grew NHNZ into a world leader in wildlife films. In the 90s, I was part of a group trying to lift up Kurau. We sought ways of boosting primary production, including grapes. We sought ways of boosting tourism, including a bike trail from Alps to Ocean. Both have happened, both have made a difference. I thought of a Wild Dunedin festival and got it going. Teamwork has grown that for 10 years. So, finally, please, agree how to play best together. Figure out how to fix your weaknesses and how to play to your strength. Enterprise Dunedin doesn't need to be just the name of a struggling council department. Really enterprising Dunedin can be all of us in the city working together to realise our potential. Working on green growth, we can win the title of the world's greatest small city. It's not just Dunedin, it must be Dunedin. Thank you.
Thank you. We have some questions. Firstly, Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Coach. Just a quick question on some of the things that you listed off that, why is this happening, why is that happening, etc. Some of that lot, are you aware that some of that lot is by no fault or delay or reluctance from our behalf or the councillors or council's behalf, that it is in fact the government that we're needing to wait on, that we can't do some things, and I'll pick on the heritage buildings for example. We're hamstrung by the legislation that is in place by government. Are you aware of that sort of?
That was part of the hyperbole in my talk, but I still think it needs bold moves to lobby and try and make change and try and push the boundaries.
Thank you. Councillor Vandervis.
You mentioned bold moves and united players. Would that make you a supporter of a unitary council for the Dunedin area?
No, I think too big is too big. And I think actually to decentralise some of the functions of the city out to Mosgiel, to the north, to Wakawaiti, to Middlemarch, would give stronger growth to those small areas and make smaller teams focus on their area. I think unitary authorities are too big.
Thank you. Councillor Gilbert.
Again, so you were talking as well, Neil, about Enterprise Dunedin and how it doesn't need to be a, as it is kind of a thing. What are your thoughts? I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on the discussion of whether or not to keep Enterprise Dunedin in-house or what, become a CCO, or what your thoughts are around that.
So, similar to my last answer, I think it better to decentralise. I think it better for a CCO or similar, because it makes a separate organisation with its strong focus. I understand the benefits of being within a big organisation might be cost efficiencies, but I think there are other measures of efficiency than just cost.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you. Kia ora, Neil. Reading submissions can be really tough. Reading yours put a big smile on my face. Then I woke up and realised it wasn't true, but it doesn't mean it doesn't have to be. You allude to the 9-year plan, the 20-year vision, the 100-year vision. somewhere in there sits, I think, a timeline for setting a number that you have a vision to look at in the future. 100's a long time. Is 20 too short, and which should it be? Because I like the 100-year vision where the hi-ho rule the world, actually. But what's the number?
Councillor Walker, I don't know. I just picked some numbers. I know that the Karatani Runaka has a 200-year vision. I like that. And I thought, is it 50 years? But really, it's just the intention of setting some numbers, whether it's 20 years or not. But I think the steps are what's important.
Councillor O'Malley, come back.
Certainly think with a 200-year vision, a vision set in 1825 probably wouldn't have anticipated 2025 very well. Mike, the question I had was around the water authority, and you're saying if it's focused, it'll, you know, if it's doing that one thing, it'll be more focused on what it does. You may not be aware of the fact that the government is actually quite prescriptive in what it's going to say about in-house units, that they must in fact be completely ring-fenced financially and act as independent entities inside the council. Given that they'll be doing that, would you be less worried about it being inside, in as much as they are actually quite literally told to effectively separate themselves out from the rest of the entity?
I'm sorry, does that mean that a separate organisation would not get council funding?
It means that when you get a water bill, it's a water bill and it goes only to the water department. It doesn't go back into the general fund, it goes straight over there, as if you were giving it to a CCO.
I see a tourism or a destination management organisation is different from that. I don't see it necessarily returning any financial.
I was mistaken. I thought you were talking at point when you're talking. I thought you did two things: one, a presentation on water units, and saying that you preferred the CCO model because they were focused, and then your RTO model. So I'm just talking over the water one.
Okay.
You got our opinion. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your submission. Next we have Ben McKenzie and Leanne. Is it?
Kia ora koutou, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. We want to begin by thanking the Dunedin City Council for your ongoing investment in place-based funding. We also acknowledge that there's sometimes a perception that place-based organisations are navel-gazers and a waste of money. We'd like to offer a different view, one grounded on evidence, outcomes and lived experience of communities like ours in the Greater Green Island. Strong communities don't happen by chance. They are built through trusted relationships, consistent local presence and deep understanding of what makes each place unique. That's what place-based organisations offer, the ability to grow wellbeing, resilience, belonging and local leadership from the ground up. Council has strategic goals that reflect a vision for a vibrant, sustainable and inclusive Dunedin. Place-based mahi is one of the most direct, cost-effective ways to achieve those goals in our community of around 12,000 people. Through community direction, consultation and community support, we've restored and enhanced public spaces with a new playground, community stage and garden projects. We are facilitating programs with schools that support our tamariki and tohi, growing confidence, wellbeing and connection, trying to prevent the need for future and more expensive interventions. We've supported environmental initiatives, planting waste reduction and active transport that align with your climate priorities. We've built networks that reduce isolation and help people feel proud of where they live. We support a thriving local shopping area with new businesses coming in and the shops are full. We are able to back community-led projects like the Brighton Pump Track, driven by passionate locals. Although Brighton and Fairfield are areas we share with the Saddle Hill Community Board, we work collaboratively but have different functions. They don't have charitable status and cannot apply for the extra funding or be an umbrella organisation for some of those large long-term community-led projects. None of this happens in isolation. Council funding helps us unlock additional grants, sponsorship and hundreds of volunteer hours. Every dollar is stretched further and invested deeply. Place-based groups aren't just project delivery vehicles, we're strategic partners. part of the team, helping council deliver long-term impact in real visible ways. We're agile, responsive and embedded in our communities, but the kind of trust and coordination isn't built overnight, and it can't be sustained without stable, predictable funding. The long-term vision is vital. Projects that improve community facilities and wellbeing often take years of relationship building, stability and collaboration. So today we respectfully ask for the following: ongoing recognition of place-based organisations as long-term strategic partners, backed by continued investment, assured multi-year funding. That would be awesome. But you know, a public toilet in the Green Island Memorial Gardens for our community. I know it's not part of your 9-year plan, it's been taken out, but it's a long-standing and repeatedly raised need, which for some reason comes close to happening, but is still unmet, despite lots of advocacy. Mechanisms and support for the beautification of Green Island's main street, which continues to be delayed. There's been past promises there. Safe, accessible ways for children and young people to get to school. The Burnside Underpass remains unresolved. We acknowledge it's complex, and we're aware of the trails work in that space as well. But we'd also like that our coastal areas like Brighton, Green Island and Concord are able to connect effectively into those and safely into those other assets that the city will have. You know, we're proud of the Greater Green Island communities and what we've all achieved together. The projects are not vanity or nice to haves, but investment in the wellbeing of our community. The real story isn't just in the projects, it's in the feeling people have when they say, this is a place I belong to. That's the kind of city we're building together. Ngā mihi nui. Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you. Questions? We have Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you both for the submission and the work you're doing for your community. What would you say to the people sitting around the table who don't support funding for place-based groups and or object to increasing funding available?
Thank you for the question. I would say that it's a little bit short-sighted. I think the council that put that funding in place was revolutionary at the time, and they could see the potential for that to actually be an absolute asset. Teams on the ground to be able to enact those things in their local area, helping local areas help themselves. I think that I understand the pressures that are happening at the moment and the fiscal constraints that are happening. I really get that, and I could see that happening with the last discussion, the tension that was coming in that space. But I think it's an investment that's worth looking into. I think, though, that we would ask that there's some clear accountabilities or some clear targets that we could be doing together in those spaces. Don't just give us money, like actually help us see that we're working together on those strategic goals. I think there is a bit of a discussion that needs to be had there as well.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you. Thank you for your work, and still memorable as the opening of all of that amazing development in the Memorial Gardens. So you don't have to convince me. My question has been asked and answered.
Councillor O'Malley.
Thanks. Thanks for your submission. The Burnside Underpass, and that has come up before, and I don't know if it was you guys in the trust at the time, was it, or was it? Because I put you in with transport and identified that underpass as a thing. Are you running into a situation where you're finding that you've had the conversation but it's not moving on to the next step?
Yeah, and it sounds like you've got a whole lot of players in that little section. You know, there's what are they called now? Waka Kotahi, council. There's State Highway 1 runs through there. It's just a big thing. It was kicked down the road as part of the Trails project, and I think it was going to be addressed as part of that, was what we were last told. And then when we went back and reviewed that, it looked like it might have just been in the too hard basket again. But we would love to see some traction happening there, because we've got kids that can't bike to school safely.
We'll go Councillor Walker, then come back to you. We've got time. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. A couple of my questions have been asked about Burnside and the 30k increase. So I'll ask another one, because you alluded to times of austerity, money is a bit tight. Can you just speak to, because under austerity we talk a lot about bang for your buck. What sort of bang for your buck do you get by investing into the community via place-based groups and funding, please?
I mean, we're currently working on what you can charge out volunteer hours at. There's hundreds of those, but it's beyond that. There's some actual fiscal realities there. Like I think we graciously got $42,000 as part of place-based funding from you guys last time, and I think we turned that into, for the community, 400K in extra funding, and that's gone directly to the young people in the schools. It's gone directly to community identified projects. You know, we're doing another survey at the moment, and it's really about hearing from our community on the ground where our direction should be, and then aligning that with your strategic vision and making that happen for our community. And that's the bang for the buck that you get.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
Do you quantify that? And you must be quantifying that somewhere, right?
The dollars? Yeah, I mean, the total numbers are in those extra fundings that we're able to, you can look in our annual report, what we have been spending in the community, and we only exist because of sustainably because of the funding that you guys as a seed for that project.
It was actually, my question actually was the streets and the upgrades. When I got on council 9 years ago, that was supposed to be done 4 years out, so that's at least 5 years past when they were supposed to be done. And they do move every long-term plan. They just keep moving 3 years along. So do you want the feedback to be this can't keep happening, this has to actually start to get done?
The problem becomes the community starts to roll their eyes whenever you try to do consultation and stuff like that, because they go, we've already talked about this. This was meant to be done 5 years ago. This was 10 years. The toilet, there's an opportunity to have that put in place when John Moore put the fresh choice in, and it didn't happen then as well. He was going to put some stuff in, but yeah.
Thank you, and thank you for your submission.
The next speaker's not here, is it?
2:45. Yep. Yep. No, look, thank you. Okay. We're a fraction early, but if we begin now, we'll have a longer break at the end. So, if councillors are ready, we'll begin. So we have Ms. Novell and
Donna Peacock.
Donna Peacock. Hi, thank you. Welcome. And there's a timer behind me, so you have 5 minutes from now.
Kia ora. Thank you for offering the opportunity to submit to the draft DCC 9-year plan. Seniors Climate Action Network, SCAN for short, regularly holds free public events at the Dunedin Suite, which promote a healthier present and future for us all. We would like to thank the DCC for its support in providing this space, which is an excellent example of high-quality council initiative for the benefit of the community. SCAN's vision for the city of Dunedin is for it to be a healthy and happy place to live. To this end, SCAN has 2 recommendations for this budget. Firstly, the inclusion of additional investment options for accelerating the reduction of carbon emissions, and within that, prioritising a fully connected local inner city cycling, walking and bus network. It is established that this will provide the biggest bang for buck for reduction in air pollution and particles which wreak havoc on our bodies. This is in addition to effect on climate. Air pollution from car use creates a plethora of diseases and premature deaths. Recent scientific reviews state that air pollution may account for 19% of all cardiovascular and 21% of all stroke deaths. It has been linked to cancers and impaired lung development. It is associated with reduced cognitive function and increased risk of dementia, also with diabetes, immune system impairment, and osteoporosis. A surprising recent finding is the effect continuous noise has on health. Living by a busy road causes low-level stress, and in the long term, that increases the risk of stroke, diabetes and blood clots. Too much exposure to traffic noise hurts children's brain development. Therefore, we recommend that DCC prioritises a local inner-city walking, biking and bus network which would give more diverse options to move around, resulting in less traffic on the roads. This would provide cleaner air and less noise. It would create more space for biodiversity, space for water to sink in, and trees for shelter. It would produce calming environments for local markets and communities to connect with each other and thrive. Secondly, SCAN recommends the exclusion of increased budget for grass verge maintenance. Mowing verges contributes to pollution of air, soil and waterways and to environmental noise. Instead, we propose you use that money to invest in opportunities and benefits to advocate for and grow local biodiversity and food for all. Working with soil and plants is well known to increase physical and mental health and well-being. For this, SCAN recommends that DCC provides resources and works with place-based communities to facilitate using the verges productively by setting up local neighbourhood caretakers with competitions for the best care for street or neighbourhood, setting up local small-scale plant nurseries, like Smails Beach, which you heard about yesterday, and composting hubs, neighbourhood orchards, public chipping service, community tree plantings, etc. Not only would this help to diversify our natural surroundings, it would increase pollinators, food security and resilience. We acknowledge that the DCC has a limited budget. Therefore, we urge councillors to make bold choices when prioritising expenditure to achieve the above vision. Choices that benefit the well-being of all. The health of all Dunedin citizens is at stake. And finally, we recommend a whole system approach when making decisions. A useful tool would be to reconnect with and build on the work DCC has already done on the city portrait, which is tailored to plan for communities to thrive within the safe operating space of the boundaries of the planet. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We have questions. Firstly, Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kia ora. I just have a question about the zero carbon high and, because I only have one question, I'm going to think about how to phrase it, the zero carbon high and medium investment options and some of the things that are in those plans you've mentioned. Have you had a chance to read those? There's 30 in one and 21 and 31 actions and 21 in the other. Have you had a chance to read those and discuss amongst yourselves which options of those you might have, of those 30/21 that you might have thought would work the best?
I heard Jinty McTavish say that the biggest bang for buck would be the inner city walking, cycling and bus network. And I know that they've worked out so much. We have looked at all those. It's quite, it's very extensive. And I think we would leave it up to the zero carbon team to determine closer what would be, what's the best thing to do.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you. We've been told by some who've submitted to us that we're fixated on climate change and that the storm events that have affected South Dunedin and other are not about climate change. And you've presented a different perspective. Can you tell me, because often I think there's a thought that it's just young people who understand that this is an existential threat. What do you say about what you hear from your peers around the huge challenge we have ahead in terms of addressing climate change, both adaptation and mitigation, through our zero carbon aspirations and goals?
We know that there's a lot of people very concerned about climate change generally, not just South Dunedin, which of course is a major problem for us. But climate change is so much more than that. It's a lot of people think, oh, it's the sea rising. Well, it's not just the sea rising, it's everything. We will have droughts, we will have floods, we will have expenses with all of that in the future. So we really need to look at the big picture, and the city portrait was a good way to go.
Thank you. Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor, tēnā kōrua, and tēnā koutou to the rest of the group. Regarding your comments about city portrait, can you please explain for colleagues if you have the sense that I'm just beginning to engage with, the difference in terms of the city portrait's approach to planetary overshoot, and why the UN SDGs do not take into account overshoot, regarding your whole thing about a whole systems change approach.
The UN SDGs are general, they apply to the whole world. They cancel each other out as well. So there's growth, but then, we have to conserve our water. It's not applied to a specific place. The city portrait is a great tool that can be applied to a specific place It's got a lot of material that is already presented there. Other cities are doing it. You do not have to invent the whole method. And yeah, it keeps the communities thriving within the safe operating space.
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor, and thanks Donna and Sue and Scan for your mahi in this climate space. It goes back to Councillor Barker's question, I guess, around the high and medium investment options. Are you and people in the group in any way disappointed that you didn't have the option to feedback directly on those high and medium investment options for a zero carbon plan via this document?
It's a very important question that we need to have a say on. It's life or death. It's our future, it's our children, it's our grandchildren. And it's more important than having a say on, entry fees. It's much more important. So thanks for that we can bring this forward now.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for your submission. And with that, I'll move that we take a break for a cup of tea, coming back at 3:15. Seconded Councillor Mayhem. All in favour, say aye. Against? Carried. and it's still 3:15. So, Mr. Ford, are you ready to begin? Can you hear us? We can't hear you. Yes, we can.
Kia ora.
Yes.
Kia ora, Mayor.
Yep, we can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Members.
The next 5 minutes are all yours.
Kia ora, thank you. Kia ora, Mayor Redditch, councillors, ko Chris Ford toka winawa. Chris Ford, Policy Advisor, Disabled Persons Assembly New Zealand, Southern and Central. My colleague Amy Taylor, our Dunedin City Community Connector, extends her apologies. I present this oral submission in support of our contribution to the DCC's 9-year plan. In the brief time we have available today, I'd like to emphasise 3 key points from our submission. Those concern accessible transport infrastructure, community housing, and the need for high investment in reducing carbon emissions. The first relates to accessible transport infrastructure. As we stated in our submission, DPA supports the $433.1 million proposed spend for transport infrastructure projects in the Dunedin City area over the next 9 years, with some of these being co-delivered, of course, with support from the Yataka Regional Council and New Zealand Transport Authority. We welcome the specific transport projects outlined in the consultation document, including, for example, the plan to renew transport assets to avoid future failures and costs, and the creation of a park and ride system for Mosgiel residents on the basis that it is, of course, accessible to disabled people. However, we reiterate some of the priorities we'd like to see worked on during the term of the 9-year plan around improving transport accessibility. These include improving the accessibility and usability of bus stops, very important, installing more mobility curb cuts, especially at or near every mobility parking space in the city, more road resurfacing and rehabilitation to ensure that everyone can travel with or on roads and footpaths smoothly is outside the new South Dunedin Library about to be opened, that the Mosgiel Park and Ride service include accessible buses as part of the service mix, that the intersection of Haggett, Alexander Drive and Gladstone Road North is addressed in Mosgiel, and that work is prioritised on the Northern Motorway, especially on the intersection coming into Pine Hill. These are just some of the examples of much needed improvements we'd like to see. When it comes to community housing, we would like to reiterate our disappointment at the DCC's current proposal to not invest in the building of new community housing in this 9-year plan. We recommend that this decision be reversed and funding restored to build more new units as part of this 9-year plan. In our submission, we highlighted the disability housing statistics from the 2023 census, which showed that 414.5 per 10,000 disabled people aged 5 years and over across the country were estimated to be severely housing deprived, more than double the 203.7 per 10,000 total for non-disabled people aged 5 years and over. We don't have any specific Dunedin data, but my colleague Amy Taylor recently interviewed Janine Walker from the Dunedin Betting Bank on our notable radio show on War FM, who anecdotally estimated that 50% of the homeless people she supported in her role were disabled people. Also, we've seen media reports where a local MSD office admitted that there was a shortage of accessible housing for disabled people locally, and I know that from just my own personal experience. We recommend that the DCC continues to fund the building of new accessible universal design social housing, and one way is through partnering with community housing providers who've recently been funded by government to provide, and working with the City Council who would, and we believe that the City Council should provide partial capital towards the much needed new community housing, working in partnership with community housing providers. because the central government is getting out largely of the game of social housing provision, it seems. So it's quite wise for local government to step in. And lastly, we'd like to express our disappointment that council has so far rejected 2 investment packages, which would have sped up the city's ability to meet its zero carbon emissions 2030 goals. In the wake of the ongoing climate emergency, disabled people are and will continue to disproportionately bear the brunt of climate change locally, nationally, and globally. We cited in our submission the disproportionate impact that climate change is having on disabled people, both locally and nationally. We support the cause of zero carbon Dunedin for the city to invest heavily in reducing carbon emissions, is even while it's pleasing that council is reducing its own emissions, the wider city must act as doing so as well. That needs firm council leadership. In closing, we recognise that the Stein-Year plan represents real challenges, but also opportunities. And from a disability perspective, we ask that a non-austerity approach is taken, that investments are made in the environmental, social and community areas to improve well-being for everyone, including disabled people and Ōtepoti. Chair, now over to you and councillors for questions.
Thank you, Councillor Mayhem.
Kia ora, Chris. I wondered
Kia ora.
if you knew about the drop curbs. I've spoken with the transport team and they will be installed. While there's no funding for drop curbs, they will be installed as part of the course as renewals occur.
That's good. That's good to hear. Thank you, councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Vandervis.
I've done a rough count up of the improvements you'd like to see, and it comes to over $200 million. This is on top of the rates increases we've already had. Where would you expect that $200 million to come from?
Well, we take, as I said, a non-austerity approach. I know that you take a different philosophical approach, councillor, but that's up to council to determine. And as far as we're concerned, that our main priorities are to ensure that there is investment there in the social and environmental development of our community. And it's going to be compromised if council decides to make serious cuts in any of those areas in particular, in any of the areas that we've highlighted.
Thank you, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. Kia ora, Chris. Thanks for excellent submission as ever. I'm going to jump on to recommendation 8 around Tahura Otago Museum. I'm probably not alone in feeling a wee bit perplexed that there's still some issues there related to accessibility. So question is, A, what are they? And B, have you had discussions with Dr. Griffin? Has DPA engaged with Dr. Griffin around these?
Thank you for that question. That's very relevant, as just in the last day or so, the team at Otago Museum have been in contact with us. We're currently in the process of arranging a meeting with them, and that will happen on or around about a week's time. So be assured that that submission has generated that interest on behalf of the museum and hearing into how they could further improve things. They've done a lot of good things, but there's always, as ever in the area of accessibility, more work to do.
Thank you, Councillor O'Malley.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, Chris. Back to the drop curbs. It doesn't seem like much has happened in the 7 years since we had that relationship with Transport where they would bring drop curbs into the renewals program. And yet you have not. Have you been involved in picking any of the drop curbs, or how many do you get involved with every year?
Well, I do know that from the Disability Issues Advisory Group, and Councillor Mayhem may also be able to appraise you. We do have regular representations from the Transport Department who come to DAG meetings, and also to Access for All group, which you're aware it does exist and that DPA is also a part of. We do have a role in that, but I do think that and I agree with you, Councillor, that there is more work yet to do in the areas of providing more drop curbs around the city, particularly in growth areas.
Thank you, Councillor Gary.
As opposed to staff. How many drop curbs have you, as a disability group, through the DIAG or DPA, said, I want a drop curb put in here, and actually influenced the program?
Thank you for clarifying that question, Councillor. We, not specifically, no, we haven't had that offer of asking. We do want to have those drop curbs installed for some time.
Yeah.
Yes, but there are engagements going on, even with, for example, John Marrable that I'm aware of, but not directly to us as DPA, but through the DIAG and Access for All, there are those engagements with the Transport Department.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. At a time when funding for the disabled is under attack by government,
yes.
What is the message that you want to hear from council in terms of addressing some of the needs or the inclusivity of the disabled community in our city?
I think that principally that we wish to, by the way, thank council for its support. It's the letter that came from the mayor in particular, and that was driven by Councillor Mayhem last year when we first experienced cuts to disability support services and changes to flexible funding in particular. I think that really it is up to councils around the country to add their voices in support of disabled people, to ensure that our supports remain in place, because they're so important to us as disabled people, as the councillor knows, as well as her own whānau, that it's quite important that we have disability support available that is appropriate, funded, and tailored to our needs, flexible to our needs, so that we can participate in the lives of our communities, including here in Ōtepoti, Dunedin.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Ford. Thank you for your submission.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Kia kite.
Next, we have Irene Skerr. Yes, 5 minutes. The clock, the counter started.
Thank you for the opportunity. I have been here before. Right. I'm here to talk about the Peninsula Safety Improvement Project as I understood it, because it's now the Te Awa Autaka. But the job, the road, the finish down there has been promised, and to me the part that I prioritise is the Otakau part, from Ellison's to the fisheries. It's dangerous. I went down there yesterday to make sure I was familiar with what the concern is, and it's dangerous. It needs to be, as promised, fixed to the standard that was promised. And I do believe that the 3 pieces that are not completed yet need to be put in tandem so that financially it's a sensible project to be going ahead. There are 3 portions there not yet completed. But I just thought briefly I would tell you how the priority of the roading started. In 2002, the community board was put in place, and to find out what the community wanted, we held public meetings and asked them what their priority was, and it was definitely the safety on the road and the ability for the children to walk to school safely. And everybody, now that was in 2003 that I first spoke to the council and put that item forward. I was at that time, and for 9 years, chairman of the Peninsula Community Board. And we worked on the premise that if we looked after the residents on the peninsula, they would look after the peninsula, and they have. At that time, we had STOP, we had the Otago Peninsula Trust, and we had Larnets Castle, all looking after the well-being of the community. But since then, we've had so many groups start up, so many volunteers. Everybody has something to do down there because they enjoy living there, they enjoy being part of the development of the peninsula, and the roading which was put in has been phenomenal. Everybody appreciates so much what the council's done. But when the timing was changed, there were commitments made, there were promises made that the people at the far end would not be missed out. And that is what I'm hoping that you will commit to. You've heard from the children down there, you've heard from the marae. It is a place that must be dealt with. Now, when I say the peninsula's been looked after by people down there, one of my very special ones is the Otago Peninsula Biodiversity Group. Do you all realise that since that was started, they've had over 100,000 community volunteer hours spent on the biodiversity of the Otago Peninsula? Volunteers, they still have 25 doing the trap lines at the moment, even though we're down to just such a small number of possums. 3, as we've heard. Now, from that, I suppose you've heard the number, but I asked yesterday to make sure I had it correct. So far, 24,741 possums have been destroyed on the Otago Peninsula. That is such a significant difference to the biodiversity out there. It's also a difference to people's gardens that roses now thrive and fruit stays on the fruit trees. It's because the people down there have a feeling of well-being, living somewhere they're prepared to put volunteer hours in to enhance the area that they live in. As I said, I popped down there yesterday to make sure I knew what the standard of the road was. It's narrow. Buses have to travel towards the centre of the line at all times. Down by the fisheries end, there's a tight corner, which means if the bus is in the middle of the road, you cannot see it till you're right in front of it. And this is a tight portion for all those that live further down, including the albatross colony and the marae, and a danger for getting emergency services down there. I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. We have a question from Councillor Gary.
Thank you for coming in, Ms. Skur, and this is a wonderful opportunity to just acknowledge the extraordinary work you've done over the years, both the biodiversity group, because you had a part to play with that, and as Community Board Chair at the start of the project. You talked about Peninsula, people looking after the Peninsula. Can you tell us how you see the benefit to the whole city of completing this project? You need to push your...
Thank you. It's an age thing. The number of people that are using that combined walkway, cycleway is phenomenal. It doesn't matter if I'm walking my dog at 6:30 in the morning or if I'm coming home from a meeting at 10:30. There is somebody walking out on the walkway. But the amount of cars that travel down there is continual. When I went to get an ice cream at Mac Bay the other day, the queue was way out the door, so I decided to miss the opportunity. Yesterday, as I was down at the heads at the albatross colony, there were 23 cars down there, and I had morning tea at 11 o'clock. So there were 23 cars already down there at the heads. It is is used all the time, and especially I see children in the morning with their bikes or their scooters, and families families with little babies in prams. It's phenomenal, and it's not just Peninsula people, because a lot of people from town, they park at Vauxhall Boat Shed and then bike all the way down and back and enjoy the flat and safe area that it is.
Thank you. Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you. Thanks for your submission, Ms. Skur. Excuse me. How would you respond to the view that there's been too much money already spent on the Otago Peninsula shared pathway, and it's really only to the it's really only to the advantage of local residents whose property values have increased significantly because of that work funded by others?
So, the microphone. Yep, there you go.
I believe the value of the Otago Peninsula enhances the whole of the Dunedin area. The funding that is put down there has not been for individuals that live down there, but has been for the whole of wider Dunedin and for the tourism aspect of it, that a safe road. Imagine if a bus is passing a camper van and one of them trips into the sea. When the sea rolls over the road in that narrow part of road. Imagine it, what the publicity would be, and how many buses would say, well, we won't travel that far down. We'll have morning tea at Glenfilloch instead of going the whole way. We can't have one danger point. It'd be like having cancer in your colon, wouldn't it? If you've got one danger point, the whole lot is affected, and that's what's happening at the moment.
Thank you. And thank you very much for your submission. Okay, now, next we have Karen Treblikov.
Tēnā koutou, Mr Mayor, councillors. I'm not here to ask you for money for a theatre, not 17.1 million, not 1 million, or any other amount you have heard today or will hear in the next few days. In fact, I'm probably the only person you're going to hear from this week, I'm guessing, that's going to offer you money. I'm going to turn around the $122,000 you've been spending annually on the Fortune Theatre building and give you back $200,000 every year. That's $322,000 into your annual budget. And problem solved, you have professional theatre back in Dunedin at no cost to the ratepayer. You'll have a modern, accessible, 160-seat theatre fit for the 21st century. And okay, we won't rival the new the new Court Theatre building, but we will be in a gorgeous historic building, which Christchurch doesn't have. So how? I believe the Fortune Theatre building needs about $500,000 to make it operational again. That's new seats, toilets on the same level, rewire and fire alarms, paint and carpet. And I believe I can raise that money within the city. It's 10 businesses giving $50,000 or 50 businesses giving $10,000. Either using the Forsyth Bar Stadium model or like the Regent Theatre and have a trust or some other model, let's get this going. I can get quotes for the work and I can raise the money, get the work done. We could be open and have businesses sending their staff there for their Christmas function this year. We could have Glide Time back on the Fortune stage or Forskin's Lament, Wednesday to come. Money coming in for the council, which they could then use for Playhouse and other theatres. We could bring in new seats for Playhouse as you pay per container for seats from China. This is a council which says it supports heritage buildings in this city, and Fortune Theatre is one of our best, in the heart of our city. I'm not sure what you think you're going to get for it if you sell it. And then there was Stage South suggestions this morning that the money that was raised could be used to fund the $17.1 million theatre build. Really? Council bought the building from the Fortune Theatre Trust in 2000 for $220,000. I'm going to make you that much in just 12 months. As a developer, I know the costs associated with changing the use of such a building. Just to refit the footpath needs to be closed. Part of one of the busiest cities in the road needs to be closed. There is no access to it. The only value I can see in it is for the new owner to play the long game, let it fall down slowly, like the buildings in Princess Street have, and then it can be demolished and an office block put there. Please don't be the council that lets this happen. And you'll be happy to know the building does not need earthquake strengthening. I asked your own earthquake-prone building compliance officer, Peter Brookland. At the November council meeting, you decided to put the sale of the building in the 9-year plan because you were told by Property Services it required costly earthquake strengthening. Property Services was wrong. You made a decision on wrong information. There's a problem there, legally. As well, I've heard from a lot of people, it wasn't easy to tick across the right box on the online forms. Whichever way the public swayed in this process, I don't think you can take much from it. You have said both at this table and in the media that theatre groups in the city must come together with one proposal for you. But with respect, it is your job to make the decision because you are the best people to do it. That's why you were voted in. Make the decision. Let's get professional theatre back operating in Dunedin this year and save the ratepayers' money.
Are there any questions? Councillor Eklund.
That's the first time I can recall anybody offering us money, so well done. But my question is around why the Fortune Theatre closed in the first place, and you're suggesting for X amount of dollars that can be raised, it can be put back into action as a professional theatre. But the reason, and correct me if I'm wrong, the reason that it closed was because the professional theatre business part couldn't make it.
Yeah, that's quite correct, because they employed 8 full-time staff. If you have a look at my budget, which I sent in as part of the submission, there's not 8 full-time staff employed. The theatre also closed because the toilets, if you remember, anyone who used to go to the theatre, was inaccessible. The audience was ageing, and they just could not make it down those steps to the toilet, and elderly people will not go to somewhere they can't go to the toilet. Also, the seats were incredibly uncomfortable. We're going to fix all that. We're going to make the theatre's already waterproof, so it's now dry. All those damp problems are gone, so we can now recarpet it and get it back going.
Fantastic. Any other questions? Councillor Gilbert.
Looking at the photos, you last in there at least December last year. May have been since, but the photos have December last year. So the quote that you've got there, your budget that you've got there, is based on what you saw, and are the numbers from qualified builders, etc., that have seen the premises as is, have seen photos of, or have had a description from yourself, and is it probably, or can it be locked in at that?
Unfortunately, Property Services would not let me in the building. Councillor Lee Vandervis got me in the building after I appeared at the meeting in November, and I was allowed in for a very brief amount of time, and even taking those photographs I was completely frowned at, let alone taking in a tape measure or a builder. Although I was offered to take the builder in, but it was just not going to be as worth its while. Kurt Webster gave me the quote for the toilets to be up at $200,000 to replace them, and also fix the seating will need to be re-stepped to fit the new seating in. So that is $200,000 was his estimate, and he estimated well over. I asked him to do that. So getting him in and doing a proper quote, he does heritage work throughout the city, will actually tie down that $500,000. The wiring is the other big issue I'm concerned about, is just how much that will cost. But without taking that step of actually figuring out these prices, it's all just, who knows.
So in terms of the your budget, your budget does show 200 in the black, but is your plan to give us all of that? Or is you just saying, if we'll make that, surely you'll need contingency and a bit more and something for you?
If you have a look at my budget, I'm not paying you any lease, so. I'm also asking you for any funding from arts funding. So the last thing I want to do as a theatre is actually taking money away from Creative New Zealand, from government arts, and I don't want to take money away from other arts groups in this city. If I can't make this theatre run as a commercial proposition, then I'm not doing my job. I want it to actually make money.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. As you're aware, we've heard from Stage South and everybody else, but none of them have mentioned in any of their proposals that the Fortune Theatre is a possibility. Have you been in conversation with any of those other organisations?
They're very negative, and very difficult to talk to because of that. They want their new theatre, they want that 17.1 build, and there's no changing their minds, I'm sorry.
So, Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor, tēnā koe. Just to clarify your answer to Councillor Lucas, so you have made attempts to relate with these people. Okay, kia ora.
Oh God, very quick, Councillor Eklund, yes.
So, why would you want to do all this if the professional theatre people don't want to use it?
I'm going to be offering them $1,500 a week salary, income, wages. I think they might want to do it then.
Are you confident you've got the money to back it?
Until I actually get those estimates actually nailed down as quotes, I can't say. I can't say we're going to be at that $500,000 and then be able to go to businesses. But the people I have talked to are saying, we just want our theatre back, we've got the money, we want to give you money, can we be a trustee, can we do this? And there's been so much support from non-theatre people in this city, it's really gratifying.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors.
Oh, yes.
Is there an ability for you to request through property services, Ms Trebler, access with obviously the suitable parties to have a more extensive visit to the Fortune Theatre, because so it leads out to the next, so we can see the next steps.
I would imagine so. Now that you've had preliminary access and got a bit of an idea, take some photos, I mean, I'm sure we'll roll on to the next step because we're talking about doing something with it. So.
Can I just add that I approached building services, that's where I got the information about the earthquake strengthening, and that it won't pinge a building resource consent to do that work because it doesn't affect the envelope of the building. So I have been talking to your staff, but yeah, property services have not been helpful. Building has been very helpful.
Okay, I'm sure we'll work our way through it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's great. Okay, next we have Sky Duncan.
Some slides I was going to show. I don't know if there's a clicker I can use. Oh, great, thanks. Oh, great, thank you.
Yes, thank you. All right. Oh, we'll wait for the slideshow to start.
Does that work? Oh, yep. Awesome. I know. There we go. Kia ora. Thanks for the time. I'm going to whiz through a few slides. I'm here to speak about the long-term plan and any potential opportunities we can use to enhance our thinking in Dunedin around the streets and our most valuable public space. I have spoken at council before a few years ago pre-COVID, so a few familiar slides for some, but I speak now not as a visitor back to Dunedin, but as a resident and also as the Executive Director of the Global Designing Cities Initiative. We work with almost 70 cities around the world with mayors and their city governments on how to reimagine their streets to serve more people. We offer capacity building, trainings, and we've worked on transforming over 200 projects around the world. Our streets for city governments are our largest continuous network of public space that we have, and therefore one of the largest untapped assets we have. Yet in almost every corner of the world, we give that space over to moving and storing private automobiles at the expense of the health, safety and accessibility of our most vulnerable populations. Globally, we're now faced with a plethora of global crises, from air pollution, lack of physical activity leading to lifelong chronic diseases and crippling our health budgets. And it's our number one killer of young people, is kids dying on our streets. So we believe it's time to shift that hierarchical pyramid where the car has been king, and instead to prioritise people, particularly thinking about the needs of kids, elderly and those with disabilities. The bulk of Dunedin is already built, it's established. And so if we don't put on a pair of glasses and ask what's possible of the space we already have, and ask how this can serve more functions, how it can serve more people, then we will never be dealing with all the crises that we're facing. But we know the answers, we know the evidence on how we can make it safe and accessible, healthy and comfortable, inspirational, educational, and even crazy things like foster love and joy in our streets. Our work builds off the foundation of the Global Street Design Guide, now endorsed by over 130 cities, regions and organisations around the world, including Dunedin from a few years ago. We look at how we can help cities shift from an environment of survival to one of thriving. I know your budget is set, and I know already the roads, the footpaths is a big portion of that. But how within those parameters can we continue to be creative in how we repair, maintain, build back, and look at our standard operations? We've seen great progress already in the city. I take my 3-year-old daughter down to George Street often to look at the play there. One of our other guides is Designing Streets for Kids. Happy to leave a copy here. But also acknowledging it doesn't always have to cost a lot of money. Being creative with paint, with some planters, working with local communities, as we've heard from some other residents here, we can really see an opportunity to ask what's possible. So why not look around the world? Cities we've worked with, from Milan, transforming spaces outside schools where parents can gather and connect, to Fortaleza in the north of Brazil, reimagining the space almost in a matter of a weekend to invite new people, to Istanbul in Turkey, where car park spaces become plazas and invite people and communities to come together, or Bogota in Colombia, where almost overnight we're seeing fewer fatalities and more communities and businesses thrive. So very briefly, I come here to ask you guys, what if, Dunedin, what if we actually cared more about our kids than our cars? What if we could take our moments like this at the beachfront with some of our most thriving restaurants and bustling playgrounds that I know are under construction as we speak, and instead of divide them by parked cars and metal boxes, actually connect them as a place that adds to Dunedin's destinations and attracts people from around the country and around the world? What if our waterfronts could be reimagined to have planted trees, protected cycle facilities and bustling businesses open up and take advantage of one of the most beautiful and amazing natural assets that we have? Or if outside our schools, instead of again grey sea of asphalt and storing cars, we actually created environments where busy parents who are maybe socially isolated can come and connect, where kids can learn from each other and bring the playgrounds and the learning outside of out of the classroom into the public realm. And I know when we challenge the status quo, it's scary, and that typically this idea of challenging the status quo is not in the DNA of Dunedinites. But what we're seeing around the world is when this stuff is implemented, people want it. And again, city after city, mayors are getting re-elected for their commitment to challenging the status quo and dreaming big. So my ask of you guys is, within the work you've got, within the strict parameters, please be open, dream big, be bold, act bravely. We owe it to the next generation of Dunedinites. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. We only get one question, so I have to be choosy. First of all, I agree with you. It staggers me that our waterfront is as it is. However, that's not my question. I just want clarification on another part of your submission, where, and particularly we're talking about 231 Stewart, so Fortune. You've got on, sorry, no, it's not, it's the entry fees. You go, no, do not introduce an entry fee of $20, but then you say add a fee for tourists, not locals.
I misunderstood that when I answered it.
So which of the two? And don't forget to press your button again, because I've now turned you off. Your microphone button.
Yes, I think we should have an international fee for the gallery, but not for locals.
Yep. Thank you. Councillor Benson Pope.
Thank you. And thank you very much for the presentation, Ms Duncan. And I think it's useful that councillors, that you've managed to share some extraordinary international roles from Dunedin with everyone. I just have one question. Did I hear you say that you're now again a resident here?
Correct. I got stuck here in COVID. I came back for 2 weeks and it turned into now almost 4.5 years with a 3-year-old. So I'm sticking around to get a bit of help with my daughter.
That's very welcome news. Thank you very much.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and damn your progressive imagination, Sky. Gosh, I remember you speaking to us when talking about George Street as if it was the end of the world, so well done on that. My question is particularly about Otapoti Dunedin, or maybe it's not, and you can help me. Why are we so bad here at allocating some of the commons over to humans rather than vehicles, particularly when the evidence across the Motu, across the world, highlights the social, environmental and economic benefits of doing so?
It's a wonderful question and we need a few hours, but ultimately we're not alone. Pretty much every corner of the world, I can't name a single project that I've worked out of those 200 plus projects where I haven't almost been spat at, screamed at, yelled at. The reality is human beings are scared of change. We don't want something that's different than what we know. But the other reality is that if we don't change what we're doing and we don't challenge the status quo, we are going to be crippled, not only because of all the health crises, but because of congestion, because of time wasted. And we have an unbelievable asset in Dunedin. When you see cities around the world doing what they are doing, with like 1/10, if not 100th of the resources we have, it really brings to light that we have no excuses to not use our creativity, to work with our communities, to really rethink how that space can serve more people. And it's not taking away every car park in the city, and it's not telling people that they can't ever drive. The reality is we are not giving people authentic choices of how they move around and how they use that space through how it is today. So all we're advocating for is more authenticity in giving people authentic choices, that a parent can feel safe sending their child to cycle or walk to school, because currently today we can't. I've cycled around the world and I'm terrified to cycle here with my 3-year-old. Because I'm scared I'm going to get hit, and that's not a risk I'm willing to take. But every day, you don't need a master's degree for this stuff. Every morning, my daughter says to me as we walk down to daycare, she says, "Mummy, those cars are going too fast. Mummy, why can't I sit here and play?" And we literally sit on the side of the street sometimes for an hour at a time coming back. And little details don't have to cost a lot of money, but sometimes as a city council, providing the permission slip and offering the opportunity for communities to pick up those types of projects, to work with local businesses, work with local sponsors that can support the budgets, it's a complete no-brainer. And once you get 1 or 2 of those successful projects on the ground in the city, and the details matter, you've got to do it well, people's fear or freak out of change just lowers a little bit. Then they're willing to do another and another and so forth. And that's how we see the catalyst of change happen.
We take one very quick question from Councillor Geary.
Quick as I can. At an economic development workshop last night, we got the message that the community wanted us to be bold, and they also talked about hidden talent and the talent we have here. And so welcome back. How cool that you're living here. You talked about, I was going to ask you a question about imagining the city, but you covered that off. You talked about how you were spat at and abused before a project started, but what happened after the project was finished?
I won't say 100% of the time, but at least 90, 95% of the time, people realise they're willing to change their minds. And quite frankly, we've seen that here in Dunedin. I've seen the headlines on George Street. I've seen it be threatened to close down. I've also seen it completed, and I've seen some of the biggest oppositions now come out and speak to the papers and say, it's not that bad. Actually, it's pretty good. So I think we cannot attempt to try and build 100% consensus. That's not possible in a human society and in a democratic environment. But we can build a majority, and we can highlight the voices of people who don't get to have a say in this stuff and have a fair and more equitable conversation, because the reality is the people who get to come to these meetings, or have the privilege to sit at this table like you guys, are often not the ones that get to have their voice who actually support this type of thing.
Thank you, and please stay.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission. Next we have Lewis Cameron and Danny Healy. Right, just when you're ready to go, you have 5 minutes.
Afternoon, my name's Lewis Cameron. I'm talking about my uncle Danny.
Yeah, so if you're going to tag team, you have to push that each time you want to talk.
Okay, cheers. My name's Lewis Cameron. I'm joined by my uncle, Danny. And we'll be talking to you today about why Dunedin needs a indoor skate park as a destination playground.
And we prepared a short video, so we'll just hit play on that now.
Yep.
My name's Lewis. I'm a 19-year mechanical engineering apprentice working within Dunedin. I'm also a skateboarder, and today I want to talk to you about why Dunedin needs an indoor skate park. Not just for people like me, but for the future of our city. Right now, we've got something special happening in our community. Over the past year, a small team of activists have been running beginner skateboarding classes, not just for locals, but for new migrants through a partnership with the Red Cross, and it's been incredible. We've seen firsthand how a skateboard can build friendships, break language barriers, and give people a sense of belonging. That's inclusivity in action. At the moment, we've had access to an indoor location for only a few hours on a Saturday. This has led to us turning down a local school who wanted an indoor space to host skateboarding classes as part of their PE curriculum. An occupational therapist at the Otago Polytechnic also wants to run skating therapy labs. Due to indoor space limitations, we're planning to run them outdoors, but after running classes for a year, we know that it rains about every other weekend, interrupting continuity. Here's Carolyn, our skateboarding therapist.
Hello, my name is Carolyn Lotaro. I'm an occupational therapy lecturer at Otago Polytechnic. I am also a paediatric occupational therapist who designed and ran the first therapeutic skateboarding program in Mosgiel, and I ran this for 6 years. I met the needs of vulnerable populations, young people and families on the autistic spectrum, ADHD, behaviour issues, and in supported wellbeing and improved occupational participation for these young people. I also supported young people in schools to improve their educational outcomes using skateboarding as a therapeutic tool. I completely support the idea of building an indoor skate park here in Dunedin. I've read the submission from the fellas, and I am really looking forward to working alongside them to help them meet the needs of the community here in Dunedin, particularly the migrant population, to support belonging, to support assimilation into community, to enhance relationship and overall improve wellbeing in the community. I look forward to partnering with them and hopefully with DCC to add value to this plan that we're putting together. Thanks.
Skating shaped my life. It taught me confidence, resilience, and creativity, the same skills I use every day as an apprentice. I've already started to feel the pull to leave Dunedin, to take those skills overseas, but the truth is, I want to stay. And I'm not the only one. Every year, thousands of students come here to study at the Otago University and the Polytech, but too many leave and never come back. We believe a destination indoor skate park could change that, helping students form a deeper connection to the city and to each other. It's also a tourism play. Queenstown brings in tens of millions of visitors every year, many of them into action sports. Some of those people work seasonally and look for weekend trips. Dunedin could offer them something fresh, a creative, social indoor skate facility that gives them a reason to jump in the car and head our way. An indoor skate park isn't just a cool hangout, it's a tool for social cohesion, an engine for youth development, and a magnet for tourism and talent. We believe it should be part of Dunedin's 9-year plan as a destination playground, a facility with wide-reaching benefits for the whole city. Let's build a future where Dunedin is known for its innovation, its community, its ability to roll with the times. Councillors, we're asking you to back an indoor skate park, not just for today's skaters, but for tomorrow's city.
Very good. So we should go straight to questions now. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, go for it.
Yep, Councillor O'Malley.
Awesome, thanks. I go down to Fright Street every Sunday, so I've seen that slowly but surely develop down there, and that's been quite an amazing community-based effort there. It looked like the kind of building you're looking for has got a relatively simple interior. Is that correct? I mean, would you be able to start off with basically an industrial building with a flat cement floor base as a starting point?
That's exactly right. That's what we hope for. So,
very good. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. There are those of us who grow up and really first either learnt about skateboarding by falling off and nearly breaking our legs, or when Tony Hawk came kind of onto the scene. So could you kind of explain to us the scale that we're talking about internationally, particularly in terms of, clearly I don't skateboard, but I know there are huge competitions around the world, and the prize pool is in the tens of millions of dollars for rolling around on a plank of wood, ostensibly. Can you talk a little to that as to what the scale is?
Yeah, I can. So currently a lot of the major skateboarding competitions happen in the United States, and that results in a lot of skateboarders from Australia and New Zealand having to go over there to participate. And I think part of that is because a lot of the times these big skate competitions are in indoor facilities because of rain and other factors. And I believe that by having an indoor skate park in Dunedin, it will encourage a large population of these people from Australia and New Zealand and from other parts of the world to come to Dunedin.
If I could make one further point to that, we're hoping to build the park not necessarily just for skateboarders. We've worked with, we haven't worked with them, but we've consulted with Dunedin BMX Club, the Otago Radio-Controlled Car Club. We've had conversations with with Mountain Bike Otago about what a facility could look like for them. Initially, having that large facility that accommodates for everyone, there might be a little bit of a cost with that. And I think ideally we'd just like to start with a really low cost and just get moving straight away, essentially. But yeah, we want to build something that everyone can use, and particularly kids, because there's not all that many sort of indoor spaces that you don't have to pay $25 a kid to go along to. And if anyone's got grandkids or kids that are under 10 years old, and they want to go along to Leap or Inflatable World, which are all great places, you're looking at around about $50. Some parents can afford that, a whole lot can't, and so you've got this division between kids that can afford to go to Leap and other kids that just have to sort of stay inside or stay on the PlayStation. So yeah, we want to build something that is useful and fun for everyone, starting with kids. So
great. Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
Skateboarding is an Olympic sport, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Absolutely. I think it's a good point. Yeah. At this point, our focus is on younger children, but we do want to. We do have plans to develop essentially like a high performance component to what we're doing. we advocate for an indoor skate park, and the way we think that we can do that most effectively is through a skating school. And as I said, at the moment we're just little kids, but we want to form a group that we can go to national competitions and sort of build that high performance culture here. And eventually one day maybe we'll have a national or world champion from Dunedin. So,
thank you. Councillor Walker.
Thank you. I was hoping you wouldn't get to me, actually, because Councillor Gilbert, I did break my ankle on a skateboard. You ready for this, young man? Back in the late 1970s. Okay, look at me, old man. My question is, my 21-year-old nephew from the UK was here last year. He's mad on skating and he's bloody good at it, actually. He loved Dunedin, but he was completely underwhelmed by the skateboarding facilities in Otapoti. Was he correct?
I'd have to agree. I mean, we have had some new park developments such as Fairfield, and it's awesome, but there's a lot of simple parts that are unfortunately missing in skate parks. One of them being an indoor facility, but also just smooth ground and just other simple but obviously hard to get obstacles. So would hope to see that as well.
Fantastic. Great. Thank you. That's all we have time for. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Now, next we have Anna Parker and Otapoti Community Builders.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. I won't be sitting back as I'm a member, but I didn't prepare the submission, so.
It's okay.
Oh, well, kia ora koutou katoa, ko Anna Parker tuku ikua. I don't have a fantastic presentation to show you on indoor skate parks, but I just want to acknowledge all the speakers that have come before us today and for their hopes and aspirations for our city. And we tautoko them in their confidence to come and speak to you. I also just want to acknowledge you all and the gravity of the decisions that you have ahead of you as you determine the future for the people of our place. I'm privileged today to sit with Joy Davis and Scott Losmuir, who are two esteemed Dunedin community builders. And they're here in support of our submission and are members of our Kaitiaki group. We're going to assume that you've had the time to read and digest our submission. But for those of you who don't know, Otapoti Community Builders is a volunteer-run network of organisations, groups and people from across the community sector. We support grassroots, community-led development in the city, and we elevate community voices and leadership. And we share knowledge of best practice. At our last count, our network numbered over 500 groups, organisations and individuals. We will also want to congratulate you as a council on your leadership that you've shown with the development of Te Taki Haruru. We also want to particularly thank mana whenua and Mata Waka Māori in our city for the vision that they have so generously shared with us as a wider community. We are confident that you will have strong support from our community sector in implementing this strategy, and that many community organisations will want to integrate Te Taki Haruru into their own planning in the future. We look forward to walking with you alongside you in this journey, and we hope that to see Council resource this work. During the engagement period for this 9-year plan, Otapoti Community Builders held a community funding hui that was attended by more than 100 people from our sector. This hui was a significant opportunity to engage with a broad cross-section of the community during the long-term planning process. It was noted with disappointment the councillors who did not attend and those who did not even reply with an apology to repeated invitations to attend. Across our sector, there is significant disappointment and disillusionment with this long-term plan. It is unclear what vision is being enacted, what values are being met and whose needs are being served, or how you as council are being accountable to your own strategic frameworks. We implore you to be a visionary council who will invest in social infrastructure, just as you need to do so in Three Waters. The lack of certainty, transparency and consistency on investment in social infrastructure is damaging our community sector. And the current DCC approach is out of step with local, regional, national government entities and international funders and with best practice. We currently estimate that, we understand that the current grants budget is 6.8 million, and this works out at about $50 per resident in Dunedin. Our community can turn every $1 of funding into anywhere between $5 and $10 of value back into our communities. And we don't recall the last time this funding pool was increased. So this means in real terms that the funding is decreasing every year on year. Community Builders wants an overall increase as a percentage of DCC income rates put into the social infrastructure of our city. We want increases attached to CPI annually and to return to the continued growth of the place-based fund. In the DCC's FYI that you released in April, you showed us how you spend $100 of rates funding. We estimate that it's less than $1 of that $100 that is spent on contestable community grants. We had to do some creative maths there to try and figure that out. But we believe that residents in the city would support at least a $2 investment, double what you are currently giving and investing in critical social infrastructure.
So, thank you.
One more paragraph. One more, very important. Council funding, and the point that I really want to make is that council funding and social infrastructure represents credibility for our sector, and it is the opportunity for the community and arts sectors to leverage further investment from regional and national funders. So for council, you get a significant return on investment when you build our social infrastructure, be that voluntary work, collaborations, and the leveraging of other funds and contracts for services. So we are asking you to be a visionary council and to really step up and to think about how you're going to continue to strengthen the social infrastructure of our city.
Questions, Councillor Gary?
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I attended the hui, and I'd be interested in hearing your reflections on two matters. One is the impact that the pause in the $30,000 increase in place-based funding had on that community, on that wide, very diverse representation of organisations, and also reaction to the current grants review. Could you tell us what you understood to be the response?
Kia ora, Christine. Councillor Gary, thank you for your questions. So I might start with your second question there first, because there was significant concern expressed at the community funding hui about the lack of transparency and community engagement and involvement with the grants funding review, and that it felt like that review had been happening behind doors without any participation or critical community voice as part of the process. And so, widespread distress that again, it felt like that there was no transparency coming from our council around what that process looked like and where community could be involved. Secondly, I think in terms of place-based funding and the limitations that were put around that by this council means that there's no ability to continue to grow, and that as funding from national sources and other places continues to shrink, that our community, those current groups who already receive that funding, can't continue to develop and grow their services and connections and collaborations. And so it just sort of limits the potential of what that initial investment does. Is when it doesn't grow, then our communities can't grow as well. Alongside that, it means other new communities can't necessarily get established and resource their work. So,
Thank you. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to all three of you for your mahi and incredible ability to bring grassroots groups together in Ōtepoti. It's amazing. Councillor Gary asked my first question, so I'll make up another one. Can you maybe, I don't know who wants to answer it, maybe give some examples of how place-based groups enable grassroots solutions that address, firstly, local needs, how they foster resilience, and, in the broadest sense, create social cohesion?
Great, they do all those things. So I think when you have when you start to enable a community to realise its own potential, and you grow confidence amongst residents that they can be part of something that's bigger than just themselves, and to have a sense of belonging and connection with each other, just like what previous presenters have shared with you today, when you make that investment, then you feel more resilient and stronger. The research is, the research is all there globally, nationally, that shows how important those community connections are to well-being of people in place, both health and of physical, mental health. All of the well-beings are covered in that space, and that and connected communities who feel like they're in collaboration and relationship with their council are a better place for all of us to live. So. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Thanks for coming, all three of you, and that purple's lovely on you. So can I ask, I think, how can I put this as a question? Perhaps I'm wanting to know if you can paint a picture of if, in the worst scenario, because I think there's some fear around those communities, around the grants review, as you've mentioned before, and around the fact that some of the funding is at risk of being cut or decreased. If that happened, given the strengthening in the communities you've got so far and people rely on it for things, what would that mean to the communities that have had that money?
I can speak particularly from the Taieri perspective. We have an amazing community connector out there. When there is an issue in our community, people know they can go to Teresa and she can bring people together with different skill sets, bring in outside help if we need it, and help people meet that need using the resources where they already have. Having Teresa there has made a huge difference. Little things like, there was a group in Outram who were looking to find a way to do something about buses and didn't know where to start. Talked to Teresa, she started the process with them. If the person like Teresa isn't there, and there's been 20 years of work to get that Taieri network going, if she's gone, we work very collaboratively now with our local community board as well, which is excellent, and we have great liaison with them and do not double up. So having critical people on the ground that know their community is such an asset for council.
These groups also play a part in emergency response. There's health-based stuff, age concern stuff. They're major contributors. And it is a huge connection.
Sorry, microphone.
It's an asset. These groups are incredibly vibrant, and the work they do, from Power to the North East Valley Project to just other groups that I'm working with. At the moment, there's 4 different organisations I'm trying to get funding for. This would be, in my 50 years of fundraising, the toughest environment ever I've encountered. Funding doors are slamming shut, and these groups will fall over. We will miss, I get really emotional about this. These are groups like Stopping Violence. These are groups like Women's Refuge. These are groups like Te Kaika, the fabulous groups that are struggling to survive. I want this organisation that supports all of that to be supported with funding for those amazing groups that support the social fibre of this city. So it is the toughest I've experienced ever. Thank you for giving us today.
And thank you for your submission. Thank you. And next we have George Dawes and Scott Clifford from Dunedin Fringe. So,
Kia ora.
Yep.
Kia ora, my name is George Dawes, and with my colleague Scott Clifford, we are here to present on behalf of the Dunedin Fringe Arts Trust Board. The Trust produces the Dunedin Fringe Festival, the New Zealand Young Writers Festival, and the Amped Music Festival. We also operate Te Whare a Ratepayer, a temporary performing arts venue on Princess Street. Our vision is a city ignited by creativity, where all people experience art, culture, and creativity in their daily lives. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you, councillors, for your time today. I'd also like to acknowledge the council staff, who I know work very hard behind the scenes to make the 9-year plan work. It's also important to acknowledge the contribution the Dunedin City Council makes to Dunedin Fringe. Alongside Creative New Zealand and the Otago Community Trust, Council is one of our core sponsors. Council is also our landlord and a key partner in delivering Te Whare. You will have read our submission, and I'd like to quickly address our key points, and then I'd like to talk about the work we are doing at Te Whare. We are deeply concerned that Council is considering removing the capital allocation for a new performing arts venue from its budget. The Fortune Theatre closed in 2018, 7 years ago. The time for talking and consultation is over. Council must make good on its commitment to invest in a new performing arts venue, and it must do that at pace and with a sense of urgency. We are asking Council to set a strict deadline to deliver its grants review and to ensure all grants are contestable and equitably distributed. We request that the Dunedin City Council urgently increase grant funding to the arts, culture and creative sectors in Dunedin. We would like to see multi-year funding offered to anchor organisation, as this is best practice and gives these organisations surety in their operations. We are calling on Council to alter the events and festival funding strategy and use at least a proportion of that increased funding to boost the pool of funds available to support Dunedin-produced events of all sizes. We are concerned that no additional funding has been made available to community organisations that already support the goals of the Dunedin Live Music Action Plan. These are organisations with their own significant challenges. Te Whare a Ratepayer is an all-ages, affordable temporary performing arts venue in central Dunedin, established to help meet the needs of Dunedin's performing arts community following the closure of the Fortune in 2018. Te Whare aims to be a PO for Dunedin's performing arts community, supporting new experiences for our audiences and a stronger creative sector. Te Whare's pilot phase was from May 2022 to December 2023. During that time, Te Whare had 125 bookings and a total approximate audience of 12,000 people. We have worked in partnership with Council to deliver this project, and we hugely appreciate Council's contribution. We have achieved some great results through the pilot project, and we should all be really proud of that. Thank you for your support. While there is uncertainty around the future of the performing arts spaces in Dunedin, there is a day-to-day problem. There are very few fit-for-purpose, affordable, accessible spaces available to professional and community performing arts groups. The public are also being denied the opportunity to experience all that our creative sector has to offer the city. The community needs a permanent solution. Te Whare is not that permanent solution, but until the Council commits to and delivers a permanent, fit-for-purpose performing arts venue, Te Whare is essential to the public. Excuse me. Te Whare is essential to the cultural fabric of our city. However, Dunedin Fringe is not able to continue operating Te Whare without additional support from Council. We cannot do this alone, and we need support from you, our key partner, to keep the venue open and realise its full potential. In our submission, we have included a high-level proposal for DFAT and DCC to enter into a 3-year arrangement to operate Te Whare. We hope that you will seriously consider this proposal, and we look forward to working with Council. We often hear that Dunedin has a vision to be one of the world's great small cities. Great cities are connected and ignited by creativity for the benefit of the whole community. Thank you very much for your time today, councillors, and of course, thank you for your ongoing support of the Dunedin Fringe Arts Trust. It is greatly appreciated. Kia ora.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Walker.
Thanks, George. You don't look like Rebecca, who was meant to be here, but yes, a fine replacement. George, just so I'm clear, the crux of your submission is basically, can we have funding, please, because it's needed for Te Whare to continue to operate before a long-term solution is found for the performing arts. In essence, it's needed to bridge the gap between now and then.
Yes, that's right. We're asking for a 3-year commitment with the opportunity to continue if needs be. The reason we're asking for a 3-year commitment is because it's very difficult to operate these things on an annual basis, and we get stuck in that annualised cycle. And at the moment, Te Whare is drawing on the resources of Dunedin Fringe and the other programs that we run, and our priority has to be the programming that we produce. Running a temporary venue is not part of our core purpose, but it is something that we are more than happy to do as a temporary solution. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I see in your budget that you're, as part of your budget, you've allocated some of your co-director's salary and operation manager's salary. I sit on the grant subcommittee, so I know that portions of those salary are allocated to your grants applications for the various, for Fringe and all the other events that you put on. And then your venue hire income, so you don't effectively, in your operations, say for the Fringe, you use Te Whare for free. I'm doing that in quotation marks. So you're charging expenses there, but you're not reflecting an income. You're not effectively paying for a venue in any of the events that you put on in Te Whare.
So the way Fringe operates currently, we've split our business into core cost centres. Fringe is one, Te Whare is one, AMPT is one, Young Writers Festival is one, HQ is another. The co-directors' costs are split across those cost centres. Fringe contributes to the Te Whare cost centre. It is a paper transaction because it's the same organisation, but we do that for 2 key reasons. One is because we ask Creative New Zealand to fund those venue costs, and they need to see those costs. The other is, like other organisations that use Te Whare, we don't have the certainty that it will be operating next year. So if we don't ask for the funding and it suddenly is unavailable, we need to have that funding to go to another venue. So the Fringe pays for Te Whare, but it is a paper transaction in our organisation.
Can I ask another question? So do you budget in, whether it's say for Fringe or AMP or anything, a venue hire cost, I guess is what my question is?
Yes. They all have a budgeted cost to use Te Whare. They haven't all the time that it's been there, but now they do because we don't have that certainty.
Thank you. I think I see no further questions, so we've covered it. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Now, next we have Neil Haraway, returned to talk to us about Wild Dunedin Festival.
Kia ora katoa. You'll be pleased to know this one is a bit more serious and straightforward. First, to correct a mistake in our submission. It wasn't nearly 40,000 attendees, but nearly 30,000 attendees at Wild Dunedin last year. Either a typo or wishful thinking. So, councillors, Mr Mayor, it's good to see the draft festival and events plans intent to boost the sector. We applaud the provision of extra funding to do so. We acknowledge there's a relatively new DCC events team in place. We appreciate their efforts in working with city events organisers. We see very strong value in their role in future. We like many provisions of the draft plan, the coordination and upskilling measures, citywide activation, promotion, and especially the metrics to measure and analyse all city events. So on this point, at the moment, we don't know how Wild Dunedin is doing compared with other events and don't know where we might sit in funding priorities. We gather the council funding body also doesn't have clear and consistent analyses of all event performances. So of course, good metrics will help council make good funding decisions and also help all organisers make informed decisions on improving our own events and the whole sector. We do ask that such analyses of both community-led events and council-led events are made public, so all events' effectiveness can be seen and we are all truly involved. Our main concern with the draft plan is that it's more council-centric than we had expected after the consultation sessions, and we're concerned that this will lead to much of that increased budget that's proposed disappearing through the council doors rather than being available to community event organisers. And we make the point, as others did, that community-led events bring in a huge amount of volunteer labour, in-kind resources, great discounts on goods and services, and also extra funding from many other sources. And for Wild Dunedin, only about a quarter of our budget comes from DCC grant. So events such as ours deliver great returns on council investment. Indeed, there's an argument that says if you took, say, $1 million of the extra 1.2 million proposed per year and spread it around 20 or 30 organisations such as ours, you would get a bigger bang for your buck. So therefore we'd like you to consider balancing the plan more between community and council events, with funding specified for boosting the community-led events. The plan's budget is largely lacking in this kind of detail, and even budget item 1.8, $140,000 for boosting city events, is not specific how much will go into council effort and how much will actually go to community organisations. As the fringe folks said, events like ours struggle to find funding. DCC and other grant funding levels are frozen, and there's no availability of multi-year funding. Now, we know these two issues are not part of the plan, but we ask they be considered and, if possible, freed up along with the implementation of the plan. So we hope you'll make some adjustments to the draft as suggested. We submit that this will help community events teams and DCC events team to together develop Otapoti's great events and to be better able to share and celebrate them with residents and visitors. Kia ora.
Yeah, right. Note down. Thank you. Questions? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Kia ora again, Neil. Were you concerned when you looked through the budget that there was $300,000 to attract out-of-town events, yet there was no increase in the funding pool for events like Wild Dunedin?
By out-of-town events, sorry, Councillor Barker?
Well, there was, in the budget, there was $300,000 to attract events from out of town, basically to buy events. But conversely, there was an extra funding put into the pool that's available to local events. And I just wondered if you'd noticed that and were disappointed.
No, hard to speak for all the trustees of Wild Dunedin, but I like a bid fund for DVML or other big events to come. It's a whole other level. So you have to satisfy all the levels. Hard job, but I'm okay with that.
Very good. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Haraway. I was just thinking back to that first meeting of Wild Dunedin, which I attended, and how far we've come, how far you've come as a grassroots festival. Could you just reflect on that briefly about, you know, the start to the finish, the number of years and what it's grown into now? You've given us some figures, but...
Thank you, Councillor Gary. Yes, so 10 years now. We started with a bit of a contribution from the nature-based groups around Dunedin and run it on Smell of an Oily Rag, about 3,000 attendees. Last year, our budget was 140,000 or something. I'm no good with numbers. And we had about 28,000 attendees. It looks like it's a bit less this year, but the great thing this year was Nature Dome. So in the stadium, an event not subject to Dunedin's wonderful weather, bringing nature inside And we feel that's something we can build on. So we feel we've got a great community festival with some visitor attraction, and we know there's maybe 2,000 visitors. Our growth for the future, we want to build that visitation, we want to build the national appeal. And so we feel we have a shot at stepping up a level in the funding tier, and we have ambitions for bigger events.
Congratulations.
Okay. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. Neil, in your submission you talk about, in my words, the congested time when there are a lot of events and festival on in the city. Does Wild Dunedin have the ability to move the date of when you have your festival?
Thank you, Councillor Lucas. We are very limited because part of our remit at the start was tourism operators getting an extension into the shoulder season, so we can't go into the summer. And you don't want to go too far into the winter for nature-based activities. So autumn is the perfect time actually for toroa, for a lot of the other creatures to be seen. Spring, not so good. School holidays in April, it's a huge attraction for families. Earth Day, April 22nd is kind of the least of our concerns, but there are many reasons that we don't want to shift, would be reluctant to shift. We may run other events at other times of the year. Having said that, the ball at Larnac Castle was not well attended this year. We think because it was too close to ID Fashion and the Arts Festival and the Otago Car Rally. And we think those are events where people are spending money, and then this is a high cost event, adult event, and one option is for us to consider moving that one event. We've had pop-up events in other places.
Great, thank you. I think we've covered all the questions. So, no, we've got an extra one. Councillor
I just wondered if you'd seen on our list of speakers that we had a young gentleman just come and talk to us about an indoor skate park, which was part of your fabulous vision in your previous submission.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Mayhem. I gave him that submission with that piece about indoor adventures highlighted.
Very good, thank you. And next we have Richard Bench, Arts Access Aotearoa, and he's on Skype. So, can you say a couple? Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, so please, you have 5 minutes.
For having me here today. I'm the Executive Director of Arts Access Aotearoa. I'm coming to you from Wellington. We are the national advocacy organisation that promotes accessibility in the arts, of which Dunedin has a fine history. You are part of our Arts Reform Network, and everyone from Arts Centre to the museums to the public gallery, the festivals, the Fringe Festival are all part of our network. So it's really great to know that the Dunedin Fringe Festival had the most accessible event award this year, and I hope you know about that. Access to the arts is essential. And it's one of the reasons why we promote inclusion for everyone in performing arts, so that irrespective of impairment, disability, age-related or circumstance, you can get in, you can participate and be part of it. And we're all on that journey because of age, but some people have impairments just from the beginning. So I just want to encourage you around the vision. You're the visionaries for Dunedin. You have huge decisions to make. Resources are always limited, but you have a history of being a city of excellence when it comes to the arts. You've got the most wonderful university. You've got amazing festivals and museums. We used to give awards to Fortune. It just seems like yesterday that Fortune was here and then it was gone. Although the building wasn't to code, the quality of the performances and the desire of the staff to make performances, particularly for low vision and blind patrons was exemplary. So you can't tell me that Dunedin doesn't care about accessibility and including everyone in the arts, and I know that you do too. So Stage South's vision for a multi-purpose, accessible arts venue, performing arts venue, is before you. I can't encourage you enough to give it your full attention, because you have already had leading people in the arts come from Dunedin, and they are part of the world. They're owned by the world. You know, you had the Chills back in the day, and you've had Michael Hurst and Simon O'Neill. And recently, people that I've been talking about have been referring to the arts as like the cake, not just the icing. So when we talk about the performers that come out and they're all wonderful, but what is the investment in the ingredients that make arts careers when children, teenagers, schools, community artists, and local artists get together in a place that nurtures their career? And I know that that's needed. I seriously know that that's the gap there. And it was too bad when the fortune went. However, we totally support Stage South's vision for an accessible venue. And quite frankly, there aren't purpose-built accessible venues around the country. They're always retrofitted. So there's a leadership opportunity for Dunedin to build the future and to maintain the reputation that you've got. So that's what I'm here to say. I totally commend that you are the people who have to make some pretty serious decisions, but I encourage your leadership. I encourage your wanting to make the arts accessible for everyone. We will continue to support our Arts for All network in Dunedin. We love the folks that are passionate champions for arts accessibility, and the Stage South's vision has our full endorsement. Thank you very much, councillors. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? Councillor Gary?
Kia ora, and I just wondered if you could reflect on what it means to people who rely on accessibility to be able to access the arts, and when they're not able to, how that impacts on them.
I went to thank you for the question. I went to a breakfast where for New Zealand Sign Language Week, and the deaf announcer said, "Can you imagine a world without Shakespeare? All you hearing people, can you imagine a world without Shakespeare?" Because we've never had Shakespeare. So we have to make it up. We have to create our own stories and our own culture and our own films and our own plays. So accessibility for people who are impaired, who have an impairment or a disability, is everything. Disabled people don't want anything extra or anything special. My disabled colleagues say to me, "We just want access to what everyone else has had." So how do we do that? We've got technology, we've got universal design, doors that open without anyone having to push or turn anything, NZSL interpretation, stages that come up or down, depending on who needs to flow around the room. Access is about design and a place, but it's also the intention for how you use the place. Is it for everyone? And all of us, everyone around your table today, we're all on an accessible journey. If you think about who in your life do you know who's older and impaired or younger and disabled, it's all there. It's everyone. So to have an accessible, purpose-built venue would be just the best for you.
And if I may, Mr.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, equity and dignity you said were really important. Would you say those were pivotal? as well as the creative opportunity for.
For me to make a comment about that, or have you asked Mayor Radich to comment?
No, I was asking him if I might ask you that.
Yeah.
Just a quick comment.
So for equity is everything. We used to talk about equality, and yes, equality is very important, but equity is needed for people who are not in the same place and won't be in the same place as others. And so for an equitable arts inclusion environment, it's very important that accessible venues and spaces are provided. And then you get the uplift. And it's then that you get people who are disabled or impaired participating and being included on the same level as everyone else. It's a beautiful thing, and it's what makes the best cities.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hulan.
Thank you for the work you're doing with people with disabilities in the arts. I personally really appreciate that. Can I ask, recently, obviously you would know about the Christchurch Court Theatre, the opening of that.
Yeah.
CNZ, I think, or certainly the government, I assume it's through Heritage and Culture, put funding into that, which they don't usually put it into infrastructure. But does that now set precedent, do you think, that, because we obviously have an issue with funding, and with if there is to be a purpose-built theatre in Dunedin, we need funding to do that. Do you think, and with your experience in the industry, that there's any way we can access Creative New Zealand funding towards that?
That's a good question. Creative New Zealand is the engine that provides the money for programs and artist development. I'm not so sure about the infrastructure of actually building buildings. However, we have a Minister of the Arts who is really keen about New Zealand's export in the arts as well as artistic development in regions. There is a strategy at the moment being written by the Ministry of Arts, Culture and Heritage, which is about these things, about how can every region participate to its highest level. If you were to advocate to the ministry and through your local MPs, regional development funds, I'm just making a few stabs here, but at Arts Access Aotearoa, we advocate for everyone, everywhere, to anyone who will support the cause. And I wouldn't want Dunedin to be not heard because you have get Grant Robertson involved, get whoever you know. You've got people there who can support a strong advocacy campaign for, and what funding can be done to bring, what fundraising can be done to bring people who could donate to this fantastic cause. It's something that the council should not have to do on its own, but your leadership, if you have your endorsement of it, then others will join.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
And you'd have our support. Anything you write to government with Arts Access. I know the Minister of the Arts, and he's a musician. He gets this. And so Paul Goldsmith could hear from me and all sorts of others about the need for an accessible, excellent performing arts venue in Dunedin, which is needed.
Great. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye. Next, we have Robin Bates and Blair Crawford. Good afternoon.
Where do I?
Here we go. 5 minutes.
Right. I see the clock hasn't started ticking yet, but perhaps uncharacteristically for a lawyer, I'm going to be very brief. for two reasons. One, I'm told you will have read the submissions we've already put in, and thank you for that. And secondly, I know a number of you had a tour of the Edgar Centre late last year, and the issue that we're primarily here about was discussed briefly at that tour. So I just want to highlight a couple of matters, and in particular the role which the Edgar Centre plays in the recreational and cultural life of Dunedin. And you may remember, it's a long time ago now, but some 31 years ago the centre started out as essentially a facility for tennis and netball. Now it caters for several hundred groups. And if I were to read through the list of users, which comes to about 7 A4 pages, you wouldn't thank me for doing that, especially at this time of the day. But that indicates the breadth and spread of the usage of the centre. It includes, as some of you well know, a lot of sporting events, shows, Polyfest, which is 20,000 people through the door during that week, things such as model aeroplane events, which there was some publicity about last week, cultural events, book sales, and so on. So it is of particular importance in our view to the city in a number of ways, and not just the straight sporting areas. But of particular importance to us and to the city in our submission is the ability to hold regional and national sporting events such as national age group netball, basketball and volleyball. And in 2024 the centre held 7 national or South Island tournaments and 28 regional tournaments. Now that, as you might anticipate, in each occasion involves several hundred players and supporters and coaches, and in some cases up to 600 or 700 people coming into the city for a week or more. That is a significant boost, obviously, to accommodation and hospitality businesses, and our calculations in relation to some of the bigger events, for example, the New Zealand Under-18 netball tournament held last year, is that brings about $1 million into the city during the course of that tournament and week. And the same for South Island tournament, secondary volleyball tournament. So it's of importance that we're able to stage those events. This market, obviously, and one only has to look as far north as Christchurch, is becoming more competitive in terms of local areas wanting to hold these tournaments. And it's very important from our point of view that a tournament is able to be held uninterrupted. The scheduling is always very tight. 4 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon after a week will be the finals. The players will have paid all that week, using up all the available time virtually. And so to have, for example, a day interrupted where there is rain and the roof is leaking, courts can't be used, is a significant disruption. And that has happened on occasion. Unfortunately, our weather does occur and the roof does leak, and that is the issue. So from our point of view, it's very important that we're able to solve that problem and be able to say to groups booking, yes, we can hold this tournament, yes, there are going to be no interruptions. So you will be aware that the issue is with the movement of the roof, the way it was designed. It's a very low pitch roof. The building moves, the building is solid, but it moves to accommodate the movement in the ground, and therefore from time to time the roof causes, or the roof moves, holes are caused and water gets through. So it's not an easy task. I should say that the council property managers have been working very hard in the last couple of years to determine what can be done, both short term and long term. There is work to be carried out hopefully shortly in respect of the ridge line, 140 metres. It's a very big building, obviously, and to replace that, and also to replace some of the clear covering on the roof. But the long-term solution, and the only long-term solution, is to replace the roof. There is some costs being thrown around that it may be 15 million or so. The idea would be to increase the pitch of the roof and replace the cladding so that the issues that we have go away. As I say, the building has very good bones. If the roof is replaced, it will be around for another 50 years plus. So essentially we're asking the city to look at placing some funding in the 9-year plan. But realistically, we are probably 2 to 3 years out from being able to do that work. There's a lot of preparatory work, finding the right contractor and having somebody commit to what is a major task. But we want to try and, if you like, get in the chain to have that considered. So thank you. That's all I need to say.
Thank you. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you, and thank you for the submission and the list of supporters, very wide, reputable, and Dougal McGowan. My question is really around just picking up a couple of things in here. You're talking about the 15 million, which you mentioned. Then right towards sort of page 5, that you mentioned the Edgar Centre does not expect ratepayers to wear the full cost. If this first step is achieved, you'd look to contribute financially, raise funds, etc. Just for clarity, what is the first step you're talking about? Is it just the commitment to kind of underwrite, as it were, yes, a letter saying, yes, we think this is a good idea, all the way up to the 15 million? Can you just clarify what that is, and don't forget to press your mic button again?
Would be the first part would be to establish the cost and say that yes, that has to be or should be done, and then we as a trust can look at fundraising towards that. We have some funds that could be used for preliminary matters, but we have to be a little careful about that, because our prime concerns are the lighting and the flooring, and any replacement of that is expensive, and that comes around reasonably regularly. We do have some funds, but what we're saying is in the past we've contributed to several million from public fundraising to initially the purchase of the building, or the upgrade of the building, I should say, the administrative part, which was added on, and then the arena area was some several million raised in respect of that. So what we're saying, and you can see from the degree of support from the groups, that if we went to those groups and said, we need your help as well, it's not purely the ratepayers who should be paying for this, you are the users, what can you do? Then that's where we see the assistance in that regard.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Yes, huge support, and as my colleagues know, it has been my second home for the last 10 years, so I know the impact of the leaking roof. You haven't mentioned that the big point of difference about the Edgar Centre when you're bidding for whether they be South Island or national events is to have 21 courts at one venue. Would you like to comment on that?
Yes, and it is. It's the number of courts, so we can accommodate a big tournament with 30, 40, 50 or more teams in the one place. Historically, Dunedin has been reasonably easy to get to. I'm not sure about the current sort of fares and so on, but the parking and the ability to get accommodation around the city quite easily, provided it's the right time of year. All those things make Dunedin and the Edgar Centre a very attractive place to hold this type of tournament. And we again and again, people who haven't been here, who come from out of town, say they are just amazed at the size and all those other aspects which make life so much easier for a tournament like that.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good. I'm just following up on Councillor Gilbert's question, because this is all about budget. And you've talked about fundraising for some of the money. I just kind of wanted to get a number that we could perhaps choose. So the arts people have been saying put $17 million back in the budget for whatever happens in the next few years. So you've got the $15 million in there, but think you could fundraise to a certain amount. Do you have an amount that you would, sorry to put you on the spot, that you would like the council to put in the plan?
Obviously, ideally, this figure of 15 million has been tossed around as being somewhere in the ballpark. Now, that's a figure which has come from City Properties. I think they would agree that at the moment it's a guesstimate, but it depends on the environment, of course, the economic environment. But in the past, it has been out of the question to raise 1 or 2 million from local businesses and other groups. I don't know until we see what that figure is, which may be 18 months down the track, to have a contractor commit to this level of work. It is a big task for. Maybe there's somebody in New Zealand who can do it. It may be from Australia. To date, there has been a reluctance with repairs for local contractors to guarantee their work because of the scale of the roof. So we haven't worked on a figure. In the past, when this has happened, we've set ourselves challenges and gone out and found several $1 million. Realistically, we might be able to find a couple of million over 3 or 4 years, given the number of people who use it, the groups and so on. But I guess ideally we'd like the council to say, well, if it's going to cost 15, we need to get it done as soon as possible. If that's committed, we can get it done and we can work back from there. And it may be that the trust can then contribute as that's happening. But sorry.
I just said 13 if you're going to raise 2.
Right, 7 more questions. Sorry, look, that's all we've got time for. Thank you very much. Thank you for your submission. And finally, we have the highlight of the day, Mr. Dougal McGowan, the grand finale. Okay. Thank you for your patience. Take it 5 minutes.
Hello, good evening everyone. I won't say afternoon because it is now past 5 o'clock, so I do appreciate that you've given up some extra time. I do want to reach out first of all to say thank you to the governance team here who allowed me to change time, so I really appreciate that because I was going to be away on the Thursday. I want to reach out to Guy Simon Smale from Delta and the grounds team. They do an amazing job around town and I think we underappreciate it as a community because very seldom are grounds closed or cancelled here, which is pretty cool. Big shout out to Andrew Kennelly as well, who's our main liaison person and is awesome at supporting all the codes and all the sports, but equally to Heath and his team. They've put in a lot of work on this piece of work. It's a really, really complex piece of work, so I want to acknowledge that, but also Rick and his team at Task Force Green for their massive amount of work they did around the FIFA 2023 Women's World Cup because they were amazing. Couldn't have been done without them. I suppose one of the things today I want to talk about is, are we assured of the numbers? Because it's a really complex piece of work that has so many different moving parts to it. I suppose the first thing I'd like to point out is even just the name of the paper is incorrect in my personal opinion, because it's not just about field charges anymore, it's about field and light charges. Right? And so it's really important to understand that it's not just increasing the field charges, but it's actually adding on charges for lights as well. So let's dive into some of the calculations that we can do as we go through. So just so that we're clear, Southern Football South does have 8,700 members, but of those, there are about 3,874 play winter football in Dunedin, so this will only affect those numbers there. When we have a look at page 547 of the report that was done in January, points 26 to 29, if I work out 4% of the $5,343,364, that comes to me to $213,734 that should have been claimed back on the 4%. When I add up table 1, that comes to $286,298, so that's an overcharge of $72,564 on those codes there, and that is without some other codes that aren't mentioned on that table which have paid. So there has been a significant overcharging there, and there are some codes or some groups that get it free. Why do they get it free? Let's look at table 2 on page 549. Our charge for 2024-25 was $95,968. Great news that for next year, even though the lights will go on, they will get charged less. And that's because we've been being charged at 4.9% already instead of the 4%. So it's a significant number. So we'll actually be getting charged $6,000 less. However, I think what the overall picture of that will be is that we actually need to make sure that everybody is getting charged the right amount at the right time. So I calculate that we're being charged approximately about $17,000 over last year, and what was that for the previous years before that? When I look at the per field cost for a year, $19,641 to maintain a field. Again, I'm not that very bright or good at maths, but 4% of that is $785 for the maintenance of that field. What goes into that? But a half year, because we're only a half year sport, that's $392 per field, and we're getting charged $1,100 for those that don't have those facilities. Let's continue on table 2. 4.9% was $95,968, and when we actually go through the difference, when it goes from 4 to 5%, it goes to $111,635, which is an increase of $21,791 based upon the 2025 figure that we 26 figure we quote. So based on that, that's about a 24% increase for those fields, which equates to $28.82 per person who plays the game here in Dunedin. DCC ground fees currently are 44% of our Dunedin revenue goes towards the DCC. If we add this in at the $111,635, it goes up to 49.84%. That's an increase of $5.68 per person. So you can see the numbers are really important because the size and quantum is really it affects individuals. So this is mainly kids that will be being charged as kids and families who are ratepayers. So when we look at things like the lights, equally when you look at the report, it says that there is no environmental impact. There is an environmental impact because we are not going to be using as many fields, and the ones that we won't be using, the ones that are further away, because we're going to have to centralise them. So there is a carbon footprint issue that you are having as a result of this decision. There's a lot of information we've talked through or can talk through around the lights and how they get charged out, but how is that evened out over all the fields when some clubs pay for their own lights, they pay their own electricity already, and how is that going to be dispersed and how is that going to be calculated in this? And what we're talking about at the moment is you're talking about a current shortfall based of $5,726. So what is the value and inputs you're going to have? What is the cost of implementation versus what you may get back out as revenue at the other side? And again, I emphasise that it is mainly going to be those younger people and their families who some are struggling already will be paying.
Thank you. Some questions, Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you so much for actually bringing these things to our attention. Were you given any justification around the varying percentage? I support the 4% across the board. Were you given any explanation about the sliding scale, why touch rugby is 3.2 but rugby is 4.9?
Yeah, we've had good meetings with the team. Some of it's historical. Some of it's based upon a 3% increases over time, and that then actually can be more for those larger sports as it goes through. There's a whole lot of work that needs to be done at the back end, and the team's done an amazing job of actually understanding what the previous costs were as opposed to what they are now, and those gaps can get bigger as it goes through with just a straight 3% increase.
Okay, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, and I acknowledge your dispute with the figures, but I've got a question that's circling back to something you mentioned before, and it was around the FIFA Women's World Cup. Have you noticed a considerable an increase in players as a result of that wonderful event, and any reflections on that?
Yes, we have, most definitely, particularly in the female part of the game. So we are up 7.8% in the female side, but also in our ethnicity data. So we're getting a much wider range of ethnicities in, and our rural communities are now playing the game more. So that's one part there. But it also relates back to the city has a strategy around people being involved in physical activity and access to physical activity and resources to do so. And this, if we put this increased charge of 20% higher on people, that might actually be working against your own policies, which is about making it an active city and people being able to do it. So,
very good. Thank you. Councillor Wiley.
Thank you, Dougal. Not quite relevant to this presentation, but do you have anything else to add around futsal in the Edgar Centre?
Yes, most definitely. So I've actually got it in my very last point. And we've got 9,000 futsalers in our region. That's the largest in the country. So we make up almost 50% of futsalers throughout the country. Or it's about 42%. It's massive down here. And without that facility, it makes it so much harder to do so. And we've got kids that are doing it from 5 years of age all the way through to, we've got 75-year-olds there. But the other part is the accessibility for people to be able to guarantee that they can go there, for parents as well to be able to do things. So, we've got the highest number of referee development spaces that we've got around the country in that space, which is amazing because we're the smallest federation by over a third than anybody else. So without that facility and the people who work in there, it'd be a lot more difficult for us. Yeah, well, they just had to cancel up in Waibop, so they were running futsal inside and they had to cancel it because people were tramping in wet feet, and so it was too slippery, so they had to close it all off. So all of those people lose that experience. But the way it's set up at the Edgar Centre, it means that you can manage that stuff, and the team do a great job with that.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you, Dougal. You mentioned, and it's in your submission, about if the charging changes that you'll use less fields. And I know anecdotally from my conversations, as you know, with Dunedin City Royals, that there's a real demand for fields. So I'm kind of surprised how that fits together with what I hear from those guys, and then you saying less fields, and it seems to me doesn't kind of match the demand.
Yeah, so what we would do is, and we've already done it this year, we have decommissioned some fields, some of the more remote ones, like for example, it might be out at Portobello, and that's what we'll do. Instead of just making sure that they get a rest between different parts, we'll actually use them more. So instead of maybe having 1 game, 2 games a week on it, they might get up to 5 or 6, so your maintenance costs are going to go up, but more importantly, right at the end of the season, to get them back to the state that they need to be for all the other codes is going to cost you a whole lot more. So it's just false savings, because we can't continue to pile on these fees onto the participants. So already the board has allocated resources from its reserves so that we don't continue to always pass it on, because if we always passed on that fee increase, people wouldn't be able to pay it. So our board is actually proactively doing that out of their reserves.
Thank you. Councillor O'Malley.
That's been asked and answered. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mayhem, you want another last question of the day?
Okay. I just wondered how you went with the first game of the season at the Oval with the current residents and their 7:30 wake-up call.
Yeah, look, first I want to acknowledge that that's a really difficult situation for those people that are living there, but also for when we turn up in those times. It's not a situation that any of us want to see or have in our city, and I urge you to keep working on solutions. the residents, some get anxious. You can imagine there's 3,000 people when you've got parents, grandparents, all those sort of siblings there that turn up on a Saturday morning. It was fantastic that we were able to have a security person there with us, which was good, because that even just the presence of that with that presence there, and I've got myself and some other staff that try to protect the people, make sure the kids don't go into those areas. Unfortunately, kids like to climb trees and play, and if those who have been to that area down there, it's not an appropriate place. There's all sorts of stuff in there. Look, it's. We hope we can get a solution for that. We try to get to know, like last year, we got to know those people pretty well. It was quite nice. It's a really difficult, there is a lot of rubbish. There's a lot of things we don't want to talk about. I think it makes it very difficult. We do know, though, and we don't know whether it is because of that, but we know our numbers of players at the entry level at the Oval, so our youngest ones, are less than what they have been in the past. Okay. But it's a big bow to draw that right, but it is 2 years in a row. But we do know that it does worry some people considerably.
Thank you. And thank you for your submission, Turkle. Thank you.
It's been a long time since I've been back here. Thank you.
Okay, so councillors, a couple of bits of housekeeping. I've got, firstly, a submission has been received. That was unfortunately not included in the late submissions report yesterday, and that person would like to, so I move the council accepts that submission, and she'll be given a speaking slot in the next couple of days. Second, Councillor Mayhem, all in favour say aye. Aye. And lastly, I move that we adjourn the meeting until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Seconded, Councillor Mayhem, all in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. There we go. See you all in the morning. Thank you.